Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. It was the kind of rain that didn't splash, didn't beat down, didn't soak in. It simply lingered. Thin veils of it hung in the air like threads of breath in cold fog. Elias had been walking for hours through it, and still his coat was only damp. The moisture wasn't in the clothes, it was in the bones. He was used to hiking alone, used to silence, used to empty paths in the deep woods of the north, where no reception reached and no signs told you where you'd gone wrong. The way the world folded around the mountains and cedars out here made time feel slow and space feel soft. He'd always loved that, loved getting lost in it. But today was different. Today something found him. It had started with a noise, not a loud one. Just a single sharp crack from behind a copse of thin firs, like a twig splitting, then nothing. Not unusual in the woods. Animals did that sort of thing. But it wasn't the sound itself that made him stop mid-stride. It was the fact that the birds stopped too. One moment, their chirps laced the air with casual rhythm. The next, they vanished, as if a hand had scooped the sound right out of the sky. He'd only heard that once before, when a mountain lion had come within 100 yards of his camp 2 summers ago. The forest knew when something didn't belong. So did Elias. He stood still for a long minute, breathing slowly, hand resting near the knife on his hip. Nothing stirred. The rain hung quiet in the spaces between branches, and the trees stood motionless as if bracing themselves. That's when he saw it. A path, where there hadn't been one. He blinked. It wasn't just a game of shadows. He'd been walking this trail for the better part of 2 days. It cut through an old logging route, abandoned and half overgrown. He knew it like the lines on his hand. There was no fork here. But now, off to the left, just behind 2 birch trunks that stood too close together, there was a gap. A clean gap. A corridor of trees, perfectly aligned, arching over a dirt track so dark it looked like scorched ash. There was moss along the sides as if it had been there forever. Elias hadn't seen it 5 seconds ago. He felt it first in the pit of his stomach. That shift. That wrongness. Like the world had breathed in, and something had changed while his eyes were closed. His boot moved toward it before his brain agreed. He told himself it was curiosity. He was used to exploring strange detours. That was the whole point of his trips into the wild. But as he stepped between the birch trunks, the air changed. It smelled old, like wet paper, like stone sealed in cellars. And the moment he stepped onto the new path, the forest behind him dimmed, not darkened, dim. Like walking from a sunlit room into one lit by firelight and memories. The change was slow but total. Colors dulled. The blue-green hue of the pine needles faded to almost gray. The drizzle, still present, sounded further away, as if the trees were swallowing the sound. Rain without rhythm. He paused and turned. The way behind him, the trail he knew, was gone. It wasn't just obscured by branches. It wasn't there. Where there should have been the clearing and his footprints in the pine needles, there was only more of this narrow, overgrown trail. As if the forest had shuffled itself while he blinked. Like the map had rewritten itself around him. His hand brushed against a tree trunk. It was warm. Too warm. Like it had absorbed heat from a fire hours ago and hadn't let go. He withdrew his fingers slowly and squinted into the deepening twilight. He could hear something now. Not words. Not yet. Just the suggestion of rhythm. Low, delicate. Too soft to be footsteps. But not wind either. A kind of movement. A tremble beneath the leaves. Ahead, deeper down the trail, the trees began to change. They grew straighter. Taller. Bark so dark it almost gleamed like coal. And between their trunks, far off but unmistakably there, were glimmers of pale yellow light. Small. Flickering. Like lanterns or candles swinging gently just out of reach. Elias's mouth was dry. His heart wasn't panicked, not yet. But it was careful now. Measured. He took another step. Then another. The forest did not welcome him. It did not reject him. It merely allowed him. As if it had been waiting for someone like him to finally look in the wrong direction. To notice the path that wasn't there yesterday. That maybe was never supposed to be there at all. The further he walked, the clearer the lights became. They were hung from things. Not branches. Not posts. Things that stood still in the forest with twisted backs and arms too long and too thin to belong to trees. Shapes that didn't move when the rain shifted. Shapes that didn't breathe. Shapes that looked back. Elias froze. All the flickering lights winked out at once. And then, from behind him, closer now than before, came the soft, unmistakable sound of breathing. Not his. Elias didn't turn around, not yet. He'd learned from experience that when your instincts screamed at you in the woods, you didn't rush to look or run or shout. You listened. You waited. Because the wrong sound, the wrong movement, could invite the thing that had been waiting for you. The breathing was faint, almost gentle, like someone trying not to be heard. Slow, quiet inhales. Then slight pauses. Almost watching. He couldn't see anything behind him, only the path ahead. Dark earth slick with thin layers of mud, and trees that seemed impossibly still, unnaturally so. As if the rain had stopped falling in this space, even though he could still hear its distant patter, muffled somewhere behind the canopy. Elias's fingers brushed the handle of his blade. He didn't draw it. Steel could be a promise in the forest, a signal that you expected violence. And sometimes the forest accepted that promise. He inhaled through his nose, deep and slow, then exhaled. Come. The breathing behind him didn't change. Not louder. Not closer. Just there. He finally turned inch by inch. There was nothing. The path behind him was still there, narrow, dark, lined by trees like silent watchers, but empty. Yet the moment he completed his turn, the air shifted again. The way it does when a large animal has just slipped away from your periphery. Stillness with a taste of something gone. But it left something behind. On the ground, right in the center of the path where he just walked, was a single object. A matchbox. Worn, blackened by time or fire. The corners were curled. It looked old. Elias crouched slowly, rain tickling his shoulders again as it returned softly above. He didn't touch it right away. The forest watched. He could feel it watching. Finally he picked it up. The front had an illustration, faded but still visible. A hand holding a lantern, the light inside a pale yellow. No words. Just the image. The matchbox felt oddly dry despite the rain. It made no sound when he shook it. He slid it open. Inside was a single match, long and slightly curved, like it had been carved by hand. The wood was darker than any matchstick he'd seen before, almost blue-black. The tip was pale gray. He stared at it. And then, almost as if carried on the air between the trees, he heard the whisper again. Only this time it was not behind him. It was above. One word, breathed more than spoken. Light. The air snapped colder around him. His breath fogged. He didn't remember taking the match out, but now it was in his hand. He didn't remember dragging it across the side of the box, but now there was a spark. And when the match flared to life, the forest changed again. The trees drew back subtly. Shadows peeled away from trunks like ink retreating from flame. The trail became sharper, the color richer in a way that made Elias's stomach tighten. He realized just how wrong it had looked before, how gray everything had been, like a dream in fading charcoal. The match burned with a flame that wasn't normal. It wasn't orange or yellow or blue. It was all of them at once. It flickered too slow. It pulsed like a heartbeat. He should have dropped it. He should have. But he held it aloft like the image on the box and stepped forward again. That's when he noticed the markings. Not on the trees but between them. Faint lines in the air, like threads of spider silk, glinting only in the strange matchlight. They stretched from trunk to trunk, forming shapes. Not cobwebs. Not vines. Symbols. Spirals. Runes. All around him. They had been there all along. Elias kept walking. He didn't know why. His legs just kept moving. Part of him wondered if that was the forest's will, not his own. But the matchlight showed more now, shapes that had been waiting just past the veil of sight. On either side of the trail, statues began to emerge. No, not statues. Figures. Carved from wood or stone, or maybe something else entirely. Their forms were crude, vaguely humanoid, but too tall. 7-8 feet. Limbs too long. Heads low and sloped like mourning animals. Their faces were smooth, blank, except for small hollows where the eyes should have been. Each one held a small object at its chest. He passed the first and realized the object was a skull. Too small to be human. Maybe a bird. Maybe something older. He passed the second. This one held what looked like a bundle of twigs tied with red string. The third held another lantern, just like the matchbox image. The flame in his hand sputtered. The trees thickened again. The path narrowed. And up ahead, finally, he saw it. A structure. Not a cabin. Not a shelter. It rose too high, spindly and crooked, as if made by hands that had forgotten what homes were supposed to look like. Branches lashed together, bark peeled and knotted. A roof of wet leaves. A doorway shaped like an eye. The flame in his hand dimmed. Then, in that last moment of flicker, Elias saw what lay just inside the doorway. A chair. And something sitting in it. Something that rose. He dropped the match. Darkness fell like a curtain. The darkness fell too fast. There was no gradual fade as the match slipped from Elias's fingers. No chance for his eyes to adjust, no lingering glow from the flame. It was as if the moment it left his hand, the forest swallowed it, and him with it. The trees drew in. The cold surged. And the thing in the doorway of the crooked shelter stood. He couldn't see it, not exactly. It wasn't lit, wasn't backlit. And yet, he knew it had risen. Felt it like a weight shifting in the air. Something massive and raw. Elias stood frozen. The cold had teeth now. His limbs didn't tremble, but they felt far away, slowed like he was moving through syrup. Somewhere beneath his ribs, his heartbeat kicked once, hard. The silence pressed in. Then something clicked. Not from the structure ahead, but beneath him. He looked down. The match hadn't landed in mud or leaves. It had hit something solid, smooth. The rain, still somehow falling without falling, had cleared a layer of dirt around it. Elias crouched, one hand to the ground, and felt the texture. What? Old wood. He brushed more dirt away. Revealed a board. Then another. A floor. A platform buried beneath moss and roots, right under the path he'd walked. He was standing on something ancient. And just ahead, within the skewed eye-shaped entrance, something shifted again. Slow. Deliberate. It didn't approach. Not yet. But it was aware now. Elias swallowed. He couldn't see it, but every part of him knew it was waiting for him to move. To speak. To break the standoff. The match had been a signal. It had lit something older than the flame. And now the dark was full of presence. He took a single step back. The air whined. A high-pitched, needle-thin sound cut the space between him and the doorway. Not loud, but sharp. Like a metal wire being tightened too far. His foot froze mid-step. The noise ceased. He understood then, no sudden moves. So instead he spoke. Who's there? His voice sounded wrong in the space. Flattened. Absorbed. Like shouting into a blanket. No echo. No bounce. The forest did not return it to him. He tried again. I saw the lights. I followed the path. I'm not here to take anything. Still nothing. And then, a sound from the doorway. Not words, but laughter. Dry. Crack. Not joyful. Not even amused. It sounded like something trying to remember what laughing was supposed to be. It stopped too soon. Elias could barely breathe. And then came the voice. Oh, paper thin. Spoken just once, just loud enough. One match. One guest. The doorway pulsed darker. Was that you? Elias asked quietly. Silence again. He reached for his flashlight, his fingers brushing the nylon strap of the pack at his side. Another click from below his feet. He froze. Then, faintly, barely perceptible, a shift in his surroundings. Not in the trees, not in the air. In the ground. He looked down again. The boards beneath him had begun to form a pattern, where the rain had landed on their surface, dulling them into dark streaks. The droplets weren't random. They were forming circles. Concentric circles. He stepped back once more. This time, nothing stopped him. The forest gave no warning. But up ahead, from within the shack, something did move forward now. Elias's skin crawled. He didn't see legs. Didn't hear footsteps. Just forward movement. As if the shadows themselves had leaned into him. The shape passed the doorway. It was tall. Too tall. A head that nearly scraped the sagging lintel beam. Its arms hung slightly forward. Not like a person's. More like something that had adapted to movement on all fours and only just remembered how to stand. And it wore cloth. Tattered, soaked, clinging. It was dressed in someone. A shirt. Human. Torn flannel. Mold on the collar. The sleeves dripped water that never hit the ground. Elias backed up again. Then again. And again. But the creature didn't come further. It simply stood at the edge of the lightless doorway watching him. Or maybe listening. Then, from its left shoulder, dangling, something swung slowly into view. A lantern. Identical to the one on the matchbox. Its flame lit suddenly. No spark. No kindling. It was just there. A pale yellow pulse, steady. Quiet. And beneath it, where it should have illuminated the figure's chest and face, there was nothing. Not blackness. Nothing. Elias took another step back, and this time the wood beneath his boot snapped. Not a crack from a twig. A snap like a pressure seal breaking. The boards below his feet opened. He didn't fall through them. They opened inward like trapdoors. The forest floor collapsed in 4 directions. Wide, slow, like a ritual being completed. Rain spiraled above. Wind rushed upward, not downward. And beneath him, stairs. Descending. down into dark older than the forest above. The voice spoke again right behind his ear this time. Down is the deal. Elias turned. No one was there. He looked at the thing in the doorway. It hadn't moved. The lantern still glowed. And then, from above, somewhere behind the treetops, the rain stopped. All at once. And the silence pressed down like stone. Elias looked at the stairwell beneath him, and stepped down. 1 foot, then another. And the wooden doors above sealed quietly shut. There was no echo. That was the first thing Elias noticed as he moved down the stairs. The air around him didn't allow sound to stretch. Each footfall landed softly, eaten by the dark. Not even the creak of wood, not the shuffle of boots on damp grain. The space below didn't reflect anything. It simply consumed. He wasn't sure how long he'd been walking. The descent was slow, cautious. The walls around him were close, earthen at first, packed with roots and the scent of deep, wet soil. But soon the texture changed. He reached out and felt something cold, smooth. Not stone. Not quite wood either. It was hollow feeling, like carved bark that had been dried, lacquered, and then set too long in silence. It had the subtle give of something once alive. Not the forest above, but something that had once watched it. He didn't like touching it. The matchbox sat in his pocket again. He didn't remember putting it there. He didn't want to light another. The single match he'd used had shown him things he couldn't unsee. Things that weren't shaped for life. Down here it felt wrong to even think about flame. The stairway turned abruptly to the right. Then again. He looked up. There was no trace of the trapdoor now. No suggestion that a forest had ever existed above. It might have been a mile up, or more. Or maybe it had never been there. The walls glistened now. Moisture moved in thin threads but didn't drip. Elias touched one with the back of his knuckle. It was warm. The air wasn't cold anymore. It was thick, heavy, humid, and pulsing faintly with something he didn't want to name. A smell too, earth and copper and the fading perfume of dead flowers. He passed something growing from a fissure in the wall, vines but soft and colorless, moving slowly toward his boot like blind fingers. He stepped around them, then paused. There was a sound now. Not loud, not near, just steady. A rhythm, deep beneath the stairwell. It didn't echo, but it was there. A slow, wet thud. Again. Thud. Pause. Thud. It came from beneath, and it was beating, like a heart. Elias pressed forward. The stairway opened suddenly without warning. He emerged into a chamber. Not vast, more like a hollow dome. The walls curved upward into a low arch, and the floor beneath his boots felt no longer like wood, but something smoother, like bone smoothed by water. He couldn't see the ceiling, couldn't see any source of light, but somehow the room glowed, dim, pale, as if remembered light had been pressed into the walls. And in the center of the chamber stood a figure. He almost didn't notice it at first. It didn't move. It blended perfectly with the wall behind it. But after a moment, after the haze of the strange air cleared from his eyes, he saw it. A woman. No, what had once been a woman. She stood tall, shoulders pulled back, arms limp at her sides. Her skin was the color of wax held too close to flame, almost translucent. Her hair was long, white, not from age but from absence. No eyes, just the hollows where they once had been. And yet she was looking at him. He knew it, felt it in his spine. Then slowly, achingly, she raised one hand. Not to threaten, not to beckon, but to offer. In her palm sat a key. It was ancient, bone-carved, curled in on itself in spirals too delicate to be made by human hands. It pulsed gently like the match had, like a thing that had been waiting to be found. Elias stepped forward. She did not move again. He reached slowly toward the key, aware that something about this moment was being measured. Judge, that there was a rule here, unspoken but immutable, and he was being watched for obedience. His hand hovered over hers. He waited. Nothing happened. He took the key. The moment his fingers curled around it, her hand dropped to her side. Her body relaxed, too much, like string cut from a puppet. Her head tilted sideways and then, without a sound, she melted. Not liquefied, not turned to ash. She simply lost form. The figure that had once been there now lay scattered as threads of fabric and a puddle of colorless wax on the bone-smooth floor. The smell of the chamber changed, dried petals now, thus forgotten morning. Elias stared down at the key. It was warm. It vibrated faintly like a hummingbird's wings. And from the far end of the chamber, beyond a threshold that had not been there before, a door appeared. No hinges, no frame. just a black rectangle cut into the stone-like wall. The key grew warmer in his palm. He stepped forward. He did not want to, but he did. The closer he came to the door, the more his ears rang. A soft tone, not a scream, not pressure, just tone, like the forest was trying to remember his name. The doorway towered over him. Beyond it, nothing. Not darkness. Absence. He lifted the key, unsure what it would do. The key floated from his fingers. Just a few inches. Then, with a faint chime that echoed inside his skull, it pressed forward into the air where a keyhole should be, and vanished. The doorway opened. Not inward. Not outward. It unfolded. Like skin peeling back from something that had never meant to be exposed. And beyond it, another forest. But not the one he had left. This one bled light. Elias stepped through. The door sealed behind him with a sigh. The first thing Elias noticed was the color. It wasn't the emerald green of a northern wood, nor the gray-black hue of the trail he'd walked before. This forest was red. Not crimson or blood red, but deep rust soaked into every tree trunk, every leaf, every patch of moss. A palette of old earth and old wounds. The canopy above pulsed with faint golden veins that lit the space like a sunset seen through a veil of smoke. The trees here were impossibly tall, straight and narrow like reeds in a swamp, but their bark peeled in long strips that hung like torn paper. Between their roots the ground moved. Not visibly. But when Elias stepped forward, the dirt gave slightly, like walking on something not entirely dead. The door behind him was gone. Where it had been, there was only another tree. Pale and bent, with a scar along its bark shaped like an eye. No opening. No frame. Only the sense that something had been closed. And would not open again. The air was dry now. The moisture of the previous stairwell and underground chamber had vanished, replaced by a warm breeze that carried with it the scent of iron and burnt pine. It clung to Elias's clothes. He walked, because he didn't know what else to do. The matchbox was still in his pocket, heavy for its size. He didn't take it out. Not yet. The last time had led him to a door he hadn't meant to find. Now he wasn't sure if this place existed beneath the earth, or beneath something deeper. The forest watched. Not metaphorically. He felt it in his skin. Every branch bent slightly toward him. Every leaf turned in his direction. Even the wind followed behind his shoulders. And far in the distance, beyond the bleeding canopy and the low, distant hum of wind, he heard them. Chimes. Soft. Faint. As if blown in from a place too far to see. They weren't wind chimes. They were bells. Ritual bells. Thin, brittle, struck slowly. And they were moving. Coming closer. He walked faster now. Not panicked. Just not slow. The path beneath him was not a trail in the conventional sense. It simply cleared for him. Vines unwound before his boots touched them. Branches lifted slightly to let him pass. No obstacle presented itself. And somehow that was worse. Because paths are made by choice. And this one was being made for him. After nearly 20 minutes, or maybe longer, time didn't move here in the same way. He came to a clearing. Circular. Perfect. At the center stood a structure. It looked like a shrine. A simple stone platform raised on 4 thick columns, each carved with patterns he didn't recognize. Spirals, moss, hands, over and over in different proportions. A 5th column lay broken at the base, shattered into wedges that had been neatly stacked. Inside the platform's circle sat a bowl. Massive, carved from black stone veined with something glowing faintly red. It rested on a pedestal of bone, real bone, thick and fused together, polished clean. The bowl was full. Elias approached slowly. The contents weren't water. It wasn't blood either. It was memory. He couldn't explain it, but that was the only word that fit. It shimmered like oil, but thicker. The surface reflected not light, but moments. As he drew near, he saw flickers in its surface. A cabin in the woods, a fire burning low, a child crying in the dark. None of them were his, yet he felt them, as if they were being pressed into his chest. He stepped away. And that's when he noticed the figures. Around the edge of the clearing, just beyond the pillars, stood 5 people. No, not people. They wore robes of faded cloth, almost indistinguishable from the trees. Their faces were hidden behind masks, wooden, carved with long noses and gaping mouths. None of them moved. They had not been there a moment ago. They stood in a perfect circle, evenly spaced. Elias's skin crawled. He turned to leave the way he came, but the path was gone. Not overgrown. Not hidden. Gone. The trees had closed ranks. The forest behind him was now solid wall, as if it had never parted to let him through. No passage, no gap. He turned back to the figures. They remained motionless. Then one of them lifted a hand. It held a bell. And slowly, with a movement that seemed to tremble through the air, the figure rang it. A soft, high chime. Another followed suit. Then another. All five. Each bell a different note. Together they formed a chord. Oh, melancholy. Like a funeral song sung for something that had never lived long enough to be mourned. The sound sank into the clearing. The bowl pulsed, and Elias felt his knees give slightly. The air thickened again, heavier than before. Then the masked figure closest to the shattered pillar stepped forward. It knelt beside the bowl, and, with delicate hands, dipped its fingers into the memory liquid. Then it wrote, not on the ground, not in the air, but on the surface of the bowl itself, tracing symbols with the memory-stained fingers. As it moved, the symbols glowed, each one burning briefly before fading into the stone. They weren't writing, not in any language he knew, but they felt ancient, familiar. Then the figure looked at him, its head tilted, and in a voice like roots growing through old floorboards it spoke. Do you remember your name? Elias opened his mouth, but nothing came out, not because he didn't know it, but because in that moment it had slipped. He felt it nearby, like a word on the tip of his tongue, but it wouldn't come. The figure stood again, stepped aside, and pointed at the bowl. The other four began to chant. Well, wordless, a tone more than a language. The forest leaned closer, and Elias understood. He had to drink, not for sustenance, not for thirst, but because the forest required it. It was remembering him now, and to leave, to survive this, he had to become part of its memory. He stepped to the bowl, looked down. The surface rippled, and he saw a vision. A boy standing in a house with no roof, rain pouring through, a mother calling from a hallway that led nowhere, a lantern swinging alone in the dark. Then he leaned down and drank. The forest exhaled. The liquid slid down his throat like syrup, but not warm, not cold either. It had no temperature at all, just a strange, clinging weight, as if each drop hung in his mouth a moment longer than it should have before deciding to fall. Elias staggered backward as soon as it touched his gut, not because it burned, but because something inside him shifted. Not physically, not pain, but placement, as though his memories, his sense of self, had been slid to the side just slightly to make room for something else. A presence, a recording, a wound. Whatever it was, it pressed into the softest parts of him. Old dreams, childhood fears, flashes of grief, and made itself at home. He dropped to one knee, gasping, not for breath but for anchor. The masked figures didn't move. The bells had fallen silent. The clearing had not changed, and yet it felt utterly different. The sky above, if it was a sky, now glowed with faint spirals of moving gold light. Not stars, not clouds, something older. Symbols etched into the fabric of the world itself, rotating in patterns too slow to follow. The trees trembled, not from wind, from anticipation. And Elias began to remember, but not his memories. The first was of fire, a ring of flames drawn around a cradle made of twine. Hands, many hands reaching inward, not to harm but to bind. A chant, spoken in a language he had never learned and yet understood perfectly. The child in the cradle, he could not see its face, was weeping, not from fear, not from pain, but because it knew it was being claimed. The second memory came fast behind it. A forest, this one but far younger, greener, unburned, full of songbirds and animals and laughter. There were people here, walking along paths now vanished, in robes of woven bark and paint made of crushed petals. They were happy, but only because they had not yet heard it. The third memory arrived like a whisper in his mouth. A well, a deep, dry well, carved into the roots of a hill that should not have had a mouth. Voices echoed from below, but there was nothing human at the bottom, only the suggestion of form. A wrong shape, curled too tightly to move, waiting to be fed a name. And that's when Elias felt it. A gap in himself, a space where his name had been. It hadn't slipped away. It had been taken, fed into something below. He stood up, heart pounding now, not with panic, but recognition. This place was not a prison, was not a dream, was a record, a living archive of all the things the world was supposed to forget. And by drinking, Elias had signed his page. He turned back toward the masked figures. They were gone. The clearing was empty. Even the pillars had vanished. Only the bowl remained, now cracked clean down the center. Memory spilled slowly from the scene. The forest beyond had changed again. No longer red, now white. Pale trees, tall and bone-smooth, stood in perfect, unnatural symmetry. Each was the exact same distance from the next. Their branches curved upward, never touching. The forest was silent. Not even the sound of leaves brushing. As if air no longer moved here. And at the center of this new landscape, a path. This time a real one. Stone. Straight. And at its end, a doorway. Freestanding. What? Elias stepped forward. Each footfall on the stone path echoed faintly, finally an echo. The silence didn't like it. The sound cracked the stillness like a voice in a tomb. Halfway down the path, something stepped onto it ahead of him. A figure. Human. Wearing his face, but not his body. This version of Elias looked taller. Leaner. Eyes darker. Not bruised or bloodshot, but filled with knowing. And when it smiled, the mouth was wrong. Not because of teeth, because it looked like it had never stopped smiling. Elias stopped. The double took a step forward. Then another. And then, as if not walking at all but remembering how to appear, it was only feet away. Its eyes never blinked. And it spoke. We gave you the path. You gave us the key. Elias opened his mouth, but the other Elias raised a hand. And he felt it. His voice was no longer his. He could breathe, swallow, scream. But the words would not come. The double circled him now, stepped soft. You drank what was not yours. Pause. Then almost gently. But it fits you, doesn't it? Elias turned to face it. The forest tilted, only slightly but enough to feel the world was watching again. The other him leaned forward. And in a softer voice. Would you like to remember the rest? Then it held out its hand. In its palm was something small. A ring. Black, carved from the same strange bone as the key. Inside the band, a name. Elias's name. He reached for it because something in him ached to know. Not to possess the ring, but to reclaim what had been taken. As his fingers closed around the ring, the other version of him whispered, "You will no longer belong to yourself." Then it vanished. No wind, no sound, just gone. The ring was in his hand now, and as soon as his skin touched the inner engraving, the letters burned into his palm. Not physically, not pain, but permanence. He wore the name now, but it was only part of who he had been. The rest was still buried, somewhere beyond the door. Elias looked toward it. The door stood silent, unmoving, but behind it he felt it waiting. And in the hollow of his chest, something began to whisper again. Not fear, not command, but memory. And memory had roots. Elias stood in front of the freestanding door, stone beneath his boots, ring tight around his finger, name burning faintly in his palm like a brand carved into thought. It didn't ache, not in the way pain usually did, but it glowed with a weight that grew heavier with every passing second, like it knew something he didn't. The door was black. Not painted, not shadowed. Black in the way obsidian swallows light. It had no handle, no hinges. It was simply there, tall, unnaturally thin, framed by air, humming with a stillness so deep it bordered on sentience. There was no mistaking it now. It wasn't a barrier. It was an invitation. And it had been waiting for him. Elias circled it once, half expecting something to shift, to react, to open of its own volition. But it didn't. It just stood. At its base, etched into the stone path, were symbols. Familiar now. The same spirals and hollowed eyes he'd seen in the clearing, beneath the shrine, written by memory-soaked fingers. As he moved, the ring on his finger began to warm. Not heat, resonance. Each pulse in the metal vibrated through his bones like footsteps inside his own chest. He didn't think. Not in the traditional sense. He knew. Without understanding how, Elias raised his hand and pressed the ringed finger to the surface of the door. There was no sound, but there was motion. The black rippled outward from the point of contact, distorting like fabric soaked in oil. The ripples spread, folding back into themselves, pulling inward, until the door disappeared like water down a drain. Behind it, a hallway, long, narrow, made of something that shouldn't have held structure, woven root and sinew and stone, fused into one seamless mass. The air was thick again, but it didn't smell like before. Now it smelled like him, not his body, his history. He took a step forward. The floor was soft, quiet beneath his boots. It didn't echo. Nothing echoed here. He moved slowly. As he walked, the hallway pulsed faintly, like a throat that had learned to hold breath. The walls shimmered with patterns, faint, almost hidden in the folds of organic texture. Shapes, scenes, memories. He looked closer. The first was a woman's face, not carved but grown into the wall. Her eyes open, mouth parted in sleep or death. Her expression was peaceful. Almost. Something in her brow furrowed slightly, like she had died halfway through a terrible dream. Elias recognized her. He didn't know how, but he knew her. He reached out, fingers brushing the curve of her cheek, and a voice bloomed in his mind. Not a sound. A knowing. A word. Mother. He pulled his hand back like he touched a live wire. Took a step away. Further down the hall, more faces appeared. A man, older, eyes sunken, lips stitched shut with black thread. A child, genderless, skin smooth like porcelain, but cracked across the forehead as though dropped. A mirror framed in thorn. And in the reflection himself. Not as he was, but as he had been. 8 years old. Standing at the edge of a lake he did not remember visiting. A hand, his mother's, resting on his shoulder. Something moving in the water. He blinked. The mirror was gone. The hallway narrowed. The ceiling dropped. The space grew tighter, denser. The walls pressed in, covered now not in memories but in teeth. Small, uneven. Set into the roots like offerings, some of them gold, others split down the middle. They clicked faintly as he passed. Not random. Not rhythmic. Just aware. Elias didn't stop. He couldn't. The ring pushed him forward now, not literally but spiritually. Like something inside had been wound tight and was now unraveling. Pulling him toward the center. Toward the heart of it. The corridor widened again. And opened into a chamber. This one was vast. Circular again. Lit from below by a soft glow. Not fire. Not electricity. Something else. The floor was translucent. Beneath it shadows swam. Human-shaped. Moving in slow spirals as if dancing without rhythm. At the center of the chamber stood a dais. Upon it, a chair. Not carved. Grown. It looked like antlers had been twisted into shape. Long, branching, some still sharp, some dulled by age. Around its legs, roots coiled like snakes frozen mid-movement. Moss covered the base, pulsing faintly. The chair was empty, but not unoccupied. There was something in the air above it. A presence. Felt more than seen. Elias stepped into the chamber. Behind him, the hallway vanished. The walls closed like eyelids. He was alone. The ring vibrated. Then from the chair the air shivered. A shape began to form. Smoke at first. Rising not from the ground, but from the chair itself. Like memory turning to mist. It coalesced, vaguely human, limbs forming in long strokes, the head last. No face. Only voice. But not words. It sang. A melody without language. A lullaby hummed by a throat that had forgotten how to speak. Elias couldn't breathe. Not because of fear. Because the song was his. He had heard it before. Not recently. Not as an adult. As a child. One time. One night. In a house with no roof. Rain pouring through. A lantern swinging. And a voice from the dark, just before he fell asleep, whispering that he had been chosen. The shape moved toward him. And from it a hand reached out. Long, gentle. Covered in the same symbols carved into the shrine's bowl. Elias didn't resist. The hand touched his chest. Right over the burn where the name had been sealed. And then, sudden. Blinding. A pulse of remembering. It wasn't his name that had been taken. It was his role. He had been here before. Not in body. In lineage. He was part of the offering. A descendant of one who had fed the roots. His blood held echoes of the old songs. And now the forest wanted him back. Not as prey. As warden. The smoke around him tightened, circling, winding into his limbs. Not suffocating. Fusing. And in the final moments before his vision blurred and the ring melted into his skin, he heard a voice at last. Clear. Sharp. Older than language. Remember your shape. And everything went black. Elias dreamed. Or perhaps he didn't. What passed through his mind in that darkness was too tactile to be imagination. Too raw to be memory. It wasn't vision either. It was absorption. He wasn't watching these things happen. He was becoming them. Layer by layer. Bone over bone. History pouring through him like black water down a hollow tree. The first sensation was root. Not metaphor. Not ancestry. But literal root. Tangled through him. He felt his ribs stretch and shift, hollow spaces between them filled with something fibrous and living. His spine ached, bent slightly backward, not in pain but in adjustment. It was aligning with something larger. Something older. The second sensation was echo. Sounds filtering through the dark, not reaching his ears but his blood. The distant creaking of branches. Rain falling on leaves miles above him. The rustle of feet, bare feet, over soft loam, circling, whispering, watching. He was not alone. And the third was voice. Not a single voice. A chorus, one that hadn't spoken for centuries, murmuring just beneath the threshold of language. Back, they whispered. Return. Anchor. Split. Words like breath. Not commands. Reminders. And Elias remembered. Not all at once. Not in detail. But in intention. A life not lived but meant to be. A role not chosen but promised. His family had made an agreement, long before names were written down. The line of wardens. Not guardians. Not watchers. Translators. Those who walked between the murmurings of the dark and the silence of the waking world. Those who carried memories that refused to die. The ones who left no grave, because their bones never stopped whispering. And he had been lost. For years. Living a life that did not belong to him. Until the match. Until the path. Until the invitation. He woke. But not like waking from sleep. It was more like surfacing from beneath something. A layer. A skin. His eyes opened, and at first there was no light, only texture. He saw the world in veins, in temperature shifts, in the vibration of sound moving through bark. Then vision returned. Slowly. Softly. He was still in the circular chamber. The chair remained at the center. But now it was full. And he was no longer standing. He sat. The antlers of the throne curled behind him like a rib cage grown outward. The roots beneath his feet pulsed faintly with golden threads. Around the base of the chamber, the shadows beneath the translucent floor moved more quickly now, shapes swimming with purpose. His clothes were gone, replaced by a garment not stitched but grown, woven from bark, moss, and thin strands of gray hair. It clung to him not with weight but with familiarity, as though it had waited for him to wear it again. He lifted his hands. They were his, but not entirely. Fingers slightly longer, nails darker. Not dirt but pigment. The ring was gone, because it was no longer separate. It had become part of his hand, a black spiral circling his middle knuckle, carved into the skin but not raised. A permanent seal. And the name? It had returned, but not as it was. Elias remembered now. He had never only been Elias. That had been the surface name, the walking name, the name for markets and contracts and introductions. But his undername, the one passed through the forest, through the mothers who bled beneath lantern light, was different. A name not spoken, only felt, like rain soaking into soil. A presence, a shape. And now he carried it fully. The chamber breathed with him. The forest above seemed to draw closer, though he was still deep beneath it. And then came the final test. The walls trembled. From the far end of the chamber, a new passage opened. No sound, just roots splitting like lips. A corridor, narrow and black, spiraled down into darker soil. And from it came footsteps. Slow, steady, familiar. A man emerged, middle-aged, beard streaked with white, eyes exhausted, clothes torn from travel. He held a lantern, one Elias recognized, the same one from the matchbox from the shrine. The man didn't speak at first. He stepped fully into the chamber, looked at Elias, and fell to his knees, hands to the ground, head bowed. "Forgive me," he whispered. Elias didn't answer, couldn't yet. The man looked up. "You were taken. I let them forget. But you came back. You found the path." Elias stared. I was your father," the man said, voice breaking. "Before they hid it. Before the forest made me forget. They took it all. Made me think you died. But I never stopped looking." He held up the lantern. "I followed your flame." The chamber grew quiet. Even the shadows beneath the floor stopped moving. Elias stood. Not rushed. Not towering. Just steady. He stepped off the throne. The roots receded from his feet like obedient vines. He walked to the man. Knelt. Took the lantern. Held it between them. The flame inside danced. Not yellow, not orange. Green. Alive. A new light. A new fire. He placed the lantern at the man's chest. The man wept. Elias placed a hand on his shoulder. And for the first time in generations, the forest spoke aloud. Through him. In a voice that rolled like thunder soaked in whisper. "The path has returned. But not all who walk it may leave." The man nodded. He understood. His journey was done. He was a messenger. And Elias? Elias was becoming the new warden. Of memory. Of shape. Of the forest that never forgot. The man who had once been Elias's father stayed kneeling long after Elias had risen again. Not out of fear. Not even reverence. He remained there because something in him had shifted, unspooled in the presence of a truth that had outlived his memories. He did not weep anymore. He only breathed, quietly, with understanding. Elias left him there. He carried the green-flamed lantern in one hand as he moved from the chamber, back through the narrow corridor where roots had unsealed a new path. They bent for him now, not dramatically, not in supplication, but in subtle, almost shy gestures, like shy creatures acknowledging their kin. He passed again through the hallway of faces, but they were different now. Where once the walls had grown features half remembered and half known, now they watched. Open eyes blinked slowly from the bark, their gaze soft but alert. He recognized them, not from memory, from blood, lineage, faces of past wardens, ancestors who had carried names deeper than language. Their presence was not hostile, not even mournful. They pulsed in the walls like the quiet presence of a fire that would never go out. Elias stopped at one. A woman with long black hair, her skin not waxy like before, but vibrant in the strange half-light. Her eyes were amber, alive. She smiled. He did not smile back. Not because he didn't want to, because the warden did not perform emotion. He carried it. He moved on. The forest was still growing around him. He emerged from the corridor into another part of the subterranean complex, one he hadn't seen before. This wasn't a shrine. This was a sanctum. High walls made of what looked like petrified timber reached up into total blackness. Their surface was covered in vines that glowed with faint bioluminescence, thousands of pinpricks like stars captured in thread. And in the center of the sanctum, a table. No, not a table. A map. Circular. Massive. Embedded directly into the floor. He approached. It was carved, not into wood, not into stone, but something that seemed to be made of coiled memory. The surface changed when you looked at it. At first it appeared to be topography. Hills, ridges, river systems. Then it blinked and it was movement. Shadowed figures, trails lit with fire, circles of people gathered around silent flames. And then it pulsed once and became names. Spoken names. Elias heard them in his chest, not in his ears. 1,000 names whispered beneath the surface. Some old, some newer, some recent. One whispered up sharply, sharper than the rest. A woman's voice. Maeve. Elias narrowed his eyes. He didn't know her. Not directly. But her name burned like a freshly struck match. No, out of place. The forest had marked her. Not because she was part of it, but because she had entered, uninvited, still walking, still breathing, but wrong. He reached out and let his fingertips touch the map. The whisper changed. Now it showed her. Not a full image, a silhouette, flickering between forms, at times human, at times something distorted. Her footsteps had crossed into the northern wood. She had lit a fire there, not for warmth, for summoning. Elias watched, and knew she had found a lantern, not one of his. Not one the forest had given, but one buried. He turned away from the map and strode through the sanctum. Another passage opened for him, roots splitting along the floor and revealing a path paved in fragments of old bones, carved femurs and worn knuckles, old jawbones lined up like cobblestones. As he walked, the lantern in his hand burned brighter. Not harsh, just clearer, like it knew a purpose had been found. The path led up now. For the first time since his descent, Elias felt incline beneath his boots, and soon the air changed again, colder, damp, then fresher, not entirely free of the forest's breath, but laced with it, sweet decay, old bark, the distant memory of wildflowers that hadn't bloomed in 100 years. He reached a door. This one was made of old wood bound in bark and blood-stained twine. No handle, just a symbol carved into the center, a spiral within a spiral with a dot at its center. He touched the dot. The door opened. He stepped through, and found sky, night sky, low clouds, black and rumbling with slow flashes of heatless lightning. He stood in a glade ringed with pale birch trees. No birds, no insects. The only sound was the sigh of the wind shifting through dead grass. He had returned to the surface, but not the surface he had left. This was deeper. A place between layers of the forest's skin. A halfway place, and across the glade maybe 100 yards away. A fire, small, flickering. Someone was there. The girl. She sat cross-legged, unaware, or pretending to be. She was humming to herself, a quiet, broken little tune. It was off-key. Worse, it was familiar. One of the old songs. The kind you weren't supposed to find on your own. Elias did not call to her. He didn't need to. She turned anyway, her eyes locked with his, and she smiled. Not in fear, not in surprise, in recognition. "You're late," she said softly, then stood, and in her hands, a lantern. But the flame was blue. The cold air bit into Elias's skin as he stepped closer to the flickering fire. The glow of Maeve's blue flame illuminated her face with an eerie, unnatural light, pale and sharp, like moonlight slicing through thin mist. Her eyes held a gleam that was both inviting and distant, like a star just out of reach. "You're late," she said again, voice soft but edged with something unreadable. It wasn't accusation or impatience. It was expectation. Elias studied her carefully. She was no longer the shadow flickering on the map. Here she was flesh and bone, solid and breathing. Yet the lantern she held did not seem to belong to this world. The blue flame danced like a living thing, whispering secrets only she could hear. "I followed the path the forest gave me," Elias said quietly, keeping the green lantern steady in his hand. Its glow pulsed faintly in response to Maeve's blue flame, as if recognizing a challenge. Maeve smiled again, slower this time, lips curving with a touch of irony. "The forest's gifts are never simple. You drink from the memory bowl, carry the ring, and rise from the depths, but you still don't understand." Elias frowned. "What do you mean?" She knelt beside the fire and traced a finger through the glowing embers, which twined and coiled like smoke but held shape. "This flame," she said, lifting the lantern closer, "is not from the forest. It's the fire of those who resist it." Her gaze locked onto his. "We're on different sides, Elias. I'm not here to welcome you. I'm here to change the rules." A cold shiver raced down Elias's spine, but his voice was calm. "What? Why summon the forest's power if you don't believe in it?" Maeve's eyes darkened briefly, then softened, almost mournful. "Because I don't want to be swallowed. I want to control what devours us." She stood, the fire's glow flickering against the pale birch trees that surrounded them like silent sentinels. "The forest remembers everything, but it forgets that it needs us as much as we need it. The power we wield, it's a dance of give and take, not a blind surrender." Elias considered her words carefully. Her flame was different, but the fear in her voice was real. The forest had never been kind to those who sought to bend it to their will. Still, the green lantern in his hand pulsed brighter, and the air around them seemed to hum with tension, like two forces drawing closer, ready to clash or unite. "Tell me, Maeve," Elias said, stepping forward into the circle of light, "what price did you pay to carry that flame?" Maeve's smile faded, replaced by a hard edge. "I lost myself. Pieces of who I was dissolved into the blue fire. It sings to my blood now, sometimes louder than my own heartbeat. But it gave me knowledge and the strength to walk the forest's edge without being claimed." She reached into her cloak and pulled out a small, twisted talisman carved from bone, similar to the ring Elias wore, but jagged and rough. "I'm here to find others like me. To warn you, the forest is waking. It's hungry for more than memories. It wants souls." Elias swallowed, feeling the weight of his new role settle heavier on his shoulders. The forest had claimed him, reshaped him, but this was a new threat. Something born not from the roots or shadows but from human defiance. He looked down at his green lantern, its light steady and warm. "Then we have a choice. To fight or to become what the forest needs us to be." Maeve's eyes gleamed with something fierce, almost desperate. "Or to burn the forest down from within." The wind stirred through the birches, carrying whispers that only they could hear. The night seemed to hold its breath. Elias and Maeve stood in silence, two bearers of fire, one green, one blue, facing the uncertain darkness together. The night around the glade held its breath, the birch trees silent witnesses to the fragile moment between Elias and Maeve. The tension between them was thick enough to taste, a mix of mistrust, curiosity, and something deeper, a longing to understand what they had both become in the shadow of the forest. Maeve shifted the blue flame in her lantern, causing it to ripple like a living thing. "You don't know what you're up against," she said, voice low but steady. "The forest is not just memory and roots. It's hunger, and it's learning. It adapts." Elias kept his gaze fixed on her, the green light from his lantern steady and warm in his hand. "And you think your fire can control it? Bend it to your will without being consumed." She smiled, a sharp, bitter smile. "No, but I can fight back. I can keep it at bay longer than most." The glow from their lanterns cast long, intertwining shadows that flickered across the birch trunks, the two flames merging momentarily before pulling apart again. The forest around them seemed to lean in, listening. Elias took a slow breath, feeling the ancient power flowing through his veins. "Then we need to learn from each other. Your flame and mine, both born from the forest but shaped by different truths. Together, maybe we can understand the hunger before it's too late. Maeve regarded him, eyes searching, measuring. The blue flame danced higher, then settled as if deciding. Fine, she said at last, but on one condition. He nodded. Name it. She took a step closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. No secrets. Between us. The forest thrives on hidden things. If we're going to survive, we need trust. Elias considered. Trust was a rare commodity in the shadows they walked, but the alternative was loneliness, and worse, destruction. I agree. She extended her hand, palm open, revealing the jagged talisman carved from bone. Elias placed his hand over hers, the black spiral of the ring pressing against the rough edges of the talisman. A pulse of energy surged between them, warm and cold, light and dark, memory and resistance. The air crackled. The pact was sealed. Suddenly, the forest around them stirred. The wind whispered through the birch trees like a chorus of voices, urgent, warning. From the edge of the glade, shadows began to move. Shapes emerged, twisted, pale figures that seemed woven from the roots and soil, their eyes glowing faintly red. The hunger was coming. Elias tightened his grip on the green lantern, feeling the deep-rooted power within. Maeve lifted the blue flame higher, its light cutting through the darkness like a blade. Side by side, two bearers of fire stepped forward into the encroaching shadows. The forest was awakening, and so were they. The shadows that slithered from the edge of the birch glade were not human, yet they mimicked humanity with grotesque imitation. They moved like marionettes with tangled strings of root and decay, their limbs elongated and twisted in unnatural angles. Their faces, if they could be called that, were masks of dark soil cracked open, revealing flickering red embers like the dying core of a fire. Elias and Maeve stood shoulder to shoulder, their lanterns raised, green and blue flames intertwining in the night air. The forest around them had fallen into a heavy silence, as if the trees themselves held their breath for what was to come. The figures advanced with slow, deliberate steps, their movements accompanied by a faint crunch of dry leaves and brittle twigs underfoot. Maeve whispered, voice steady but filled with urgency, "These are the hunger. They are what the forest sheds when it is angry or threatened. Not just lost souls, but fragments of the forest's memory turned rancid and violent." Elias nodded, the green flame in his hand pulsing stronger, spreading a warm radiance that pushed back the darkness. "They are not mindless," he said. "They learn, adapt. They remember pain and use it." One of the creatures halted a few feet from them and let out a rasping breath that sounded like wind through dead leaves. Its eyes flared brighter. It reached forward with a hand that was a gnarled mass of wood and thorn. The air thickened. The hunger were not merely attacking. They were trying to claim. Elias felt the familiar tug of the forest's will, the ancient call to surrender, to become part of its endless cycle. But this was different. This was rage twisted into hunger. Maeve stepped forward, raising her blue lantern. The flame flared suddenly, sharp and biting, and a wave of cold swept out in a ripple that cracked the air. The creature recoiled, its ember eyes flickering. But there was no retreat. The hunger surged forward, claws ripping through the underbrush, shrieking with voices like cracked branches snapping in a storm. Elias reached deep, summoning the warden's power he had only just begun to understand. The green flame responded, glowing brighter, and tendrils of light wove from the lantern, snaking outward like living vines. The vines wrapped around the nearest hunger, binding it tight. But the creature howled, a sound like 1,000 broken screams, and shattered the bonds with raw force. Maeve and Elias exchanged a glance, a wordless agreement. They needed to fight together. Maeve stepped into the clearing, swirling the blue flame in a wide arc. The fire sang, an eerie, haunting melody that pierced the shrieks and seemed to cut through the very essence of the hunger. Elias joined, sending waves of warm green light to meet her cold blue. Their flames clashed and merged, creating a swirling vortex of energy that pulsed with ancient song. The hunger faltered, backs arching and bodies twitching as the energy consumed them, burning away the corruption without destroying the raw matter beneath. But then the forest responded. The trees around the glade groaned as their bark shifted, revealing faces, old wardens bound to the forest's will, eyes glowing faintly like embers. They had awakened. From the shadows between the trees, more figures emerged. Not hunger, not wardens, but something in between. Lost souls twisted by the forest, bound to serve its hunger. Maeve's blue flame flickered wildly. Elias felt a surge of power and fear. The forest was more than memory, more than hunger. It was alive. and it was watching. As the battle raged, Elias understood this fight was not merely for survival, it was for the very soul of the forest and for his own. He tightened his grip on the lanterns. This was only the beginning. The battle's echoes faded into a heavy silence that draped over the glade like a thick fog. The hunger had been pushed back, broken and scattered, but not destroyed. Their ragged cries dissolved into the wind, haunting reminders that the forest's wrath was far from spent. Elias and Maeve stood amid the fallen, their lanterns dimming, flickering with exhaustion as if the fires themselves needed breath after the storm. Their bodies were bruised, minds buzzing with the weight of what had just passed. But questions lingered, sharper than any wound. Who, or what, had birthed the hunger? And why did the forest feed them fragments of itself, twisted into rage? Maeve knelt beside a broken root, tracing a pattern carved deep into the wood, faint but unmistakable, the spiral within a spiral, the symbol Elias had seen on the hidden door. "It's a mark of binding," she said slowly. "A seal placed long ago to contain something dangerous. But what?" Elias crouched beside her, fingertips brushing the bark. Suddenly, a pulse of memory flickered in his mind, not his own but ancient and raw. He saw visions. Not clear images but sensations. A forest untouched by time, lush and vibrant, where the ancestors of the wardens walked in harmony with the wild. A pact had been made, between human and forest spirit, sealed with blood and fire. But then came betrayal. A corruption. A wound in the roots that spread like poison. The forest fought back, fragmenting its own essence into the hunger, creatures meant to consume the corruption before it could spread. But the hunger were flawed, wild and restless, their hunger endless. Maeve looked up, eyes fierce with realization. They are not just corrupted spirits. They are curses born from the forest's attempt to heal itself. Elias nodded, the weight of responsibility settling deeper into his bones. And if the hunger cannot be stopped, the forest will devour everything. Their gazes met, a silent vow passing between them. Together they would dive deeper. They would unearth the ancient wounds buried beneath roots and memory. The forest's darkest secrets waited below, and they would face them. The cold dawn had not yet broken when Elias and Maeve stood at the edge of the glade, their lanterns now dimmed but still alive with the lingering power of the previous night's battle. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the ancient birches standing like silent sentinels guarding secrets far older than either of them could imagine. Maeve's gaze flicked toward the shadowed path winding into the depths beneath the forest floor, the subterranean sanctum Elias had glimpsed before. It was a place where roots intertwined with stone, where memory and flesh coalesced into something almost sacred and almost dangerous. "We have to go back," Elias said, voice steady but low. "The roots hold more than just wounds, they hold answers." Maeve nodded, tightening the grip on the blue flame. "The hunger's origin lies beneath, and I don't think they're finished with us." Their footsteps crunched softly over the underbrush as they made their way to the hidden entrance. The air grew cooler, heavier with the scent of earth and something older, decay wrapped in the promise of renewal. At the entrance, the roots pulsed gently as if recognizing Elias's presence. With a quiet murmur, the massive tangle shifted, revealing the narrow corridor once more, the passage that had swallowed him into the forest's embrace. Elias stepped forward, lanterns illuminating the dark, their flames casting long, wavering shadows on the woven walls of root and stone. As they descended, the air thickened with silence, but beneath it, a faint hum resonated, a heartbeat older than the trees themselves. The hallway opened into a vast cavern, vast and cathedral-like, lined with towering pillars of root twisting skyward into unseen heights. The walls were alive, veins of green and gold pulsing softly, glowing with an inner light. At the cavern's center lay an altar, carved not from stone but from a single massive root that seemed to breathe with its own slow rhythm. Maeve approached, her blue flame casting eerie patterns on the altar's surface. "This is the heart," she whispered. "The forest soul." Elias reached out, fingertips brushing the pulsing wood. Images flooded his mind, visions of ancient ceremonies, of wardens and forest spirits entwined in rituals of binding and sacrifice. Faces blurred into one another, voices rising in haunting song. Then, abruptly, the vision shifted. Darkness. A shadow slipping through roots, poisoning the earth. A figure cloaked in shadow, wielding a blade forged from bone and sorrow. A betrayal that fractured the pact and birthed the hunger. Elias staggered back, gasping for breath. Maeve steadied him. "The forest was not always our enemy," she said softly. "It was hurt, wounded by those who sought to control it. He looked into the depths of the altar's heart and saw movement, something lurking beneath the surface, waiting to be awakened or to be silenced forever. The hunger were not just mindless monsters. They were a symptom, a warning, a curse that could consume them all. "We have to find the source," Elias said, determination hardening his voice. "Before the hunger spreads beyond the forest. Before it devours everything." Maeve nodded, raising her lantern. "Then let's descend deeper, into the roots of memory and shadow." Together they stepped beyond the altar, into the darkness beneath the forest's heart. Elias and Maeve stepped through the shadowed passage beyond the altar, the air thick and cool as if they were sinking deeper into the very veins of the earth. The roots here were dense, their gnarled surfaces slick with moisture, and they wound through the cavern walls in labyrinthine tangles that seemed to pulse faintly with unseen life. Every breath they took carried the scent of wet earth and ancient decay, but beneath it was something sweeter, a trace of the forest's slow heartbeat. Maeve's blue flame flickered nervously in the stillness, casting strange, dancing shadows on the twisting walls. Elias's green light pulsed softly, steady and warm, a tether to the living power that hummed beneath their feet. "This place is older than anything above ground," Maeve murmured, voice echoing slightly. "The roots remember everything. Every wound, every betrayal. It's as if the forest's history is carved into these walls." They walked slowly, the labyrinth folding around them like a living thing. The paths split and merged, twisting unpredictably, and the roots seemed to close in whenever they hesitated. At times, faint whispers filled the air, soft murmurs that teased the edge of hearing, voices that were almost words. Suddenly, Elias stopped. The green light pulsed faster, almost like a heartbeat racing. "There," he said, pointing to a narrow crevice between two massive roots. Maeve moved closer, her blue flame reaching toward the gap. The air felt charged, electric with anticipation. They squeezed through the narrow opening, limbs brushing damp bark and cold stone, and emerged into a vast chamber deep beneath the surface. The cavern was immense, its ceiling lost in darkness far above. At the center was a pool of black water, still and glassy like a mirror, reflecting the faint glimmers of light from the roots overhead. Elias approached the edge cautiously, the surface of the water rippling despite the absence of wind. As he peered into the depths, images began to swirl beneath the surface, visions not his own, memories of the forest's ancient past. He saw a great tree, its roots spreading wide and deep, a towering guardian of life itself. Around it gathered figures, wardens and spirits in harmony, sharing song and story, binding their fates together in sacred trust. Then the vision twisted. A shadow tore through the scene, a dark figure wielding a blade, slicing into the tree's trunk. The great guardian bled sap like blood, its leaves withering and falling. The shadow spread, infecting the roots, twisting them into snarls of hunger and rage. The water's surface shimmered and then cleared. Maeve reached his side, her voice barely above a whisper. The betrayal was the beginning of the hunger. The forest tried to heal itself, but the wound festered. Elias touched the water, and the images shifted, now showing a figure, hooded and silent, carrying a lantern similar to theirs. This figure moved through the dark roots, seeking something buried deep within the earth. "Who is that?" Elias asked. Maeve shook her head. "A warden from long ago, perhaps the last who tried to seal the forest's curse." The chamber trembled suddenly, the roots thrumming with unrest. The hunger were near. "We don't have much time," Elias said, stepping back from the pool. "We need to find that source before the hunger breaks free again." Maeve nodded, eyes fierce. "And if the last warden failed, what hope do we have?" Elias raised his green lantern, its light brightening with resolve. "We carry more than their failures. We carry their memories, their strength." Together, they turned away from the pool, deeper into the labyrinth's winding roots, where the forest's darkest secrets waited to be uncovered. The winding labyrinth of roots seemed endless, a tangled maze that challenged every step Elias and Maeve took. The faint glow of their lanterns revealed twisted carvings and symbols etched into the bark, messages left by those who had come before, warnings and prayers entwined with the wood like veins. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, and somewhere deep beneath, the pulse of the forest's heart echoed like a distant drum. Maeve moved with a practiced grace, her blue flame illuminating their path as Elias kept pace beside her, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon them. Every turn they took, every narrow passage they squeezed through, brought them closer to something old and terrible, a secret the forest had tried to bury for centuries. As they advanced, faint footsteps echoed softly ahead, rhythmic and deliberate, as though someone, or something, was waiting for them deeper within the roots. "Do you hear that?" Maeve whispered, her eyes narrowing. Elias nodded, tightening his grip on his lantern. "We're not alone." They moved cautiously, every sense alert. The roots around them pulsed faintly, responding to their presence, sometimes closing in, sometimes parting like silent guides. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a chamber unlike the others, vast and cavernous, lined with jagged stone and ancient wood. At its center stood a figure cloaked in shadow, back turned toward them, shoulders tense and rigid. The figure's footsteps ceased, and a low hum filled the chamber, vibrating through the air like a chant. The figure turned slowly, revealing a face both familiar and strange. A woman, her eyes glowing faintly with the same green light Elias carried, but tinged with something darker. "Who are you?" Elias asked, voice steady but wary. The woman smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I am Leora, the last of the old wardens." Maeve's blue flame flickered as if in recognition. "We thought you were lost." Leora's gaze drifted to the pool of black water at the chamber's edge. "I was bound by the forest's curse, trapped between memory and shadow." She stepped forward, voice soft but urgent. "The hunger is spreading because the curse is not just a wound, it's a chain. And only by breaking the chain can the forest be healed." Elias felt the weight of her words settle around him. "How do we break it?" Leora reached into her cloak and pulled out a fragment of bone, weathered and carved with the same spiral symbol they had seen throughout the labyrinth. "This is the key. A shard of the original blade that wounded the forest. But to use it, we must confront the source of the curse." She gestured toward a narrow passage shrouded in darkness, where the roots writhed like living serpents. "We'll need to face what lies beyond," she said. "The forest's deepest secret, and the heart of the hunger itself." Elias and Maeve exchanged glances, fear, determination, and a glimmer of hope mingling in their eyes. Together, they stepped into the darkness, the labyrinth closing behind them as the forest whispered its ancient song, one of loss, betrayal, and the faintest promise of redemption. The darkness swallowed them as Elias, Maeve, and Leora stepped into the narrow passage, the walls alive with writhing roots that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat all their own. The air was thick, damp, and heavy, carrying with it the scent of ancient earth and something darker, something that gnawed at the edges of their courage. Maeve's blue flame flickered uncertainly, struggling against the oppressive shadows. Elias's green lantern pulsed steadily, a beacon in the suffocating gloom. Leora led the way, her steps sure despite the stifling atmosphere. As they descended deeper into the labyrinth, Leora began to speak, her voice low and filled with a haunted weight. "I was once like you, full of hope, belief in the warden's sacred duty to bind the forest spirit and protect the world above. But the betrayal came swiftly and without mercy." She paused, her eyes fixed on the twisting roots ahead. "The blade that wounded the great tree was forged by our own kin, driven by greed and fear. They believed control meant safety, but they unleashed a curse that poisoned everything." Elias listened intently, the images from the pool flashing through his mind, the great tree bleeding, the shadowed figure wielding the blade. Leora continued, voice thickening with sorrow. "When the curse took hold, the forest fought back, not with reason but with pain. It shattered the balance and birthed the hunger. I tried to stop it, to seal the wound. But the forest's rage trapped me, binding my soul to these roots." She lifted the bone shard, its spiral etchings glowing faintly. "This is part of the blade, the key to breaking the chain. But using it means more than cutting through roots, it demands a sacrifice." Elias's heart tightened. "What kind of sacrifice?" Leora's gaze met his, steady and unflinching. "One of memory and self. To heal the forest, the one who wields the shard must give up the past, everything that defines them. Their name, their history, their very essence. Only then can the curse be undone." Maeve's blue flame flared brighter, casting sharp shadows on the roots. "And if they refuse?" "The forest consumes," Leora said grimly. "It erases, leaves only hunger and shadow." The weight of her words settled heavily on Elias. He glanced at Maeve, whose fierce eyes reflected the turmoil within. They moved forward again, the passage narrowing until they reached a cavern bathed in an eerie, greenish light, the heart of the labyrinth. At its center stood a twisted tree, blackened and broken, its roots tangled in a web of dark energy that pulsed with malevolent life. The hunger gathered around it, their ember eyes glowing with hunger and hate. Elias stepped forward, green lantern raised. "This is where it ends." Maeve lifted her blue flame, its cold fire cutting through the darkness. Leora held the bone shard aloft, the spiral gleaming with ancient power. Together they faced the heart of the curse, the final test. Elias knew the choice before him: to sacrifice the self he knew and sever the curse forever, or risk losing everything to the forest's ravenous hunger. The cavern breathed around them, thick with the pulse of corrupted life. Roots, twisted and blackened, writhed like serpents coiled around the ancient heart of the forest. At the center, the broken tree stood like a wounded giant, its branches shattered, its bark scarred with deep gashes that bled dark sap into the earth. The hunger circled like vultures, eyes glowing with insatiable fire, ready to devour the soul of the forest, and anyone who dared to defy it. Elias stood at the threshold, his green lantern steady but his heart pounding. The weight of Leora's words pressed on him: the sacrifice, the erasure of self, the surrender to the unknown. His fingers curled tightly around the bone shard, its cold spiral etched into his skin as if demanding blood. Maeve's blue flame flickered beside him, a sharp contrast, icy and defiant, yet trembling with uncertainty. Leora stepped forward, her voice steady but heavy. The curse is ancient, bound to the forest's pain and to our own. To sever it, one must become the forest's memory and lose themselves. This is no easy path. Elias swallowed, the air thick with silence except for the soft hum of the roots. He looked at Maeve, then at Leora, the two faces reflecting the burden and hope he carried. The hunger closed in, their whispers crawling beneath his skin, promising oblivion or power, whichever he would choose. Time slowed. Elias raised the bone shard, feeling the cold bite of its edges, and pressed it to the wounded trunk. The forest seemed to shudder in response. A surge of pain rippled through him, not just physical but deep in his bones. Memories unraveling, identity slipping like sand through fingers. His name, his past, his very self blurred. He gasped but held firm. The green light from his lantern grew, radiating outwards in waves, weaving with Maeve's blue fire, wrapping the cavern in a tapestry of flame and shadow. The hunger screamed, their forms unraveling into shards of darkness, swallowed by the growing light. The roots pulsed violently, twisting and writhing as if struggling against the healing force. Elias felt himself fading, losing pieces of who he was, names, faces, memories, dissolving into the light. But amid the sacrifice, a new presence stirred within him. Not fear, not loss, but a deep, ancient connection. He was becoming more than himself, a part of the forest's enduring spirit. Maeve reached out, her blue flame steady, anchoring him. "Hold on," she whispered. Leora's voice echoed like a prayer. "Remember, even in sacrifice there is strength." The roots shuddered one last time before stilling, the dark curse severed at its source. The cavern filled with soft light, warm and alive. Elias fell to his knees, lanterns dimming but still glowing faintly. He was changed. The forest had claimed him, but he was no longer lost. Maeve knelt beside him, eyes shining with relief and sorrow. "We did it," she breathed. Leora smiled faintly, her form flickering like a candle about to be extinguished. "You are the new warden, not just of memory but of hope." The hunger were no more, for now. But the forest whispered still, ancient and alive, watching the new flame that burned within Elias. The cavern was bathed in a soft golden light, a stark contrast to the oppressive shadows that had ruled the labyrinth for so long. Elias knelt on the cold earth, the remnants of the curse dissolving like mist around him. His breath was ragged, the weight of sacrifice pressing deep within his bones, yet there was a calm settling over him, a quiet hum that echoed beneath his skin, as if the forest's heartbeat now beat in time with his own. Maeve sat beside him, her blue flame now steady and gentle, illuminating the lines of exhaustion and relief etched across her face. Leora's form shimmered faintly, fragile as a candle's final flicker. "You are not just Elias anymore," Leora said softly, voice wavering. "You are the warden, the living memory of this forest. The green flame you carry is not just light, it is life itself, born from sacrifice and hope." Elias closed his eyes, feeling the transformation ripple through him. Memories were shifting, no longer just his own, but those of countless wardens before him, entwined in a vast web of existence. Their voices whispered in the quiet corners of his mind, warnings, wisdom, lullabies. The forest's ancient spirit had not consumed him, it had made him whole. But with this newfound strength came a burden heavier than any before. "The hunger was only the beginning," Leora continued. "The forest still holds darker secrets, shadows deeper than even we can fathom. As warden, your path will not be easy. The balance you maintain is fragile, and many forces seek to unmake it." Maeve's eyes glimmered with determination. "We'll face it together." You, me, and what remains of the old wardens. Elias looked at the two women who had become his unlikely allies, their sacrifices as real as his own. A slow smile spread across his lips, tempered by the gravity of what lay ahead. The forest is alive, Elias said finally, voice steady and clear. And so are we. We will protect it, and each other. No matter the cost. Outside the cavern, the roots began to pulse with renewed vigor. The earth itself seemed to breathe a quiet sigh of relief, the curse lifted, the hunger stilled, for now. But somewhere, deep within the shadows beyond the forest's edge, a new presence stirred. Watching. Waiting. The story was far from over. The forest was quiet, but the silence was not peace. It was the stillness that comes before a storm, heavy with promise and threat. Elias stood at the mouth of the cavern, the green flame in his lantern casting soft light across the gnarled roots and damp earth. Around him, the trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. Maeve and Leora stood beside him, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of their own fires. The weight of the curse lifted, but the burden of vigilance had just begun. Elias felt it in his bones, the forest's pulse, the endless rhythm of life and decay, and beneath it all, the lingering echo of something darker yet to come. Leora spoke first, her voice steady despite her fading form. The hunger was a symptom, not the disease. There is a deeper rot in the soil, a shadow cast long before the blade struck the great tree. Maeve's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? What lies beneath the roots? The forest's oldest secret, Leora said, turning her gaze toward the horizon. An ancient presence older than the wardens themselves. A darkness that feeds on fear, corruption, and forgotten sins. Elias felt a chill creep along his spine. The green flame pulsed faster, responding to the warning. We have only scratched the surface, he said quietly. If this presence awakens fully, it could consume everything. Maeve clenched her fists, blue flame flickering fiercely. Then we'll be ready. We have to be. As dawn broke, light spilled through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of hope and shadow. The air was thick with the scent of moss and rain, alive with the hum of insects and distant bird calls. Life returned, fragile but persistent. Yet Elias knew that beneath this veneer of calm, the forest watched and waited. In the days that followed, Elias trained to harness the new power within him. The green flame was no longer just a tool, it was a part of him, a living bond with the ancient forest. With Maeve's guidance, he learned to listen to the subtle shifts in the wind, to read the language of leaves, and to call upon the latent strength hidden in the roots beneath his feet. But every night, when the campfire flickered and the rain began to fall, the shadows would lengthen, whispering secrets he wasn't sure he was ready to hear. One evening, as the forest grew thick with mist and the rain drummed softly on leaves, a figure appeared at the edge of their camp. Cloaked and silent, the stranger's eyes glowed faintly with a light neither green nor blue. Elias felt the forest pulse with recognition and warning. This was no ordinary traveler. The story was unfolding, threads weaving tighter, pulling them all deeper into the mystery that was the murmuring dark. The rain softened to a gentle patter, drumming rhythmically on the canopy overhead as Elias and Maeve sat by the dwindling campfire. The scent of wet earth and pine filled the air, mixing with the faint smoke curling upward. Around them, the forest breathed quietly, a living, watching presence. And Elias felt the familiar tug of the green flame pulsing softly at his side, a reminder of the pact forged in sacrifice and memory. Suddenly, movement flickered at the edge of the clearing. Elias's breath caught as a figure emerged from the mist, a cloaked traveler whose presence seemed to ripple through the very air. The stranger's face was shadowed beneath a hood, but their eyes glimmered with an unnatural light, neither green like Elias's lantern nor blue like Maeve's flame, but something altogether different. A faint, cold silver glow, sharp and unsettling. Maeve rose slowly, her blue flame flaring in caution. "Who are you?" she asked, voice steady but edged with suspicion. The stranger's voice was low, almost a whisper, yet it carried a resonance that commanded attention. "I am called Silas. I have walked these woods longer than most remember. I have watched the forest's secrets, and I come with a warning." Elias's heart thrummed. The forest hummed too, a deep, vibrating pulse that prickled the skin. "Warning?" Elias asked. "About what?" Silas stepped forward, the mist curling around him like a cloak. "The curse you shattered was only one of many chains binding the darkness beneath. It is awakening, growing restless. The forest's hunger was but a symptom of a deeper rot, a shadow that threatens not just these woods, but all who dwell beyond." Maeve's gaze narrowed. "And why come to us now? What do you want?" I seek alliance, Silas said, voice grave. For I too bear a flame, a silver one, one born of the void between life and death. It is the balance that holds the shadow at bay, but the cost is great. Elias studied Silas, feeling the chill that radiated from the stranger's presence. The forest whispered warnings in his mind, but also a strange pull and uneasy familiarity. What is this shadow you speak of? Elias pressed. Silas's eyes glowed brighter. An ancient force older than the forest itself. It feeds on fear, on broken promises and forgotten sins. It was sealed away long ago by a truce between wardens and spirits, but that seal weakens with each passing day. Maeve's flame flickered, casting long shadows as the mist thickened around them. If this shadow returns, Silas nodded, it will consume all. The forest, the wardens, the world beyond. Only united can we hope to withstand it. Elias's green flame pulsed fiercely, echoing his rising resolve. Then we must learn what it wants and how to stop it. The rain began anew, steady and relentless, as the four flames, green, blue, bone, and silver, flickered together, casting an eerie glow in the heart of the ancient woods. The murmuring dark had deepened, and the true battle was just beginning. The rain whispered ceaselessly through the forest, the steady tapping like a somber hymn to the night's unfolding mystery. The glow of the four flames, green, blue, bone, and now silver, wove together, casting fractured light upon the damp earth and twisted roots. The campfire sputtered between them, the warm orange flicker of fragile heart amidst the cold shadows. Silas sat with a solemn grace, the silver flame in his lantern a stark contrast to the others, cold and shimmering like a distant star caught in the void. His eyes, bright with the same eerie glow, flicked from Elias to Maeve and back again, carrying the weight of centuries in their gaze. I was once a guardian, Silas began, voice low and resonant, long before the hunger was born and before the wardens as you know them came to be. I belonged to the Order of the Silver Flame, a group tasked with guarding the balance between life and death, light and shadow. Our flame was forged from the void itself, a power to hold the darkness at bay when all else failed. Elias leaned forward, fascinated and wary. The void? What kind of darkness requires such a flame? Silas's gaze darkened, flickering with memories. Not all darkness is the absence of light. Some shadows are born from broken promises, from hatred, from sins long forgotten. The shadow you face beneath this forest is one such darkness, a primordial force older than the trees, older than the earth itself. It feeds on despair and consumes hope. Maeve's blue flame dimmed slightly, the chill of Silas's words sinking deep. If the hunger was a symptom, what is this shadow's true nature? Silas exhaled slowly, his breath misting in the damp air. It is a hunger far worse than any you have fought. It is a void that devours not just flesh but spirit and memory. It seeks to unravel the threads of existence, to consume the fabric of life itself. Elias felt the green flame pulse strongly in response, a heartbeat of defiance. How do you know so much? Why have you come to us now? The seals that once bound the shadow are weakening, Silas explained. I have watched from the edges, waiting for those strong enough to stand against it. The wardens who shattered the hunger's curse. Their bloodline carries the power to rekindle the seals, but they cannot do it alone. Maeve frowned. And you? What role do you play in this? Silas looked to his silver flame. I am its keeper, its sentinel. But my power is tied to the void. It is a fragile balance. I cannot face the shadow alone, nor can you. Together, our flames may be the spark to ignite the last defense. Elias felt a mixture of hope and dread stir within him. The forest around them seemed to lean in, leaves rustling softly as if listening. Then we must learn everything, Elias said, resolve hardening. Tell us what we need to do. Silas nodded. First, we must journey to the ruins of the first wardens. There, the original seals were forged, and where the shadow was first imprisoned. It is a place forgotten by time, buried beneath layers of earth and magic. Maeve glanced toward the darkened horizon. The journey will be perilous. The shadow's influence grows with every step. But the fire of determination burned bright among them. The night deepened, the forest's whispers growing louder as the four flames, green, blue, bone, and silver, prepared to face the darkness looming just beyond the trees. The forest's breath was heavy with mist as Elias, Maeve, and Silas set out under the heavy canopy, their lanterns casting long, wavering shadows through the dense underbrush. The rain had ceased, leaving the earth soft and fragrant, but the air was thick with an unspoken tension, as if the trees themselves whispered warnings of dangers lurking in the shadows ahead. The path to the ruins of the first wardens was long and treacherous, winding through tangled roots and ancient groves where the light barely reached. Every step seemed to echo with unseen eyes watching, and the distant howl of creatures long forgotten stirred unease in their hearts. Maeve led, her blue flame steady but cautious, illuminating symbols carved into stone markers, faded with age yet unmistakably warden sigils, signposts for those who remembered the old ways. Silas walked silently beside Elias, the silver flame pulsing faintly, as if sensing the rising power beneath the earth. His eyes scanned the shadows, alert to every rustle and whisper. "The shadow's reach extends far," Silas murmured. "It twists and corrupts, turning the forest itself against us." A sudden rustling in the underbrush brought them to a halt. Elias raised his green lantern, tendrils of light unfurling like vines, ready to confront whatever emerged. From the shadows stepped a figure, small, cloaked in moss and leaves, eyes gleaming with curiosity and caution. A forest spirit, one of the many ancient guardians who had survived the curse's ravages. "I am Rin," the spirit said, voice like wind through leaves. "I have watched your struggle from the shadows." Maeve stepped forward. "Can you help us reach the ruins safely?" Rin nodded slowly. "The shadow's corruption has grown, and the path is fraught with peril. But I will guide you, for the forest's balance depends on your success." Their journey pressed deeper into the wilderness, the terrain growing wild and unyielding. They crossed blackened swamps where whispered voices tangled in the fog, and climbed steep ridges cloaked in thick brambles that seemed to shift beneath their feet. Each night, as they made camp beneath ancient trees, the forest's whispers grew louder, sometimes distant wails that echoed through the darkness, warnings or perhaps the cries of the lost. One evening, as a cold wind swept through the branches, Silas shared a story from his long past. The first time the shadow had risen, the terrible price paid by the original wardens to bind it, and the sacrifices that left the ruins steeped in sorrow and power. Elias listened, the weight of history pressing heavy on his soul, understanding more deeply the cost of the battle ahead. Finally, after days of travel, the forest began to thin, the trees giving way to crumbling stonework overtaken by creeping vines and moss. Before them lay the ruins of the first wardens, an ancient temple half swallowed by the earth, its towering arches cracked and worn, yet still resonant with the power of forgotten magic. The air thrummed with latent energy, and the green, blue, bone, and silver flames flared in unison, illuminating the moss-covered sigils etched deep into the temple walls. The final confrontation was near. The air hung heavy around the ruins, thick with centuries of silence and secrets. The ancient temple, half devoured by creeping vines and cracked stone, stood as a monument to forgotten power, a place where the past clung stubbornly to the present like moss on weathered walls. The sky above was a muted gray, the forest holding its breath as Elias, Maeve, Silas, and their forest spirit guide Rin stepped cautiously across the threshold. Elias felt the weight of history pressing on him with every step. The green flame in his lantern pulsed erratically, as though sensing the immense power sleeping within these crumbling walls. Maeve's blue flame burned steady, casting sharp shadows that danced against the stone carvings, sigils of wardens long dead, their eyes eternally watching. Silas's silver flame shimmered faintly, its cold light reflecting the cautious glint in his gaze. Rin, ever silent, moved ahead with the grace of the forest itself, weaving through the ruins with uncanny familiarity. "This place is alive," Maeve whispered. "Not in the way of growing things, but in a deeper, older way." Elias nodded, feeling the pulse beneath his feet, like a heartbeat, slow and steady but faint. "The seals, they're still here, waiting." As they ventured deeper, the walls began to hum with energy. The carvings on the pillars glowed softly, faint green and blue lines intertwining with silver, illuminating the forgotten stories etched in stone. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a low rumble echoed through the chamber. Roots, thicker and darker than any they'd seen, began to writhe from cracks in the floor and walls, twisting and crawling like living serpents. "The ruins are waking," Silas warned, stepping forward with the bone shard glowing fiercely in his hand. "The forest's ancient magic stirs, but it is wary of intruders." Maeve raised her lantern high, blue flames licking the air. "We're not intruders, we are wardens. And we come bearing the hope of healing." The roots recoiled momentarily, then surged forward, blocking their path. Dark tendrils reached toward them, hungry and sharp. Elias stepped into the center of the chamber, green flame flaring to full brightness. He raised the bone shard, chanting the ancient words Silas had taught him, the language of the wardens woven from the oldest magic. The roots writhed and twisted in response, the glowing carvings on the walls brightening until the chamber was bathed in light. The tendrils hesitated, then slowly retreated into the cracks. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed through the chamber. "You who bear the flames of old, why do you awaken the sleeping?" Elias's voice rang clear, steady despite the weight of the moment. "We come to mend the broken, to heal the wounds of the past." The shadow returns and the forest cries out for balance. The light in the chamber shifted, and from the shadows emerged a figure, ethereal and shimmering, the spirit of the first warden, eyes like polished emeralds, robes woven from leaves and light. "I am Ares, guardian of these ruins," she said. "The shadow you face is ancient and terrible, bound to the roots of all life. To bind it again you must rekindle the seals, but the cost is great." Maeve stepped forward, determination burning in her eyes. "We understand the cost. We are ready." Ares extended a hand, and the chamber filled with swirling light, visions of the past playing out around them. The forging of the seals, the sacrifices made, and the shadow's primal rage. "Prepare yourselves," Ares intoned. "For the battle to come will test not only your strength but your very souls." Outside, the forest darkened, and the murmuring deepened. The chamber's swirling light faded, leaving Elias, Maeve, Silas, and Rin standing amid the ancient stones, their breaths shallow, the weight of Ares's words settling heavily over them. Outside, the forest seemed to darken further, shadows creeping closer as if drawn by the growing threat of the awakening shadow. Elias felt the green flame within him pulse steadily, a lifeline to the vast network of forest memories he now carried. Yet beneath that strength, a quiet tremor of doubt gnawed at his core. The trials Ares had spoken of were no mere tests of might, but of spirit, of sacrifice and of the shadows within themselves. Maeve paced slowly, her blue flame flickering in rhythm with the distant thunder. "What kind of trials?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Will we face them together or alone?" Silas, his silver flame casting sharp reflections on the worn stones, stepped forward, his eyes distant with memories. The wardens of old faced these alone. Each trial is a mirror, reflecting fears, regrets, the darkness buried deep within. To rekindle the seals, we must confront our own shadows before facing the external one. Rin's presence was calm, yet even the forest spirit seemed tense. "The forest will test your bonds and your resolve," the small guardian said. "The shadow feeds on division and despair. Unity is your greatest weapon." Elias nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "Then we begin. We cannot afford hesitation." One by one, Ares approached them, laying a glowing hand on each shoulder. The air shimmered and thickened, and suddenly, Elias found himself pulled away, not by physical force but by the pull of memory and emotion. The chamber faded, replaced by darkness pierced only by faint glimmers of green light. He was alone. The weight of years pressed down on him. Faces flashed before his eyes, his family, friends lost to the forest's hunger, names slipping like smoke. His heart ached with grief, regret for those he could not save. The green flame flickered as the shadows whispered, mocking, demanding surrender. "You cannot save them," the voices hissed. "You will lose yourself as they did." Elias's breath hitched, but he forced himself to stand tall, reaching deep within the forest's strength now part of him. "No," he said, voice firm though his hands trembled. "I am more than my losses. I am the forest's memory and its hope." Light surged from his lantern, pushing back the shadows until the faces faded, replaced by the warmth of new roots, new life, emerging from the darkness. With a sudden breath, Elias was pulled back to the chamber. His heart pounded, but his resolve was steel. Next came Maeve's trial. She was enveloped in icy blue mist, a mirror realm of frozen memories. Faces from her past appeared, moments of doubt, fear, and a secret she had buried deep. She faced the spectral image of a loved one she had lost, the weight of unspoken words threatening to shatter her. But with a fierce cry, Maeve's blue flame blazed brighter, consuming the cold and lighting a path forward. Silas was last. His trial was silence, a void of silver darkness that threatened to erase his existence, forcing him to confront the loneliness of centuries spent guarding a balance few understood. His silver flame flickered, then roared as he embraced his solitude not as a curse, but as a purpose. When they regrouped, their breaths were ragged but their spirits renewed. Ares smiled, her emerald eyes gleaming. "You have faced yourselves and survived. Now you are ready to rekindle the seals and face the shadow." Outside, the forest held its breath once more, the murmuring deep and unyielding. The air in the ancient chamber grew heavy once more, the lingering echoes of their trials vibrating softly against the moss-covered stones. Elias, Maeve, Silas, and Rin stood together, each carrying the weight of their personal confrontations but bound now by a deeper understanding, a unity forged in fire, shadow, and sacrifice. Ares, the ethereal guardian, stepped forward. Her presence was radiant, and her voice carried the gravity of ages. The seals you are about to rekindle hold the forest's fate in balance. Each is tied to a different aspect of the forest's essence: life, memory, sacrifice, and balance. Only when all four are reignited can the shadow be contained once more. She guided them to four carved pedestals, each etched with the glowing sigils that had begun to pulse softly as they approached. Elias's heart quickened as he realized the first pedestal bore the spiral symbol from his bone shard, the mark of life and renewal. Elias, Ares said gently, you will rekindle the seal of life. Maeve, the seal of memory. Silas, the seal of sacrifice. And Rin, the seal of balance. The four stepped to their assigned pedestals, lanterns raised, flames flickering and intertwining with the ethereal glow of the sigils. Elias placed the bone shard upon the stone. A surge of warmth coursed through him as the green flame expanded, tendrils of vibrant light weaving through the carvings. The seal glowed brighter, radiating life into the roots creeping through the chamber. Maeve followed, her blue flame dancing along the sigils. As she chanted the ancient warden's hymn, memories, both joyous and painful, flooded the air, binding the past and present in a fragile harmony. The seal of memory pulsed in response, threads of light entwining with Elias's flame. Silas stepped forward, his silver flame casting eerie shadows as he placed his lantern upon the pedestal. His voice was a solemn murmur as he offered himself in remembrance of all sacrifices made to protect the forest. The seal of sacrifice shimmered with a cold, steady light, solidifying the growing power within the chamber. Finally, Rin moved with quiet grace, placing a glowing orb of forest essence onto the last pedestal. The seal of balance thrummed gently, the combined energy of all four seals resonating in perfect synchrony. But as the seals ignited, the chamber trembled violently. Roots erupted from cracks, writhing with renewed malevolence. The shadow was awakening, its rage unleashed in a torrent of dark energy that threatened to tear the very earth apart. From the shadows emerged twisted forms, creatures of bark and bone, eyes burning with corrupted fire. The hunger's remnants, mutated and furious, surged forward in a relentless tide. Elias lifted his green lantern high, the flame roaring to life as he wove tendrils of light to shield them. Maeve's blue flame flared, weaving barriers of cold fire. Silas's silver light cut through the darkness with blades of shimmering energy, while Rin summoned roots and vines to entangle their foes. The battle was fierce and unyielding. Every strike of light was met with a howl of shadow, every barrier tested by relentless assault. Elias felt the power of the seal surge within him, a fierce fire that burned away doubt and fear. But the shadow was cunning, striking at their hearts, attempting to fracture their unity. In the chaos, a piercing cry split the air. Rin had fallen, ensnared by tendrils of darkness. Maeve rushed to his side, her blue flame shielding him as Elias and Silas pushed back the wave of attackers. The forest trembled as the murmuring dark threatened to overwhelm them, but the four flames blazed together, a beacon of hope against the consuming night. The first light of dawn filtered weakly through the dense canopy, casting a pale, trembling glow over the battered ruins. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of leaves and earth heavy with the aftermath of battle. The ground was torn and scarred where twisted roots and dark creatures had clashed against the four wardens' flames. Elias knelt beside Rin, whose breath came in shallow gasps. The small forest spirit's once vibrant glow flickered weakly, dimmed by the shadow's relentless assault. Maeve stood nearby, her blue flame steady but tempered with exhaustion, while Silas scanned the edges of the clearing, his silver eyes shadowed with a growing unease. "We held them back," Elias said quietly, voice hoarse but determined. "But barely." Maeve's gaze sharpened. "This was only the beginning. The shadow's influence is deeper and stronger than we feared." Silas's silver flame pulsed faintly as he stepped closer, voice low and grim. "There is a source behind this darkness, something ancient and powerful, hidden far beneath these woods. The ruins guard more than just seals, they guard the gateway to the shadow's heart." Elias felt a chill, the weight of this new revelation pressing down on his shoulders. "If we don't find it, the forest will fall," Maeve finished for him, "and with it everything we fought to protect." Rin stirred weakly, eyes fluttering open. "There is a path," the forest spirit whispered, voice fragile but urgent. A tunnel beneath the ruins. It leads deeper into the earth, closer to the shadow's source. Elias exchanged a glance with Maeve and Silas. The choice was clear, but the danger was immense. "We have no time to lose," Elias said, rising and gathering his lantern. "We must follow that path." As they prepared to descend, Silas's gaze darkened with suspicion. "We need to be cautious. The shadow corrupts not only the land but hearts as well. There may be forces within our own ranks that seek to undermine us." Maeve's blue flame flickered, uncertainty clouding her fierce eyes. "Are you suggesting betrayal?" Silas nodded slowly. "The longer we fight, the more the shadow whispers. We must watch each other, and ourselves." Elias swallowed hard. Trust was their greatest weapon, and their greatest vulnerability. The four gathered at the mouth of the hidden tunnel, the air thick with damp earth and an ancient chill. The green, blue, silver, and fading forest glow intertwined as they stepped into the darkness, the forest's whispered prayers trailing after them. Deep below the ruins, the earth shifted, the murmuring dark alive and watching. And in the shadows, unseen eyes gleamed with hunger and intent. The tunnel's mouth yawned before them like a maw, swallowing the faint daylight and plunging Elias, Maeve, Silas, and Rin into a cold, suffocating blackness. The air was thick with damp earth and the faintest trace of rot, mingling with the metallic tang of ancient magic long buried beneath the forest's roots. Elias lifted his green lantern, the flame flickering against the damp stone walls as they descended into the labyrinthine passage. The walls pulsed faintly, veins of glowing sap weaving through cracks like lifeblood in the bones of the earth. Maeve's blue flame cut sharp shadows into the darkness, while Silas's silver light shimmered with an unnatural chill, illuminating strange sigils etched deep into the rock. The tunnel twisted and sloped downward, the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the silence. Each step seemed to pull them deeper into a forgotten world, one untouched by time but marred by a creeping, insidious corruption. The murmuring dark was here, lurking beyond sight, whispering in tongues older than the forest itself. Rin moved cautiously, his forest essence dim and fragile after the battle. "The shadow's presence grows stronger as we descend. It watches, tests us, feeds on our fears." Elias nodded, gripping his lantern tighter. "We must stay together, and remain vigilant." The passage opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in shadow. Jagged stalactites hung like dark teeth, dripping with cold water that splattered on the rocky floor. At the cavern's heart pulsed a great blackened root, a corrupted heartwood that throbbed with dark energy, tendrils stretching outward like grasping fingers. The air grew thick, the green, blue, and silver flames struggling against the oppressive weight of the shadow's power. Suddenly the cavern trembled. From the shadows emerged twisted guardians, forms of wood and shadow, eyes burning with hatred and hunger. Their limbs cracked and groaned as they advanced in relentless waves. Elias raised his lantern high, green flames flaring and weaving into shields and blades of light. Maeve summoned her blue fire, sending arcs of icy flame to freeze and shatter their foes. Silas's silver light cut through the darkness with blades that shimmered like moonlight, while Rin called upon the roots and vines to bind and trap the assailants. But with every creature felled, more seemed to emerge from the darkness, endless and unyielding. As the battle raged, Elias felt the insidious whispers clawing at his mind, the shadow probing for weaknesses, seeking to unravel the bonds of trust and hope. A sudden, piercing cry echoed through the cavern. Maeve stumbled, her flame flickering violently as a spectral shadow lunged and grazed her, leaving a cold burn that threatened to consume her spirit. Silas moved swiftly, casting a barrier of silver light around her, but the attack left a chilling wound, a reminder that the shadow's power was not just physical, but psychological and spiritual. Elias fought through the chaos, feeling the growing strain of the seals and his own newfound powers. The green flame burned bright but fragile, a fragile tether between life and oblivion. The cavern itself seemed to pulse in rhythm with their struggle, ancient magic awakening and responding to the clash of light and shadow. At the far edge of the chamber, a swirling vortex of darkness opened, a gaping wound in the earth that pulsed with malevolent energy. From within, a voice whispered, low and cold, promising despair and oblivion. Elias knew this was the heart of the shadow's power. Their final confrontation was close. The cavern's oppressive gloom thickened around them like a suffocating shroud, the air heavy with the bitter tang of decay and ancient malevolence. The swirling vortex of darkness at the far end pulsed with a rhythm that felt impossibly slow and yet inexorably relentless, like the steady beat of a heart forged in the blackest abyss. It was the shadow's core, the source of corruption feeding the forest's twisted hunger, and Elias knew with a bone-deep certainty that confronting it would demand more than strength, it would demand their very souls. The 4 wardens gathered at the cavern's edge, their lanterns burning as fiercely as their resolve. Elias's green flame flickered nervously, whispering ancient secrets and forgotten promises. Maeve's blue fire danced, a cold flame burning with quiet fury, while Silas's silver light shimmered like fractured moonbeams cutting through the darkness. Even Rin, though weak, summoned roots and moss to bind their footing to the earth, unwilling to yield the forest's final sanctuary without a fight. Elias took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. The legacy of all wardens past, the weight of memory and sacrifice. The air around them pulsed with the shadow's malevolent energy, pressing against their minds with invisible fingers, probing for cracks to exploit. Then the voice came again. It slithered through the darkness, honeyed and cruel. "You are but flickering flames," it whispered, "against an eternal night. Why cling to hope when all will be consumed?" Elias's grip tightened around the bone shard, his voice steady. "Because even the smallest flame can light the darkest night." The shadow laughed, a sound like bones grinding beneath the earth. Tendrils of darkness unfurled from the vortex, twisting like serpents as they lunged at the wardens. The battle erupted with savage fury. Elias wove green flames into shields and blades, striking at the creeping tendrils. Maeve's blue fire hissed as it seared through shadowy forms, while Silas's silver light carved brilliant arcs, each strike illuminating fragments of the blackness. Rin summoned roots that writhed and coiled, ensnaring the enemy even as the cavern trembled. But the shadow's power was immense. It attacked not just their bodies but their minds. Visions of doubt, fear, and despair swirled around them, whispers of failure, memories twisted into nightmares. Elias caught Maeve's eye as a shadowy vision of loss tried to unravel her resolve. She clenched her fists, flames burning brighter as she whispered a fierce promise to herself. Silas fought his own torment, a haunting loneliness clawing at him, but he steeled his spirit, silver light blazing like a beacon in the dark. Despite the onslaught, the wardens held firm, their unity their greatest weapon. They chanted the ancient hymn, their voices weaving a tapestry of light and power that pushed back the shadow's tide. Suddenly, Elias felt a searing pain. A dark tendril had wrapped around his lantern, smothering the green flame. Panic surged, but with a roar of will, he summoned the deepest reserves of his power. Light exploded from the bone shard, a blinding radiance that shattered the tendril and sent ripples of purifying energy through the cavern. The shadow shrieked, its core flickering as the seal's power rekindled and surged. With a final unified effort, the wardens channeled their flames into the vortex. The seals ignited in a brilliant cascade of light, the shadow's heart unraveling and dissolving into the ether. The cavern shook, the oppressive darkness lifting like a suffocating fog retreating before dawn. Breathless and battered, Elias, Maeve, Silas, and Rin stood amid the quiet ruins, their flames still glowing but tempered by exhaustion. The shadow was broken, but its scars remained. And as the forest whispered its gratitude, Elias knew that the battle had changed them forever, not just as wardens but as keepers of a fragile, enduring hope. The cavern was bathed in a soft, warm light, the first true light in what felt like an age. The oppressive weight of the shadow had lifted, leaving behind a silence that was both profound and fragile. The 4 wardens stood amidst the ancient stones, their flames flickering gently, no longer battling the darkness but embracing the dawn. Elias lowered his lantern, its green flame now steady and calm, like a heartbeat syncing with the forest's renewed rhythm. Around them, the roots that had writhed with corruption now pulsed softly with life, weaving through the earth like veins of hope. The air smelled fresh and alive, filled with the scent of rain-soaked earth and new growth. Maeve knelt beside a patch of moss, her blue flame illuminating tiny shoots breaking through the soil. "It's healing," she whispered, awe threading her voice. "The forest is waking from its nightmare." Silas stood quietly, his silver flame reflecting in his eyes, now softened, filled with a weary peace. "The balance has been restored, but it is delicate. We must be vigilant, for darkness always lingers at the edges of light." Rin, though weak, smiled faintly, the glow of the forest spirit flickering back to life. "The forest remembers its wardens, and they remember the forest. Together we will watch over it." Elias felt the weight of his new role settle comfortably within him. The mantle of the warden was no longer a burden but a sacred duty, one that connected him to every leaf, every root, and every whisper carried on the wind. As they emerged from the ruins, the forest greeted them with a symphony of life, birdsong weaving through the trees, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze, and the steady drip of lingering rain. The canopy was brighter, sunlight filtering through the branches, scattering dappled patterns on the forest floor. They walked slowly, each step a testament to survival and renewal. The scars left by the shadow's hunger were visible, the charred remains of ancient trees, the broken earth where the battle had raged, but even these bore the promise of rebirth. Elias paused, looking up at the sky breaking through the leaves. "This is not the end," he said softly. "It's a beginning. For the forest, for us, all who call this place home." Maeve nodded, her blue flame pulsing gently. "And for the wardens who will come after us. We've rekindled more than seals, we've rekindled hope." Silas smiled faintly. The story of the Murmuring Dark is one of endless cycles, of shadow and light, loss and renewal. But as long as we remember, the forest endures. Rin's voice was a gentle murmur, like leaves rustling in a soft wind. "The forest will grow stronger, and so will we." Together, they made their way deeper into the woods, their lanterns lighting the path forward. A path woven with memories, sacrifice, and the eternal whisper of the green flame. The forest's murmuring was no longer a voice of fear, but a song of life. The forest had begun to breathe anew, its breath a slow exhale of damp earth and budding leaves, but Elias sensed that the calm was only the surface of a much larger, more tangled tale. The shadow's defeat had woven threads of light back into the ancient woods, yet the world beyond still whispered secrets, echoes that refused to be silenced. As the wardens ventured deeper into the rejuvenated forest, the canopy opened up to reveal unfamiliar paths and forgotten clearings. Moss-covered stones bore carvings in unfamiliar runes and distant sounds, faint murmurs, the distant toll of a bell, hinted at a history entwined with far older powers than even the ruins of the first wardens. Maeve paused beside a weathered stone altar, fingers tracing the worn edges of a sigil glowing faintly with blue flame. "These markings, they speak of another order," she murmured. "A circle of wardens who guarded not just the forest, but the borders between worlds." Silas's silver flame pulsed thoughtfully. "Borders between worlds? The veil between realms is thin here." Perhaps the shadow's influence was but a symptom of a greater fracture, one that threatens not only the forest but the fabric of reality itself. Elias felt a chill ripple through the air, the green flame responding to unseen currents of power. "Then our battle is far from over." Their journey led them to a secluded glade where an ancient stone archway stood, a gateway half swallowed by vines and time. Symbols danced along its surface, shifting subtly as if alive. Beyond the arch, a swirling mist shimmered, beckoning yet forbidding. Rin stepped forward, his voice reverent. "This is the threshold, a passage to the realms beyond. Few have crossed it and returned." Maeve's eyes glinted with resolve. "If the shadow's source lies beyond this veil, we must follow. For the forest, for all worlds connected by this fragile boundary." The four wardens joined hands, their flames intertwining in a radiant dance of green, blue, silver, and the lingering essence of the forest's heartbeat. Together, they stepped through the threshold, the mist curling around them like liquid light. On the other side, the world shifted, a twilight realm where time wavered and shadows moved with sentient purpose. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling stars and shifting colors, and the ground beneath their feet pulsed with a strange energy. Here, the forest's voice was distant but still present, woven into the very fabric of this liminal space. Yet something else lingered, a deeper, colder darkness that twisted and writhed beyond sight. Elias's heart quickened. "We have crossed into the realm between worlds. The true source of the shadow's hunger may lie here waiting." Maeve's blue flame brightened, casting light into the creeping gloom. "We must be ready for whatever waits." Silas nodded, silver flame steady as a blade. "Our unity is our strength. But in this place, even that may be tested." The Murmuring Dark was no longer confined to the forest. It had spilled beyond, into the shadowed borders of existence itself. And the wardens would need every ounce of their courage and light to face what came next. Stepping beyond the threshold, Elias, Maeve, Silas, and Rin entered a realm unlike any they had known. A place suspended between reality and dream, where time flowed unevenly and the very air thrummed with a strange, unsettling energy. The sky above swirled with colors that defied earthly description. Violets melting into silver, bursts of crimson fading into endless dusk. The ground beneath their feet was soft but unsteady, as though the earth itself breathed with a slow, uncertain pulse. Elias tightened his grip on his lantern, the green flame flickering as if unsettled by the unfamiliar environment. Maeve's blue fire danced nervously, casting eerie shadows that seemed to shift with intent. Silas's silver light remained steady, but even he could not hide the flicker of unease that passed through his eyes. Rin, though a creature of forest roots and earth, seemed transformed. His form dimmer, yet somehow more solid, as if shaped by this realm's strange magic. "This place, it is a realm of in-between," Rin whispered, voice barely audible above the hum of the twilight air. "A place where the boundaries between worlds blur, and spirits roam untethered." Elias glanced around, noting the faint outlines of shifting shapes among the hazy mists, creatures of shadow and light, neither fully here nor gone. They moved with grace and purpose, their eyes glowing with knowledge and sorrow. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward from the mist, a tall, slender being cloaked in a robe woven from starlight and shadow. Its face was obscured by a mask of polished bone, etched with symbols that shimmered faintly. "I am Leora," the figure said, voice like the rustle of ancient leaves. "Guardian of the Twilight Veil, keeper of balance between realms." Maeve stepped forward cautiously. "We seek the source of the shadow's corruption, its root beyond the forest. Will you aid us?" Leora regarded them silently, then nodded slowly. "The shadow you battled in the forest is but a fragment of a greater darkness that festers here, the Voidborn. They hunger for the unraveling of worlds, feeding on despair and division." Silas's silver flame flickered. "How do we stop such a force?" "The veil weakens," Leora said. "Its threads fray as the Voidborn grow stronger. To restore balance, you must mend the veil's broken strands, lost artifacts scattered across this realm, each holding a piece of the Warden's ancient power." Elias felt the familiar weight of purpose settle on his shoulders once more. "Where do we begin?" Leora gestured toward a distant glimmering tower, half submerged in the swirling mists. "The first artifact lies within the Spire of Echoes. But beware, the Voidborn do not yield their secrets lightly." As they prepared to move, the mist thickened, shapes emerging with growing clarity, whispering shadows with hollow eyes, tendrils of darkness reaching for their light. Elias raised his lantern, green flames weaving protective wards as the Wardens readied themselves for the battles to come. The Twilight Veil stretched endlessly before them, a realm of peril and mystery, where every step tested their courage and every shadow threatened to consume their hope. The mist hung thick around their ankles, swirling like restless spirits as Elias, Maeve, Silas, and Rin pressed onward through the shifting twilight realm. The world they traversed was unlike any they had known, a landscape caught between dream and nightmare, where the sky burned with a pale, shifting light and the ground seemed to breathe beneath their feet. Time here was fluid, moments stretching and collapsing in waves that tugged at their senses and challenged their resolve. Elias's green flame flickered, struggling against the damp air, but he forced it higher. "The Spire of Echoes is close," he said, voice steady though edged with tension. "We must stay alert." Maeve's blue fire glimmered, reflecting in her narrowed eyes. "The longer we remain in this place, the more the shadows twist our fears into reality. We cannot let them divide us." Silas's silver light cut sharp through the haze, illuminating ghostly forms that shimmered at the edge of perception. Creatures neither wholly alive nor dead, their hollow eyes tracking the Warden's every step. "The Voidborn are cunning," he murmured. "They know how to feed on doubt." Rin moved silently beside them, his form blending with the creeping moss and vines that seemed to cling to the very fabric of this realm. "The Spire will test not just your strength but your memories. The echoes within will draw out your deepest fears and regrets." As they advanced, the landscape grew more surreal. Trees twisted impossibly, their branches reaching like skeletal hands. The ground rippled like liquid glass beneath their boots, reflecting fragmented images of their pasts, visions of loss, pain, and moments they wished forgotten. Elias felt the weight of those reflections pressing on him. Faces of loved ones lost, decisions questioned, and the shadow of doubt that sometimes whispered, "Are you truly ready to bear this burden?" He clenched his fists, green flames flaring fiercely to push back the creeping despair. At last, they reached the base of the spire, a towering structure of gleaming black stone that stretched upward, vanishing into swirling mists above. Its surface shimmered with shifting runes, each pulse resonating with the Warden's own magic. The entrance was a vast archway, guarded by statues of Wardens long gone, their eyes alight with silent warnings. As the four stepped inside, the air shifted. The walls reverberated with soft echoes, whispers of memories long buried, secrets waiting to be unearthed. Within the spire, corridors twisted like labyrinths, each step accompanied by the soft murmur of voices, some comforting, others laced with menace. Suddenly, the path split into three, each corridor glowing with a distinct hue: emerald green, sapphire blue, and silver white. Leora's words echoed in their minds: mend the veil's broken strands, lost artifacts scattered across this realm, each holding a piece of the Warden's ancient power. Each path holds an artifact, Elias said quietly. We must choose wisely. Maeve met his gaze. Perhaps splitting up is our only chance to retrieve them all before the Voidborn can stop us. Silas nodded slowly. But we must trust one another. Our unity is the key to surviving these trials. With a final glance, they separated, Elias toward the greenlit corridor, Maeve the blue, and Silas the silver. Rin lingered briefly, then followed Silas, his presence a tether to the forest's fading strength. Alone, Elias ventured deeper into the green corridor, the walls alive with swirling vines and luminous leaves. Whispers caressed his ears, memories unfolding like petals, reminders of the forest's heartbeat, the life he fought to protect. But soon the shadows shifted, growing teeth and claws, and the true test began. Elias stepped cautiously into the verdant corridor, the walls alive with a vibrant pulse that seemed to echo the very rhythm of the forest's heart. Luminous leaves and vines spiraled along the smooth black stone, their glow casting soft emerald hues that flickered like breathing light. The air smelled of damp earth and fresh growth, but beneath that fragrance lay an undercurrent of something ancient and potent, something both protective and perilous. As he advanced, the whispers in the air grew louder, weaving around him like a symphony of memories and life itself. Voices of the forest's ancestors, wardens long past, murmured encouragement and caution. Some words he recognized, old wardens' hymns. Others were fragmented echoes of lives entwined with the woods. Suddenly, the corridor widened into a vast chamber filled with colossal roots twisting and coiling, creating a labyrinthine maze. At the center pulsed a radiant orb of emerald light, the artifact Elias sought, a crystalline heart of pure life energy, shimmering with the promise of renewal. But the moment he stepped forward, the roots shuddered. From the shadows emerged the guardians of life, ethereal beings woven from leaves, bark, and shimmering light. Their forms shifted and flickered, faces indistinct yet alive with fierce purpose. One guardian, taller and more radiant than the others, stepped forward, its voice a low, rustling sound like wind through branches. Who dares seek the heart of life? Only those worthy may claim its power. Elias raised his lantern, green flames flickering with resolve. I am Elias, warden of the forest's memory and hope. I seek to mend the broken veil and protect all life from the shadow's hunger. The guardian's eyes glowed brighter. Then you must prove your bond with the forest is true. The trial is not of strength alone, but of spirit and sacrifice. Before Elias could respond, the roots around the chamber came alive, twisting into forms that blocked the path and threatened to ensnare him. Shadows flickered between the foliage, whispering fears and doubts. Failures, losses, the burden of responsibility. Elias felt the weight pressing against his mind, the faces of those he could not save, the moments he had faltered, the creeping fear that he was not enough. But he summoned the green flame deep within, breathing steady and calm. I am part of the forest, and the forest is part of me, he whispered. I carry its memory, its pain, and its hope. The flame blossomed, sending waves of vibrant light rippling through the roots. The shadows recoiled and the tendrils relaxed, forming a pathway toward the glowing orb. Elias moved with reverence, placing his hand upon the artifact. Energy surged through him, a surge of life, growth, and renewal. Visions of flourishing forests, unbroken cycles of seasons, and new beginnings filled his mind. As the chamber brightened, the guardians bowed, their forms dissolving into streams of light that wove into the walls, strengthening the veil's fabric. Elias felt his connection deepen, not just to the forest but to all life it sustained. He knew the path ahead would be harder still, but this victory kindled a fierce flame within him, a promise that even in darkness, life endures. Maeve stepped through the sapphire-lit archway, leaving behind the verdant life energy corridor Elias had conquered. The air shifted immediately, a cool, almost crystalline chill settled around her, carrying the scent of old parchment and forgotten songs. The walls of the corridor shimmered with the faint outlines of faces and places, memories woven into the very fabric of the stone. Each step she took echoed softly, as if time itself was listening. Her blue flame flickered nervously, the soft glow casting delicate patterns along the walls, illuminating symbols etched with the precision of ancient hands, runes of remembrance, mourning, and hope. The seal of memory awaited her deep within this labyrinth of echoes, and she knew this trial would test the very core of her spirit. As she moved deeper, faint voices began to whisper, growing louder and clearer. They were fragments of lives lived long ago. Laughter, cries, moments of love and loss. Maeve recognized some memories shared by the forest itself, the collective heartbeats of generations bound to these woods. But not all memories were gentle. Some twisted into painful regrets, haunting failures, and unspoken fears. The shadows lengthened, reaching for her mind, threading doubt and sorrow like a web. She paused before a shimmering pool, its surface like liquid glass reflecting scenes from her own past. Images flickered, her family long lost to the creeping blight of the forest, faces she had sworn to protect, moments when she had faltered and turned away. The weight of grief pressed on her chest, threatening to drown her in sorrow. Maeve knelt beside the pool, her blue flame dimming as tears welled in her eyes. Why did I fail? Could I have saved them if I had been stronger? The whispers swirled, voices echoing both accusation and understanding. Then a gentle warmth brushed her cheek, a memory of her mother's voice, steady and comforting. Even the strongest hearts carry scars, Maeve. Remember the light that lives in the shadows. Maeve closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her blue flame reigniting, brighter and steadier than before. I am not defined by my failures, but by what I choose to protect. My memories are my strength, not my chains. The walls trembled as the echoes responded, shimmering and shifting to reveal a hidden passage. Steeling herself, Maeve stepped through, entering a vast chamber where the seal of memory pulsed softly, a crystal orb swirling with blue light, suspended within a lattice of glowing vines. Guarding it was a spectral figure, a warden of old whose eyes held centuries of sorrow and wisdom. The figure spoke without words, communicating through a flood of memories, moments of sacrifice, courage, and loss that Maeve was called to embrace. The trial demanded that Maeve relive the most painful memories, confront the guilt and grief she had carried hidden, and emerge not broken but whole. As the spectral memories washed over her, Maeve stood firm, her flame weaving a tapestry of light that embraced the pain, turning it into a source of healing and resolve. When the trial ended, the seal of memory shone brilliantly, its light merging with Maeve's flame, binding her closer to the forest's past and future. Breathing deeply, Maeve stepped from the chamber, her heart heavy but her spirit resolute. Outside the blue corridor, the eerie twilight realm awaited, and she knew the next challenges would test her even more. Silas stepped into the silver corridor, where the light shimmered like cold moonlight on still water. The air was crisp, tinged with a faint metallic scent, and the walls were etched with intricate patterns, threads of shimmering silver that twisted and braided like the woven fate of countless souls. The corridor felt heavier here, the weight of sacrifice lingering in every breath, every shadow. Beside him, Rin moved with a slow grace, his form a faint glow amid the mist that curled along the floor. The forest spirit's presence was fragile, but Silas knew his companion was vital, not just for their mission, but as a living connection to the world they fought to save. The silver flame in Silas's lantern pulsed steadily, casting light on ancient symbols and scenes depicting countless acts of sacrifice. Warriors falling to protect their kin, wardens laying down their lives to seal dark forces, and spirits relinquishing their essence to preserve balance. A low hum vibrated through the corridor, growing into a chorus of whispered prayers and lamentations. Silas felt the echoes brush against his soul, the burdens borne by those who had given everything for the forest's survival. As they advanced, the corridor opened into a vast hall lined with mirrors, each reflecting not just their images, but fragments of memories tied to sacrifice. Silas caught glimpses of faces from his past, friends lost in battle, moments when he had chosen duty over self, and times when his resolve had wavered. A figure appeared in the center of the hall, a warden cloaked in silver light, eyes deep pools of sorrow and determination. To claim the seal of sacrifice, you must confront what you are willing to give, and what you cannot. Silas nodded, steeling himself. I am ready. The mirrors began to shimmer, each showing a different path. One where Silas abandoned his duty to save a loved one, another where he sacrificed himself to save the forest, and a third where he walked away from both, choosing survival over sacrifice. Each vision tugged at his heart, testing his resolve and sense of self. The line between courage and fear blurred as the hall whispered the painful question, "What are you willing to lose?" Silas's silver flame flared as he focused inward, accepting the weight of his choices and their consequences. He embraced the pain, the loss, and the hope intertwined within the sacrifice. The hall glowed with a brilliant light as the mirrors shattered, revealing the seal of sacrifice, a radiant crystal imbued with the essence of countless wardens' selflessness. Silas reached out, feeling the warmth of the seal bind with his flame. A surge of strength and clarity filled him, the burden of sacrifice transforming into a source of power and purpose. Rin stepped forward, his faint glow brightening as the seal's light wove into the fabric of the forest spirit's essence. Together, they turned toward the corridor's exit, ready to reunite with Elias and Maeve. Yet Silas knew the trials ahead would demand even greater sacrifices. As they walked through the shimmering passage, shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, reminders that the Voidborn still watched, waiting to exploit any weakness. Silas's voice was steady but low. Our unity is fragile, but it is our greatest strength. We must protect it. Rin's soft murmur was filled with quiet resolve. The forest's fate, in all realms, depends on it. Outside the silver corridor, the twilight realm stretched before them, vast and uncertain. The warden's journey was far from over. The swirling mists of the twilight veil curled around the three wardens as they emerged from their separate trials, each carrying the weight and power of their newfound artifacts. Elias's green flame burned with renewed vigor, Maeve's blue fire shimmered with clarity and grace, and Silas's silver light glowed steady, carrying the solemn strength of sacrifice. Behind them, Rin's forest spirit form pulsed gently with the harmony of their combined energies. The air between them hummed with tension, not just from the realm's eerie atmosphere, but from the lingering shadows that sought to unravel their unity. The wardens knew that the greatest test was not only the artifacts they had reclaimed but the bonds they maintained amid the encroaching darkness. Elias broke the silence first, voice rough but steady. We've all faced the Veil's trials and none of us emerged unchanged. The artifacts bind us more closely, but the shadows still whisper. Maeve nodded, her gaze sharp despite the fatigue etched in her features. The memories, the sacrifices, we carry them not as burdens but as shields. But I sense the Voidborn's power growing stronger. They know we are close. Silas's silver light flickered, a somber shadow passing through his eyes. They have watched us, waiting for cracks. We must be wary, not only of the darkness outside but the shadows within ourselves. Rin's soft voice wove through the heavy air like a breeze through leaves. The Veil's threads are fragile. To mend them we must face the heart of the realm. The source of the fracture lies beyond the spire, in the realm's core. Elias exhaled, a flicker of doubt passing through him before the green flame steadied once more. Then that is where we must go. Together, the wardens advanced toward the spire's apex, the path winding through shifting shadows and shimmering light. The twilight veil itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, an ancient force watching, waiting to see if the wardens would succeed or be consumed. As they climbed, whispers turned to voices, fragments of past wardens, warnings, and pleas woven into the very stone. The weight of history pressed upon them, yet it also strengthened their resolve. Near the summit, the landscape opened into a vast chamber, an orb of pure twilight energy suspended in the air, its surface fracturing like cracked glass. This was the heart of the realm's fracture, the wound from which the Voidborn's corruption sprang. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, eyes like voids that swallowed light. It spoke without moving its lips, a voice that echoed inside their minds. You seek to mend what should remain broken. The veil must fall for new power to rise. Join me and transcend your fragile bonds. The wardens exchanged glances, knowing this was not only a battle of power but of will. The Voidborn sought to unravel their unity, to feed on fear and division. Elias lifted his lantern, green flames blazing forth. We are stronger together, bound by purpose and hope. Maeve's blue fire surged, casting light into the encroaching shadows. Your darkness will not consume us. Silas's silver light cut through the void, a blade forged from sacrifice and determination. The battle for the Twilight Veil's heart had begun, a clash not just of flame and shadow but of trust, memory, and sacrifice. The fate of the forest, the realms beyond, and the fragile balance between light and dark hung in the balance. The chamber pulsed with raw energy, the fractured orb of twilight light hanging suspended above like a wounded star, casting eerie reflections that danced on the walls. The oppressive silence shattered as the Voidborn figure stepped forward, a shifting shadow of impossible darkness that seemed to devour all light it touched. Its eyes, twin abysses, burned with a hunger that gnawed at the very souls of the wardens. Elias felt a cold grip tighten around his heart, the shadow's presence invading his mind like a creeping frost. Yet he steadied his breath and raised his lantern high, green flames flaring defiantly. Together, he murmured, voice firm though the shadow whispered doubt into his thoughts. Maeve's blue fire ignited, a sharp, crystalline flame that cracked the dark. Silas's silver light shone steady and true, and Rin's essence pulsed as roots and vines stirred beneath the chamber's floor, reaching upward to aid their guardians. The Voidborn's voice echoed inside their heads, seductive and cruel. You cannot hold together what is destined to fall apart. Your memories are chains, your sacrifices futile. Yield and join the eternal night. But the wardens stood as one, their lights weaving together into a tapestry of strength. The shattered orb above flickered, a fracture deepening. The Voidborn struck first, a wave of shadow sweeping forward, tendrils lashing like vipers. Elias met it with a shield of green flame, the heat pushing back the cold darkness, but the tendrils found cracks, snaking past defenses to claw at his spirit. Maeve launched shards of blue fire, each like a frozen spear piercing the void. Silas moved with graceful precision, silver light carving paths through the shadows, illuminating glimpses of the Voidborn's form, twisting, shifting, impossibly vast. Rin called forth roots that erupted through the floor, binding the tendrils and tearing at the shadows like living chains. Yet, for every tendril restrained, two more emerged, relentless, infinite. The battle stretched on, a tempest of light and shadow swirling through the chamber. The fractured orb pulsed wildly, threatening to shatter and unleash chaos. Within the storm, the Voidborn focused its assault on the Warden's unity, whispering lies and conjuring visions designed to fracture their bonds. Elias saw fleeting images of Maeve abandoning the fight, Silas consumed by doubt, Rin fading into the mist. The shadows spoke of failure and loneliness, unraveling threads of trust. But the wardens clung to each other's light, voices rising in an ancient warden's hymn, a chant of memory, sacrifice, and life that wove through the chamber, strengthening their flames and weaving the fractured light into a fragile whole. Elias, feeling the warmth of their unity flood his soul, focused his green flame into a spear of pure energy, aiming directly at the heart of the Voidborn's shadowy form. Maeve, Silas, and Rin combined their flames, blue, silver, and the forest's essence, forming a radiant vortex that enveloped the spear, amplifying its power. With a roar of defiance, Elias thrust the spear forward, piercing the fractured orb. A blinding explosion of light erupted, shattering the shadow and sending waves of purifying energy rippling through the twilight veil. The Voidborn's form dissolved into wisps of darkness, the chamber's oppressive weight lifting as the orb mended, its fractured light restoring balance. Breathless, the wardens lowered their flames, their unity unbroken, their resolve stronger than ever. The heart of the realm was healed, but the echoes of the battle lingered, a reminder that vigilance and sacrifice would forever be entwined. The brilliant light that exploded from the fractured orb lingered in the chamber like the fading embers of a great fire, bathing every surface in a warm, golden glow. The oppressive shadows that had once gripped the twilight veil dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a serene calmness that settled over the realm like a gentle dawn after a long, harrowing night. Elias lowered his lantern, green flame now steady and soft, no longer the fierce blaze of battle but a steady beacon of hope. Maeve's blue fire shimmered with a tranquil brilliance, reflecting her inner peace despite the lingering weight of what they had faced. Silas's silver light glowed quietly, a solemn reminder of the sacrifices they had endured and those still to come. Even Rin, the forest spirit, pulsed faintly with renewed vigor, his form more solid, more present, as though the forest's essence had been breathed back into him. They stood together in the chamber's center, the healed orb now a symbol of unity and balance, radiating a gentle, unwavering light. The realm around them shifted, the swirling mists calming, the eerie hues softening into hues of gentle twilight that promised renewal rather than decay. For a long moment, silence reigned, an unspoken acknowledgement of the battles fought, the victories won, and the scars etched deep into their souls. Elias finally spoke, his voice low but resolute. The veil is mended, but the cost, it is heavy. We carry more than artifacts. We carry memories, losses, and the weight of all those who have come before us. Maeve nodded, her eyes distant but resolute. This realm has shown me the strength of remembrance, how our past shapes our future. But it also showed me the dangers of clinging too tightly to pain and regret. We must move forward with compassion, for ourselves and for the forest. Silas's gaze was steady. Sacrifice is the thread that binds us all. We've given much, yet I fear there is more to come. The Voidborn may be defeated here, but the echoes of their hunger will ripple through the worlds. Our vigilance cannot waver. Rin's voice was a gentle murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a soft wind. The forest breathes once more, but it is still fragile. We are its guardians, not just of the trees and earth, but of the balance that holds all realms together. Elias looked at each of his companions, a fierce gratitude swelling in his chest. We began this journey as wardens of the forest. Now we are wardens of the veil itself, a living bridge between worlds. The thought settled between them, heavy with both responsibility and hope. The twilight veil was no longer a place of despair but a realm of possibility, a threshold where light could endure even in the deepest shadow. As they turned to leave the chamber, a soft voice echoed from the orb, barely audible but filled with warmth. The light you carry is eternal. It will guide those who come after you. Outside the spire, the twilight realm stretched wide and welcoming. The mists now shimmered with promise rather than menace, and distant stars twinkled like watchful eyes. The wardens walked forward, their flames glowing gently in harmony. They had faced the murmuring dark and its deeper shadows, emerging stronger, united, and ready to guard the fragile balance of all worlds. The forest awaited them, healed yet vigilant, ancient yet ever-growing. And so their journey continued. The journey back through the threshold was like passing through a veil of memories, soft and thick with the scent of rain and moss, the familiar hum of earth and life welcoming them home. As the wardens stepped from the twilight realm into the waking forest, the air seemed to sigh in relief, vibrant with renewal. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappled and warm, touching the leaves with a golden glow that had been absent for far too long. Elias inhaled deeply, the green flame in his lantern steady and pure, no longer flickering with uncertainty. The familiar chorus of birdsong wove through the trees, a symphony of rebirth that danced on the breeze. Here, amid the towering trunks and soft undergrowth, the forest's heartbeat thrummed steady and strong. Maeve ran her fingers over the rough bark of an ancient oak, its surface alive with new shoots. "The corruption has receded," she whispered, awe and gratitude mingling in her voice. "The forest is healing, because of us." Silas surveyed the landscape with careful eyes, noting the patches of vibrant green spreading where once there had been blight and decay. "The balance has shifted," he said softly, "but the world beyond still watches, and the veil's healing will ripple slowly." Rin's form shimmered briefly, roots stretching and intertwining with the earth beneath their feet, drawing strength from the forest's renewed vigor. "This land is alive, older than memory, stronger than shadow. We are but its wardens, entrusted with its protection." The path ahead was not without its scars. Here and there, blackened stumps and shattered branches spoke of the fierce battle fought, a reminder of the fragility of life and the cost of darkness. But life was returning, creeping like gentle waves across the wounded earth, reclaiming and renewing. Elias looked to his companions, a fierce hope burning within. Our fight was for this moment, the chance to witness the forest's rebirth and to stand guard against whatever comes next. Maeve smiled faintly. "And we will not face it alone. The forest remembers us and we remember it." As they ventured deeper, they found signs of new life sprouting from the soil, delicate ferns unfurling, wildflowers blooming in bright bursts of color, and saplings reaching skyward with determined grace. The air was alive with the hum of insects and the flutter of wings, carrying the promise of a future forged through sacrifice and hope. But beneath the surface, subtle currents of magic whispered still, reminders that the murmuring dark shadow, though weakened, had not vanished entirely. The wardens knew their vigilance must endure, that the balance between light and shadow was an eternal dance. Elias paused beside a gentle stream, its waters clear and singing softly over smooth stones. He dipped his hand in, feeling the cool life force flowing through it. This forest, this realm, it is a living story. We are its authors now, guardians of the chapters yet to be written. The others nodded, their flames glowing softly in the fading light. As twilight settled once more, the wardens lit a small campfire beneath the ancient boughs, a circle of warmth in the growing night. Their flames intertwined, a quiet beacon in the forest's embrace. Together they sat, listening to the wind whisper through the leaves, carrying with it the eternal murmuring dark, a tale of shadow and light, of fear and courage, of endings and beginnings. And as sleep claimed the world outside, the forest breathed steady, its heart beating strong beneath the stars. As dawn's pale light seeped through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor in soft golds and greens, the wardens stirred beside their campfire. The night had been silent, save for the gentle crackling of embers and the distant calls of awakening birds. Yet, beneath that quiet surface, an unsettling feeling pulsed, a murmur too subtle to grasp but too persistent to ignore. Elias was the first to rise, his eyes scanning the horizon where shadow still clung stubbornly to the edges of the forest. His lantern, now a calm emerald glow, hung from his wrist as he moved toward the thick undergrowth. The air smelled fresher here, but faint hints of decay lingered in the soil, as though some ancient sickness still lay hidden beneath the new growth. Maeve followed, her blue flame flickering faintly as she knelt beside a gnarled root twisting out from the earth. Her fingers brushed the bark, feeling a faint vibration, a whisper in the roots that tugged at her awareness. "The forest remembers," she murmured. "But it's not just the past. Something else stirs beneath the surface." Silas joined them, his silver light piercing the shadowed underbrush. The Voidborn's defeat in the Vale was a blow, but shadows have a way of seeping back into cracks, no matter how carefully sealed. Rin, his form now more solid and radiant, shifted his weight as roots and vines gently wrapped around his limbs, connecting him to the forest's deep heart. There are whispers in the roots, old and new. The forest speaks of a corruption reborn, not of darkness overt, but subtle, insidious. Elias's brow furrowed. "How can we fight what we cannot see? We've been guarding against shadows that stretch beyond our world, and now, one grows quietly beneath our feet." Maeve's gaze was steady, her flame pulsing in tune with the forest's heartbeat. "It is the nature of shadow to hide in the light. We must listen closer, seek deeper truths hidden beneath the soil." Together, the wardens followed the trembling whispers deeper into the forest's core, where ancient trees arched like cathedral pillars and roots twisted thick as ropes, disappearing into the earth. The light here dimmed, filtered through centuries of leaf and branch, and the air grew heavy with a scent both sweet and sour, like blooming flowers over rotting wood. Suddenly, the ground shifted beneath them, a tremor that rippled through stone and soil. From the shadows between the roots, faint glimmers of sickly light pulsed, an unnatural glow that writhed like living poison. Silas raised his lantern, silver flames flaring in warning. "The corruption is not gone. It has taken root, literally." A soft, sinister voice echoed from the depths, almost a whisper carried by the wind. "You healed the Vale, but the darkness grows in the forgotten places where light cannot reach." Elias stepped forward, green flames steady as he responded, "We will not let the forest fall again. We will root out this darkness no matter how deep." From the earth, tendrils of twisted shadow began to coil upward, blackened vines oozing with a creeping darkness. But before they could strike, Rin's form expanded, branches erupting like shields that blocked the shadow's advance. The wardens formed a circle, their flames intertwining, pushing back the corruption with waves of pure energy that cleansed the taint from root and leaf. Yet the whisper remained, fading but defiant. "This forest is ancient and endless. So too is the shadow that waits in its depths." Breathing heavily, the wardens stood in the clearing, understanding that their battle had evolved. The forest was healing, but beneath its renewed beauty, a new threat stirred, one that would require patience, vigilance, and a deeper bond to the land than ever before. Elias looked at his companions, resolve hardening in his eyes. "We faced the darkness beyond the Vale. Now we must become the guardians of the roots, the unseen, the forgotten." Maeve's flame shimmered brighter. "Our journey is far from over. The forest's story continues, and so do ours." The murmuring roots whispered beneath their feet, carrying secrets of shadow and light, waiting for the wardens to listen and protect once more. The wardens stood at the edge of a clearing, the light of their intertwined flames barely cutting through the thick veil of mist that crept low over the forest floor. The trees here were ancient, gnarled sentinels that had stood since the dawn of the world, their bark etched with runes older than any living memory. The air was thick with a heavy stillness, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting. Elias knelt by a massive root exposed by recent rains, fingers tracing the darkened grooves where corruption had taken hold. The twisted shadows clung like ink spilled across parchment, tendrils of rot that pulsed faintly with an unnatural life. He could feel the sickness spreading slowly beneath the surface, like a wound festered but not yet healed. Maeve crouched beside him, eyes narrowed as she scanned the surrounding trees with her blue flame, watching for signs of unnatural energy. "This isn't the Voidborn," she said quietly. "It's something older, something rooted in the forest itself but twisted beyond recognition." Silas stepped closer, his silver light revealing faint sigils etched deep beneath the bark, symbols of wardens long gone, trying to contain the spread of this creeping blight. "These wards have weakened," he said, voice low and grim. "The corruption has been here a long time, growing slowly, waiting." Rin's form flickered as he moved deeper into the undergrowth, merging with vines and moss. "The forest speaks to me," he murmured. "There are echoes beneath the roots, memories of pain and betrayal, and something more, a hunger that has seeped from the earth itself." As the wardens pressed further into the shadowed forest, the ground began to slope downward, leading them into a forgotten hollow where the trees bent unnaturally, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. The air grew colder, and the faint scent of decay thickened into a choking miasma. Elias's lantern flared green, casting eerie light on the cavernous hollow. "This place is a wound in the forest's flesh," he said, voice tight with unease. From the darkness, a low rumble echoed, an ancient growl reverberating through root and stone. The ground trembled beneath their feet as a massive form emerged. A creature born from the forest's pain, a guardian twisted by corruption into a monstrous sentinel of bark and bone. Its eyes glowed with sickly light, its limbs gnarled and heavy with rot. With a deafening roar, it charged, earth shaking as it crashed toward the wardens. Maeve's blue flames leapt forward, weaving barriers of light that slowed the beast's advance. Silas's silver fire cut arcs through the creature's twisted limbs, the clash of flame and rot ringing sharp in the hollow. Elias channeled his green flame into a spear of pure energy, aiming for the heart of the corrupted guardian. Rin called upon the forest's deep roots, summoning vines to ensnare the beast's legs and slow its rampage. The battle was fierce, light and shadow locked in a primal struggle, the forest's fate balanced on a knife's edge. The wardens fought not just to survive, but to cleanse the forest's wound, to reclaim the corrupted guardian's soul hidden beneath layers of rot and rage. As the final blow struck, the creature shuddered, its monstrous form dissolving into a cascade of glowing leaves and gentle light. The forest seemed to exhale, a breath of relief mingling with the fading miasma. But the wardens knew this was only the beginning. The corruption ran deeper than any of them had imagined, woven into the roots, the earth, and the very bones of the forest. Elias looked toward the darkened horizon, determination hardening his gaze. "We will delve into the forest's oldest secrets. To save it, we must understand what birthed this darkness." Maeve nodded, her flame steady and bright. "The past is buried beneath the bark and bone. It is time we unearthed it." Silas's silver light flickered in agreement. "Only then can we hope to protect the forest's future." Rin's roots curled protectively around them, grounding their resolve. The forest waits for its wardens to listen, to act, and to heal. The warden stood at the mouth of a cavern swallowed by creeping vines and ancient roots, a yawning maw in the earth that exhaled a cold breath thick with the scent of damp stone and old decay. The forest's surface had healed, but beneath, an ancient darkness churned, twisting the very bones of the land. Here, the light from their flames struggled to hold back the oppressive gloom. Elias took the lead, his green lantern casting a steady glow that reflected off slick walls veined with shimmering minerals. The air was heavy and still, broken only by distant drips of water echoing through the vastness below. Every step deeper seemed to pull at the edges of his resolve, whispering warnings from the forgotten places where no light had touched for centuries. Maeve followed close behind, her blue flame flickering softly as she traced faint glyphs carved deep into the rock, sigils of wardens long lost, desperate to bind the creeping rot that festered here. "These marks tell a story of sacrifice," she whispered, her voice barely carrying in the cavern's hush. "Generations tried to stop the corruption but were overwhelmed." Silas's silver light shimmered as he scanned the shadows, his expression grave. "The darkness adapts. It's patient, waiting for its chance to reclaim what it lost." His steps were measured, careful, as if the cavern itself might swallow a misstep. Rin's form pulsed with quiet energy, roots slipping through cracks in the stone, seeking the forest's ancient veins. "Beneath the bark and bone lies the heart of the forest's pain," he said. "We must reach it before the corruption spreads beyond healing." The passage narrowed, forcing them to squeeze between jagged walls that seemed to close in, the weight of ages pressing down. The walls whispered with faint murmurs, voices caught between time and stone, echoes of sorrow and rage, of battles fought and lost in darkness. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath their feet. From the shadows emerged twisted shapes, creatures born of rot and shadow, half-root, half-beast, grotesque guardians of this forsaken realm. Their eyes glowed with malice as they lunged forward, claws scraping stone and earth. Elias's green flames flared into a shield, repelling the initial attack, while Maeve's blue fire shot out in sharp bursts, freezing tendrils that threatened to ensnare them. Silas danced through the fray, silver light slicing the creatures with precise strikes, and Rin summoned thick vines that whipped and bound their foes. The cavern became a maelstrom of flame and shadow, the wardens combined light fighting back the darkness that sought to consume them. With every fallen creature, the oppressive air lifted slightly, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling deeper into the earth. Exhausted but undeterred, the wardens descended, the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi casting eerie hues on walls slick with moisture. At the bottom lay a vast subterranean chamber, the heart of the forest's corruption. In its center, a gnarled root pulsed with sickly light, tendrils writhing like serpents, feeding on the chamber's darkness. Around it lay shattered stones and broken wards, the remnants of ancient battles. Maeve stepped forward, raising her blue flame. "This is the source, an ancient wound in the forest's soul." Elias nodded, lantern blazing. "We must cleanse it, but carefully. This power is raw, intertwined with the forest's very essence." Together they began the ritual, chanting Warden's hymns as their flames wove into a radiant lattice, binding and purifying the corrupted root. The chamber shook violently as the darkness resisted, tendrils thrashing, shadows swirling like storms. But the Wardens held fast, their unity a beacon against the encroaching void. Slowly the sickly light faded, replaced by a soft emerald glow as the root healed, pulsing with renewed life. The cavern exhaled a sigh of relief, the weight of centuries lifting like morning mist. Elias looked at his companions, weariness and hope mingling in his gaze. "The darkness runs deep, but so does our resolve." Maeve smiled faintly. The forest's heart beats once more. Silas's silver light shimmered brighter. But this victory is only the beginning. Rin's roots curled protectively around the Wardens, grounding them to the forest's eternal promise. "We will watch, listen, and guard. The murmuring dark will never claim this forest as its own." As the Wardens ascended from the subterranean heart of the forest, the daylight outside greeted them with a fragile warmth. The once thick shadows along the forest's edge had thinned, replaced by the tentative blush of new growth and sunlight. Yet the air carried an uneasy stillness that even the gentle rustle of leaves couldn't dispel. Elias led the way, his green flame steady but watchful. "We've cleansed the root beneath the earth, but something lingers above, beyond the trees, among the people who live in the forest's shadow." Maeve's gaze shifted toward the distant village, a scattering of wooden homes nestled against the dark line where forest met clearing. The villagers have long felt the forest's pulse, sometimes its breath, sometimes its bite. They will know if the corruption still reaches out. As they approached, the scent of smoke and damp earth grew stronger. The village was alive with activity but carried an undercurrent of tension. Farmers gathered by the wells, faces drawn with worry. Children played quietly, their laughter tinged with a nervous edge. Elders huddled beneath oaks, speaking in hushed tones. At the village center, a woman with silver-streaked hair and sharp eyes approached, her presence commanding yet weary. "You are the Wardens," she said, voice firm but tinged with relief. "The forest has spoken of your deeds beneath the roots. We have awaited your return." Elias inclined his head. "We've cleansed a great corruption below, but we fear its shadow may still touch your lives. Tell us what troubles you." The woman, known as Lyra, gestured to the fields beyond. "The crops wither without reason, and a sickness spreads among the livestock. Some say the forest spirit has grown restless, its whispers turning to warnings. And last night, many heard voices carried on the wind, soft, pleading, but filled with sorrow and fear." Maeve's blue flame pulsed thoughtfully. "The forest's voice is a language of many layers. Sometimes it calls in joy, sometimes in pain. Your people are listening, but they do not always understand." Silas stepped forward, his silver light revealing faint shadowy figures flitting at the edge of vision, ghostly forms of animals and people, caught between worlds, bound by sorrow. These echoes are spirits trapped by lingering corruption or fear. They are not fully lost, but they cannot rest. Rin's form shimmered as he reached toward the trees lining the village's edge. The forest's life and the villagers' lives are entwined. Healing one will heal the other. Over the coming days, the Wardens worked alongside the villagers, mending broken wards, cleansing wells with enchanted flame, and listening to the forest's whispers through Rin's guidance. Slowly, the village began to breathe more freely, the crops standing straighter, the animals regaining vitality. Yet, in the quiet moments, the Wardens discovered a deeper unrest, a tale woven through generations. An ancient pact between the forest and the village, once sealed in trust, had fractured long ago, and the darkness had thrived in the breach. Maeve uncovered old scrolls hidden beneath the village chapel, records of sacrifices and offerings meant to honor the forest spirit and keep the balance. The pact had been forgotten, replaced by fear and neglect. Elias spoke with Lyra beneath the stars. "To protect this place, the bond must be renewed. The forest's heart beats in all of us, Wardens and villagers alike." Lyra nodded, eyes reflecting the firelight. "We will stand with you. Together, we can heal not just the forest's wounds, but our own." As the village and forest began to heal in tandem, the wardens realized their journey was no longer theirs alone. It was a shared story, a tapestry woven from light and shadow, sacrifice and hope, bound by the ancient murmurs that flowed through bark, bone, and soul. The village, nestled at the forest's edge, seemed to breathe in tandem with the warden's renewed presence. Days grew brighter, and nights held a gentler hush, the oppressive weight of shadow lifting like morning fog burned away by the sun. The villagers moved with cautious hope, tending to their fields and animals, sharing stories once forgotten, and weaving rituals anew to honor the forest's ancient spirit. Yet beneath the surface of this fragile peace, something else stirred, unseen and patient. The wardens spent their days in quiet vigilance. Elias and Maeve worked with the villagers to repair wards and strengthen the spiritual bond between forest and folk. Silas studied the arcane sigils scattered through the trees, piecing together fragments of forgotten lore. Rin, ever attuned, wandered the forest's deeper reaches, listening to the murmurs that flowed beneath the canopy. One evening, as twilight bled crimson and violet across the sky, Rin's form shimmered with unease. Returning from a solitary journey, his voice was a low murmur, almost lost in the wind. The forest speaks in riddles. Beneath the healing, a shadow grows, silent but deep. Elias frowned, lantern raised. "What have you heard?" Rin's roots trembled as he spoke. "A darkness older than the Voidborn's touch. It is not corruption but hunger, a void that seeks to consume the forest's life force itself. It is patient and cunning, hiding within the soil and stone, waiting for weakness." Maeve's blue flame flickered nervously. Could it be linked to the fractured veil? Some lingering echo left behind. Silas's silver light pulsed steadily. Or perhaps something entirely different. The forest is ancient and layered. There are forces beyond even the veil that dwell here. That night, the wardens gathered beneath the ancient oak at the village's heart, flames weaving in a circle of protection. They summoned the old songs, calling to the forest's deepest memories, seeking answers in the wind and earth. As their voices rose in harmony, the ground beneath them trembled faintly, and from the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in shifting bark and moss, eyes glowing with a fierce, wild light. The forest warden of old, a guardian spirit bound to the land before any mortal had walked its soil. The spirit's voice was a rough whisper, like leaves scraping stone. "You have mended what was broken and renewed the bond. Yet the forest's heart is not healed. Beneath the roots lies a void, an ancient hunger that even we fear." Elias stepped forward, determination burning in his eyes. "Tell us what we must do." The spirit's gaze flickered toward the horizon where the forest darkened unnaturally. "A slumbering force awakens, a creature born from the earth's shadow, older than memory. It feeds not on flesh or flame, but on the forest's very essence. If it stirs fully, all will wither." Maeve's voice was steady but laced with urgency. "How do we stop it?" The spirit reached out, fingers weaving into roots that pulsed with life and shadow. "You must journey deeper than before, beyond the roots and bone, to the well of ages. There lies the heartstone that binds the forest's soul. Only by rekindling its light can you banish the hunger." Silas nodded, resolve sharpening. "Then we must prepare, for this journey will test us beyond anything faced before." The villagers, gathered around the wardens, looked to the ancient oak with reverence and fear, understanding that the balance they had fought to restore was more fragile than ever. Elias spoke softly, "The forest is alive in us all, and its future depends on our courage." As night deepened, the murmuring dark shifted, the ancient forest waiting, watching as its wardens prepared to descend once more into the unknown. The dawn broke over the village with a pale, tentative light, filtering through the boughs like fragile hope stitched across the sky. Yet beneath that fragile brightness, a heavy tension gripped the air, an unspoken understanding among the villagers and wardens alike that the forest trials were far from over. In the village square, a gathering had formed, people from every corner, farmers, hunters, elders, and children, drawn by the warden's resolve and the ancient spirit's dire warning. Faces, both hopeful and fearful, turned toward Elias and his companions. Elias stood before them, the green flame of his lantern steady and unwavering. The well of ages lies beneath the deepest roots, a place where the forest's soul is bound. To rekindle its heartstone, we must journey into the forest's oldest veins, where shadows gather and light struggles to reach. Maeve's blue fire glimmered in the morning light. "We cannot face this threat alone. The forest and the village are intertwined. Your faith, your strength, your knowledge of these lands will be vital." Lyra, the village elder, stepped forward. "Our ancestors once guarded these secrets, but the old ways faded. It is time to remember." We will stand with you." Preparations began in earnest. The villagers gathered supplies, herbs for healing, talismans woven with protective charms, and tools carved with symbols of wardenship. The smiths sharpened blades, while the hunters taught the wardens about hidden paths and the signs of unseen dangers. Maeve led lessons in ritual, teaching the villagers how to weave their intentions into small fires, how to call upon the forest spirit for guidance and protection. Silas worked with the elders to reconstruct ancient wards, their silver light illuminating faded runes on worn stone pillars. Rin wandered the forest, weaving his roots through the earth to awaken the deep magic sleeping beneath the surface. His voice, a soft murmur, carried the warden's resolve into the soil and stone, binding them to the land's pulse. Nights were spent around campfires where stories old and new were shared, tales of wardens past, of darkness fought and light reclaimed, of sacrifice and unity. The villagers, once wary, now found strength in their shared history and the warden's courage. Yet, amid the bustle, quiet moments revealed the creeping doubt. Children spoke of shadows watching from the trees, hunters whispered of silent footsteps where none should tread, and at times the wind carried soft lamentations that chilled the heart. One evening, as the wardens gathered beneath the ancient oak, Rin's form pulsed with urgency. The hunger grows restless. The void beneath stirs in impatience. We must move soon. Elias nodded, his gaze steady. Tomorrow at first light, we begin the descent. Maeve added, this journey will test us, not just in body but in spirit. We must trust in each other and in the forest's strength. Silas's silver light shone with quiet determination. The darkness we face is ancient, but so too is the light we carry. Together we will face whatever waits. As the village settled into uneasy rest, the wardens made final preparations, securing wards around homes, blessing the paths and weaving protective spells into their gear. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the dawn that would bring the next chapter of their journey, one that would lead them deep into the roots of the murmuring dark, to confront the void that threatened to consume all. The first light of dawn barely pierced the thick canopy as the wardens gathered at the ancient oak's roots, their silent sentinel and gateway to the well of ages. The air was damp, heavy with the scent of moss and earth, and a quiet stillness settled over the forest, as if the land itself awaited the moment their journey would begin. Elias adjusted the straps of his pack, lantern glowing steady with a calm green flame. He glanced at Maeve, her blue fire flickering faintly as she traced protective sigils on her skin, murmuring ancient wards. Silas checked the silver blades at his belt, his gaze sharp and measured, while Rin's form shimmered with earthy vitality, roots curling around his feet as if already entwined with the forest's deepest veins. Before stepping forward, Elias raised his lantern, voice low but resolute. The Well of Ages is not just a place, but the forest's very heart. What lies ahead is ancient magic and old pain woven together. We must move carefully, respecting what has endured and facing what threatens to consume. Maeve nodded, voice soft but determined. Our flames will light the path, but it is our bond that will protect us. Together, they stepped toward the great roots coiling around the earth like titanic serpents. The largest among them shifted slowly, revealing a narrow passage descending into darkness. A spiraling tunnel carved through stone and soil, worn smooth by time and the steady pulse of life beneath the surface. The moment their feet touched the path, a chill ran through the air, carrying a whisper of voices long lost, an echo of forest spirits caught between worlds, caught between light and shadow. The wardens pressed onward, flames weaving a gentle glow that pushed back the surrounding darkness but could not banish it entirely. The tunnel walls seemed alive, pulsating faintly with veins of ancient magic. Maeve reached out, her blue flame flickering as she traced the lines, feeling the forest's memory ripple beneath her touch. This place holds every story the forest ever bore, the joy, the sorrow, the sacrifice. Elias glanced back briefly, seeing the village's distant light barely visible beyond the roots. There is no turning back now. We carry not just our lives, but the future of this forest and its people. As they descended deeper, the air grew cooler and thicker, shadows lengthening and twisting into shapes that danced just beyond the reach of their flames. The wardens moved with a quiet vigilance, alert to every sound, the drip of water, the rustle of unseen creatures, the subtle shifting of stone beneath their feet. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the tunnel, a sound ancient and primal. From the darkness emerged a creature unlike any they had seen, a massive wraith of root and shadow, its form shifting and writhing, eyes burning with a hunger that chilled their souls. Elias raised his lantern, green flames flaring into a shield as Maeve's blue fire arced forward, casting frozen shards that slowed the creature's advance. Silas moved swiftly, silver blades slashing precise arcs, and Rin summoned thick vines that wrapped around the beast's limbs, binding its thrashing form. The battle was fierce, light and shadow clashing in a tempest of flame and root. The wraith's tendrils lashed, scraping stone and flesh, but the wardens held their ground, their unity a beacon that pierced the darkness. With a final combined surge of flame, the creature dissolved into glowing embers, its howl fading into silence. Breathless, the wardens pressed on, deeper into the well of ages, where the heartstone awaited, pulsing faintly with a light both fragile and eternal. Each step forward was a test of will and spirit, the shadows whispering doubts and fears, memories of loss and failure. Yet the warden's bond, forged in fire and shadow, held firm. Elias led the way, lantern steady, voice a whispered vow. For the forest, for the light, we will not falter. As the wardens ventured deeper into the well of ages, the walls around them narrowed, enclosing them in an almost suffocating darkness that no flame could fully penetrate. Their footsteps echoed hollowly on the damp stone floor, and the air grew thick with an intangible pressure, like the weight of countless unseen eyes watching their every move. Elias's green lantern cast trembling shadows that danced along the jagged walls, but even its steady light seemed fragile in this place. Maeve's blue flame wavered as she murmured protective chants, while Silas kept a sharp gaze ahead, his silver blade drawn but cautious. Rin's connection to the earth throbbed faintly, a tether anchoring their minds and spirits as the oppressive atmosphere threatened to pull them under. Then, as if the darkness itself had taken form, the air shifted. Whispered voices slithered into their thoughts, fragments of memories, fears, and regrets, tailored to each of them. The shadows began to weave illusions, testing their resolve. Elias found himself standing alone in a sunlit glade, the vibrant forest he knew twisted into a cruel mockery. The trees were charred and lifeless, the soft moss was replaced by black ash. Voices of lost friends and fallen wardens echoed around him, accusing him of failure. "You were too late," they hissed. "The forest is doomed because of you." He clenched his fists, green flame flickering, but he forced his gaze steady, grounding himself in the truth of their struggle. The sacrifices, the victories, the hope. "I carry the light for all who cannot," he whispered fiercely, dispelling the illusion with a surge of flame. Maeve's trial was a labyrinth of icy corridors, endless and suffocating. Shadows whispered of her deepest fears, that her power was a curse, that her fire would consume those she loved. Ghostly faces twisted in pain reached for her, their cold touch draining her warmth. Her blue flame dimmed, flickering dangerously. But Maeve summoned her strength, recalling the moments of healing, of connection with the forest and her companions. "My fire is a gift," she breathed, "a beacon against the dark." With that, her flame blazed fiercely, melting the ice and shattering the illusions. Silas faced a shadowy mirror, reflecting not his own form but a monstrous being, a void born twisted by rage and hatred. The reflection accused him of being weak, of hiding behind light while darkness festered within. His silver blade trembled in his hand. He stared deeply, seeing not the monster but the pain and doubt behind it. "I am the shield between worlds," he said, voice unwavering. "I will not be broken." The mirror cracked and the shadow dissolved. Rin's connection to the earth was challenged by visions of the forest dying, roots withering, animals fleeing, the land turning barren. His form flickered, and he felt the anguish of centuries of loss. Yet he reached deep, calling upon the ancient spirit within, grounding himself in the eternal pulse of life beneath. "I am the forest's voice," he intoned, "and I will sing through the darkness." His form brightened, the shadows retreating. As the trials faded, the wardens found themselves together again, breaths heavy but spirits unbroken. Before them, bathed in soft, radiant light, lay the Heartstone, the forest's soul, a crystalline core pulsing with fragile green energy. Elias stepped forward, lantern and flame intertwining as he began the ritual to rekindle the Heartstone. The others joined, their flames weaving a tapestry of light and hope, mending the wounds of shadow and decay. The chamber trembled as the Heartstone brightened, flooding the well of ages with warmth and life. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a gentle pulse that echoed through root and branch, stone and soil. The forest's heart beat anew. The warden stood beneath the ancient oak, now fully alive and vibrant, its branches stretching toward the stars. The air was filled with a chorus of nocturnal creatures, a symphony of life reclaimed. Elias spoke quietly, "We are the guardians, not just of the forest but of its story, its memory, and its future." Maeve's flame flickered softly, and as long as we stand, the murmuring dark will never claim this place again. Silas sheathed his blade, a rare smile touching his lips. Our journey continues, but this chapter closes with hope. Rin's roots intertwined with the earth beneath them, grounding their resolve. The forest and its wardens are one, bound by life, shadow, and light. Together, they watch the dawn rise over the canopy, a promise whispered in every ray of sunlight. As long as the forest breathes, so too will the eternal vigil of those who protect it. The rain had started 2 hours before dusk. Light at first, a whispering mist upon the windshield, but it thickened into a steady drizzle by the time Hannah pulled off the main highway. The sound of the wipers had become rhythmic, almost hypnotic, tapping back and forth in sync with the beat of her anxious thoughts. The road she turned onto wasn't on her GPS. In fact, the screen had flickered and lost signal the moment she passed the broken sign that once, long ago, might have read Marlow Hollow. Now the lettering was a faded skeleton of rust and moss. She hesitated at the junction, engine idling, the steady glow of her headlights pressing into the damp trees ahead. The road beyond curved away into a tunnel of forest, blackened by distance, veiled in mist. It wasn't the route she'd planned, but something tugged at her to continue. Not an impulse exactly, more like a memory. Like she'd seen this turn before. Not in this life, but in a dream she hadn't finished. A half-remembered vision wrapped in fog and decay. She tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "It's just a shortcut," she muttered to herself, though the words felt like lies before they even reached the air. The tires hissed over wet leaves and pothole-ridden gravel. Trees leaned close to the narrow path, their trunks dark and glistening, their branches like skeletal fingers tangled in one another, casting twitching shadows across her windshield. The deeper she drove, the more the forest pressed in. The light grew dimmer, not just from the thickening clouds overhead, but something else. Something in the air, as though the sun itself had turned its gaze away from this place. Then she noticed no mile markers, no road signs, not a single reflector, and no signal. Her phone sat in the console like a dead thing, the screen stubbornly black. 10 minutes passed, or 20. The forest didn't change. The drizzle became a fine curtain, soaking the roadside ferns, dripping from moss-covered branches. Her headlights illuminated a thick mist ahead that refused to move no matter how close she got. She adjusted the heat, rubbed her arms, turned the radio dial. It only gave her static. A rising, crackling static that grew louder the closer she moved to the thickest part of the woods. Then, without warning, the road ended. A massive bramble wall stood in front of her, black and dense, reaching taller than the SUV. It looked alive. Rain glistened on its thorn-covered tendrils, and through the center ran an unnatural arch, narrow and curved like a wound sliced open into the brush. It wasn't an opening made by hands, but by something older, and it wasn't there moments before. Hannah slammed the brakes. Her chest rose and fell with rapid, shallow breaths. The SUV idled quietly beneath the rain as her headlights lit the twisted arch ahead. There was no way forward unless she stepped out. No way back either. The road behind her had vanished. She blinked. Literally vanished. The trees behind her were no longer trees. They were just dark. A wall of blackness that shimmered faintly like heat rising off asphalt. When she turned back to the windshield, she saw movement. Something beyond the arch. A faint light flickering deep within the thorns. A fire? She squinted. The flicker was low to the ground and had a strange hue. Not orange, but a kind of cold blue, like lightning trapped in a jar. It pulsed in time with something she felt in her stomach. A slow, echoing thud like a second heartbeat. Then came the sound, soft, like whispers carried on wet leaves. She opened the door before she realized she was doing it. The rain hit her instantly, cold and persistent. Her boots crunched onto gravel, and then into the loam as she stepped toward the bramble gate. The arch loomed over her, its thorns glistening like wet teeth. A breathless moment passed. The forest seemed to hold its breath. And then the light inside flickered again, closer now. There were no voices anymore, only the rustle of wind in the upper boughs, and the whisper of droplets sliding down rain-heavy leaves. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was taut, watching. With one final glance back at her useless car, and the pitch-dark void behind it, Hannah stepped beneath the bramble arch. The forest swallowed her. Instantly the air changed. It was colder here, wetter. The ground was slick with moss and old decay. The trees were raw, gnarled. Their bark was ridged and sharp, their roots coiled like sleeping snakes. She walked forward, her footsteps muffled on the damp earth. The firelight she'd seen was just ahead, burning low in a stone circle, its flames dancing strangely, casting shadows that didn't match the shapes around them. As she approached, she saw no one there. Only a single object resting beside the flame. A lantern. Old, rusted, its glass etched with something she couldn't read. And next to it, a folded piece of parchment sealed in wax. The seal was broken. Hannah knelt and opened it. The ink was smeared slightly, but she could still read the words. They were written in an uneven hand, as though scratched in haste. If you found this place, then the road is already gone. Do not trust the lights beyond the trees. They know you are here now. Do not sleep and do not call your name. The hollow sees in dreams. She stood frozen for a long while, listening to the crackling of the fire, the whisper of the rain on the leaves, the stillness of the bramble gate far behind her. And then, she heard a voice, from deeper in the trees, calling her name. Hannah. The voice didn't echo. It simply existed as though it had always been there, an intimate whisper tucked between the folds of rain and breath. Hannah turned sharply, the hairs on the back of her neck standing upright. Her eyes scanned the dark underbrush beyond the fire, but there was only a wall of ancient trees, slick with water and thick with lichen. "Who's there?" she called out, though her voice sounded hollow, swallowed by the woods before it could carry. The trees absorbed sound like sponges. Only the constant dripping of rain on canopy and stone replied. Her name had been spoken, but not shouted. It had been spoken gently, with care, the way someone might try to wake you without fear. And there had been something else beneath it, not malice, not quite, but a hunger, a familiarity that she hadn't earned. She stepped back toward the flickering blue fire, noticing for the first time that the ground around the stone pit was unnaturally dry. The rain didn't touch it. The mist bent around it like a veil of repulsion. Even the smoke rose in unnatural curls, twisting in spirals and shapes that seemed almost intentional. She reached a hand toward the flame, expecting warmth. There was none. The fire burned cold. A breeze blew past her, not from around, but from behind the fire, directly through it. The flame didn't react. It didn't waver or flicker. It simply pulsed, blue and silent, like the steady throb of a dying star. Her hand hovered over the rusted lantern. The wick inside was long dried and blackened, its tiny glass panes covered in a mossy grime. But something deep inside the metal still faintly glowed, an ember that pulsed in time with the fire. She picked it up. The second her fingers closed around its handle, the flame in the pit vanished. Gone in a blink. The clearing was plunged into a sudden, suffocating darkness, broken only by the soft, slow glow from the lantern she now held. It wasn't strong, barely enough to see the circle of her own boots, but it illuminated something nearby that hadn't been there before. Footprints. Bare ones. Deep in the soft mud, pressed freshly into the earth just a few feet from where she stood. 5 steps. Human-looking. Wide set. No tread. No shoes. The last footprint faced her. She shivered. Not from the cold, but from the weight of being seen. Again she heard it. Hannah. The voice was closer now. From behind. She spun, but her lantern barely lit the trees around her. Shapes leaned and bent in the darkness, roots crawling like veins, branches whispering against each other high above. She stepped backward, heart hammering. The parchment from the fire was still in her hand, half clutched and soaked through. She looked down at it again. Do not trust the lights beyond the trees. Then she noticed something else. The ink was changing. The words were bleeding into the page, shifting in shape, rearranging themselves as though the paper was alive. She held it up in the lantern's weak light. The hollow sees you now. Don't blink. Don't turn. Don't answer. The voice came again. From her left this time. Hannah. Softer. Closer. So close she thought she might feel breath against her skin. She clenched the lantern tighter. It pulsed once, brighter than before. The mist around her receded just enough to reveal a path. Narrow, winding, bordered with brambles and lined by oddly spaced stones. Stones that looked like half-buried skulls if you stared too long. The forest pulled away from the trail like it wanted no part in its making. She stepped forward. The path accepted her like a throat accepts a swallow. Behind her, something breathed. Not heavily, not hungrily, but long and slow, the kind of breath taken in dreams. And then the crunch of soil. A dragging step. She didn't look back. Instead, she walked, one foot after the other. Eyes forward. Lantern low. The trail was slick, but the stones underfoot gave her balance. The light from the lantern wasn't enough to see much, but it did reflect in the water that pooled in a rut ahead. For a moment, the surface rippled, and something crossed it. Not a creature. A shadow. One that didn't match any tree. One that moved without sound. It passed into the woods to her right. She stopped, trying to hold her breath. The forest shifted. The air seemed to bend with it. Then, another voice. Not calling this time. Singing. A child's voice. Off-key. Distant. Row, row, row your boat. Gently down the stream. Her stomach dropped. The sound was wrong. The syllables dragged too long. The melody wavered like a damaged music box. And worst of all, it was familiar. Her mother had sung that to her when she was a child. She took another step. The path curved again. The forest seemed to fold in over her, the branches tighter, the brambles closer. The air thickened, damp and heavy like walking underwater. But the singing stayed. Merrily, 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 merrily. The next line never came. She emerged suddenly into another clearing, though this one was smaller than the last, choked with moss and bent trees. In its center was a stone table. A crude altar, cracked and old. Something lay on it. A bundle of cloth. No, not cloth. Oilskin. Wrapped tightly in twine, water pooling on its surface. And at the foot of the table, another note. This one was carved into wood, nailed crudely into the altar's edge. Do not open this. Not yet. She didn't move closer. She couldn't. Something in her stomach told her that opening the bundle would be like tearing off a scab that held in something deeper. Something growing beneath. Something that remembered her face before she was born. So she stood there, holding the lantern, watching the wrapped thing glisten under the dripping canopy. The light inside her lantern grew stronger for a moment, casting long shadows. And then, the singing stopped. The forest went silent. And behind her, soft, wet breathing. Closer this time. And the sound of her name. Whispered not with a voice, but with the forest itself. "Hi, Anna." Anna didn't move. Couldn't. She stood in the rain-drenched clearing, a breath caught in her chest like a bird too afraid to fly. The wrapped bundle on the altar before her shivered slightly, whether from the breeze or something inside it, she wasn't sure. The forest behind her whispered her name again, no longer playful or curious. It was certain now. New. She turned her head slowly, only her eyes shifting toward the forest wall where the voice had come from. The trees were no longer just trees. They had faces now. At least, they had shapes that resembled faces. Impressions of eyes where knots should be, sagging mouths formed by splits in bark, twisting expressions pressed into the gnarled wood like something inside them had tried to scream through. Rain rolled down their bark like tears. Her skin prickled as the lantern in her hand dimmed again. Its glow flickered against the cold, breathless hush now blanketing the clearing. She thought of the note nailed to the altar. Do not open this. Not yet. Not yet. So there would be a moment when she'd be allowed to, or required to. The thought made her bones ache. Then a sound came. A new one. A scraping. Something dragging over stone and root. It wasn't walking, it was crawling. Slithering. Loping. From just beyond the ring of trees to her right. The lantern trembled in her hand, and the light inside pulsed rapidly, faster than her heartbeat, casting erratic shadows around her. She could barely make out the shape moving between the trees, a hunched, malformed silhouette, arms long and backward bent, head tilted unnaturally to the side, too wide at the jaw. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if it wasn't bound by the same urgency that gripped her chest. She backed away from the altar. The mud sucked at her boots with soft, wet gurgles as she moved, step by step, toward the opposite end of the clearing. She didn't look away from the shape. It hadn't noticed her. Not quite. It still paced the edge, rubbing its body against trees like a cat scenting its territory. Then it spoke, but not aloud. It used her voice. From inside her head, she heard herself speak, but twisted, layered, like an echo from underwater. You shouldn't have come here. Her mouth hadn't moved. Her throat remained still. She choked back a gasp, lantern held between them like it could ward off evil. The creature paused. Its body stiffened, and a crackling sound emerged from it, as if something inside had splintered under pressure. Then it turned. Not its whole body, just the head, snapping all the way around with a crunching twist. She saw its face in full then, though face was generous. No eyes. Just smooth, damp skin with pits where sight might have once existed. Its mouth was wrong, too wide, full of tiny inward-facing teeth like the inside of a trap. And there was something in its chest. A glow. Soft and blue. Like the lantern. She stepped back again and her boot caught a root. She stumbled, fell to one knee in the mud, the lantern swinging forward and smashing against the stone with a sharp metallic crack. The creature flinched. The blue glow in its chest flickered, and a high-pitched screech erupted from it, not from its mouth, but from everywhere, like it had become a tuning fork for anguish. It recoiled into the trees, hands grasping at the sides of its skull-like head, scraping bark in vertical streaks. Its cry echoed down the path behind it, and when it faded, Hannah could hear something else rising. Others, distant howls, hollow laughter, footsteps, lots of them. Panic surged through her. She scrambled to her feet and looked toward the path on the far side of the clearing, another trail just as narrow, snaking into the deeper wood. Her lungs felt small. The rain intensified, or maybe it was her panic making every drop feel heavier. She looked back at the altar. The bundle hadn't moved, but the twine was now wet and sagging, coming undone, as if the forest itself was trying to open it for her. She bolted. Down the path, the lantern swinging wildly from her hand, its glow dim and panicked. The sound of pursuit behind her was deafening, branches snapping, leaves thrashing, something low and galloping behind her. Not footsteps, not hooves, hands, something with too many of them. She ran blind, slashing through thorn vines and ducking low branches. Rain soaked her hair, her face, her clothes, but she didn't stop. The path forked ahead, one side descending into darkness, the other rising toward a faint orange shimmer. Firelight? Her legs ached, lungs burning, but she chose the light. The forest thinned for a breath. She burst into another clearing, this one entirely different. Stone ruins jutted from the ground, arches half collapsed, moss growing over ancient carvings that were unreadable and far too smooth, as though time had polished them away. In the center of the ruins was a fire, a real one, crackling orange, warm, and beside it, a figure, not a creature, a person, a man, tall, thin, wrapped in a long oilskin coat that dripped from shoulder to boot. His hair was white, not gray but snow white, though his face looked no older than 40. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, one hand resting on a strange staff made of twisted bone and wood, his eyes fixed on her as if he had been expecting her all along. Hannah stopped at the edge of the firelight, heart pounding, breath catching in her throat. The man tilted his head. "Put out the lantern," he said softly. She didn't move. The man's voice was calm, but the words felt heavy, final, like a door closing. She looked down at the lantern. Its blue glow had grown again, but it wasn't flickering with warmth, it was shuddering like it was alive, like something inside wanted out. The man stood now, closer. "You've already been seen," he said, "but that doesn't mean you have to be found." She stared at him, lips trembling. "What are you?" He looked past her, toward the path she had come from. A shadow moved there now, silent, waiting. Then he looked back at her. "I'm the last voice they haven't stolen," he said, "and if you want to leave this forest with your mind intact, you'll do exactly as I say." The fire cracked loudly behind him. A scream echoed somewhere far off in the trees. Not a scream of pain, a scream of recognition. And in it, once again, her name. Hannah. The fire was real. It had to be. Its warmth reached her skin, subtle but present. The orange glow danced over the worn stones, casting long shadows through the remnants of the ruined arches. Moss clung to their surfaces like dried blood. Tiny rivulets of rainwater traced paths down each worn carving, as if the forest itself wept for whatever history had been buried here. And yet the man, this pale-haired figure wrapped in his oilskin coat, stood motionless as the fire behind him crackled. His face was expressionless. His eyes didn't reflect the flames. He wasn't blinking. Hannah clutched the lantern tighter. The glow had settled into a steady throb now, no longer frantic but deeply rhythmic. It matched her own pulse, as though the object had grown attuned to her lifeblood. She didn't speak at first. Her mind clawed for sense, for some scrap of understanding that could anchor her. The forest had stolen her direction, her phone signal, even the road she came in on. It whispered her name with voices that didn't belong to anything human. And now here was this man who spoke plainly, who knew her name before she gave it. He stepped closer. "I said put it out," he repeated, nodding toward the lantern. It's not a flame. It's a tether. And if you don't sever it soon, you won't be the one carrying it anymore. Hannah hesitated. It's keeping them away. The man's gaze dropped to the lantern, and for the first time since she'd seen him, his expression changed. His brow furrowed slightly, not in concern but in disappointment. No, he said. It's drawing them. The glow from the lantern pulsed brighter, as if in defiance. The blue light shimmered off the nearby stones and caught something beneath the moss. Hannah stepped closer and scraped the edge of her boot along the surface. Beneath the green fuzz, symbols revealed themselves, deeply carved, circular, not letters but spirals and ridges, like something had burned the stone with coiled heat. The man watched her. You're not the first, he said softly, but you've come closer than most. That's why they're following you. Who's they? Hannah asked, her voice hoarse. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked around the fire and knelt before it, drawing something into the dirt with his gloved hand. As he moved, the staff he carried gently clinked against the stone. Up close, she could see it was made from several bones lashed together, human bones. A child's femur formed the grip. Something avian stretched toward the tip, hollow and pale. He finished drawing the shape and stood aside so she could see it. It was a circle. Simple at first. Then he began connecting lines, intersecting spokes like the ribs of a wheel. But where spokes would normally meet at the hub, his lines bent outward, away from the center, as if repelled. As if the center was wrong. It's called the hollow, he said finally, staring into the fire. Not a place, not a thing. A space between life and what comes after. Between dream and sleep. It doesn't just feed on fear. It consumes memory, name, identity. It pulls people through one by one when the roads vanish and the rules thin out. Hannah felt her skin crawl. And this forest? This is where it first touched, he said. Long before we had words for it. Before the lanterns. Before the markers. She swallowed hard. Why me? Because you heard it, he said. Somewhere deep in your sleep. Maybe when you were a child. Maybe last week in a half-dream you can't remember. But you heard it call your name and something inside answered. She didn't speak. The fire cracked and the rain intensified slightly, pinging against the stone in a soft rhythm. Then he stepped forward again and held out his hand. If you want to survive tonight, you'll need to let go of that thing. The longer you carry it, the less of you will be left. It isn't light, it's bait. Hannah looked down at the lantern. The glow was hypnotic now. Deeper blue but shifting, something like shapes moving behind the glass. Not reflections. Faces? No mouths. Moving. Whispering. She suddenly realized her lips were forming words in sync with those inside. Her voice had dropped into a whisper without her consent. She flung the lantern away. It landed near the edge of the firelight and hissed violently as though it had landed on hot coals. The blue glow inside pulsed once more and then began to dim, like an eye finally closing. The man let out a breath. That's better, he said. Now sit. We don't have long. Hannah hesitated but obeyed. She sat across from him by the fire. The heat was soothing, almost enough to forget how cold the rest of the forest had become. She could barely hear the rain now, like the circle of stones muffled it, pushing the storm away. The man reached into a pouch beneath his coat and pulled out a folded map. He unrolled it, flattening it against the stone between them. But the map didn't show roads or towns. It was all forest. Layers and layers of it, drawn in swirling spirals, like tree rings etched over centuries. He pointed to a point near the edge. You entered here. Through the bramble gate. She nodded. Yes. He tapped a deeper section toward the center. This is where the hollow has begun to root. The further in you go, the less the rules apply. Time breaks. Space folds. You'll hear things that can't be real. Feel memories that don't belong to you. If you reach this point, he tapped the very center of the map where no path led, you'll cease being you at all. Hannah stared. Then what am I supposed to do? There's a way out, he said. But it's closing. Once the hollow takes hold, the gate that let you in can no longer let you out. It shifts behind you. But there's an old passage, a ritual exit. She tensed. A ritual? He met her eyes. One that requires a price. A beat of silence stretched between them. The fire popped. What kind of price? She asked. Before he could answer, a low moan echoed through the woods. Not human. Not animal. It was the sound of something old waking up beneath the trees. The man froze. They're closer than I thought. He rolled up the map and stood quickly. Come. There's a shelter further in, past the stone hill. We can talk there, away from open ground. She stood with him, legs shaky, and followed as he moved past the ruins into a narrow path. The trees pressed closer on this one, their branches almost clawing at the edges. The forest groaned. Then she saw the lantern again. It had not remained where she'd thrown it. It now sat upright on a nearby stump, glowing again, brighter than before. The man stopped walking. "Don't look at it," he said sharply. "Don't let it see your eyes." She turned her head away and hurried forward. The lantern's glow didn't dim as she passed it. It followed them now, not with feet, not with wings, but with hunger. Something inside it had seen her, and it would not forget. The path narrowed. Each step forward became a negotiation with the forest, ducking under clawed branches slick with rain, sliding along muddy stones that pulsed with cold like buried ice. The trees leaned tighter with every footfall, as though the forest itself was alive and listening, its roots curling just out of sight, waiting to trip, to grab, to drag. The man moved fast despite the terrain. His staff made no sound against the earth, and even his boots left no prints in the soft, rain-heavy mud. He never glanced back, never checked if Hannah followed. He didn't need to. He knew she would. The lantern remained behind, but Hannah could still feel it, like a hand on the back of her neck, gentle pressure, not violent but insistent, as if it wasn't finished with her, as if the act of discarding it had only shifted its attention. They reached a clearing after several minutes of silence, if it could be called that. No sky broke through above, no stars or moon, just more of the dark canopy. But the trees here parted slightly, revealing a circular depression in the earth ringed by roots that burst from the soil like rib bones. The man stepped into it and gestured for her to follow. "This is as safe as it gets," he said. "For now." She hesitated. The pit didn't look safe. It looked like something had tried to claw its way out once, or like something had been buried there, and the earth hadn't stopped moving since. But she stepped down anyway. The ground was soft but not muddy, dry, warm even though no fire burned and no heat source was visible. In the center of the ring sat a low structure, like a collapsed yurt made from interwoven sticks and pelts. Something with the vague shape of a shelter, but clearly older than anything human. The man crouched at the entrance and pulled back the flap. Inside it was dim but dry. Dozens of small bones hung from the ceiling on twine, ribs, vertebrae, bird skulls, all clinking gently together like wind chimes, though no breeze touched them. A strange smell filled the air. Earth, rot, and something floral beneath it all. Lavender? No, too thick. Like dried herbs mixed with blood. Hannah crawled inside behind him and sat opposite. He reached into the pouch on his hip again and drew out a small bundle of cloth. He unwrapped it slowly, revealing what looked like a candle, but instead of wax, it was made from tightly wound strips of paper, sealed in places with melted resin. The wick looked like woven hair. He lit it with a small flint, and the paper hissed to life. The flame was red, not orange, red like iron pulled fresh from a forge. It cast almost no light, but the darkness around them shifted, grew dense, protective. "They can't hear us while this burns," he said, setting the candle between them. "It gives us about 10 minutes. Hannah leaned forward. "You said there was a ritual exit." He nodded. "A breach. A place where the forest thins. But it's guarded. And the forest won't let you reach it unless you pay." She frowned. "Pay what?" The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled a small leather-bound book from his coat and opened it to a marked page. It was full of names. Dozens, maybe hundreds, written in different hands, some neat, others frantic. Some scratched so deeply they nearly tore the page. He turned the book so she could see. "These are the ones who came before you," he said. "Every one of them stepped through the briar gate. Some by accident, some by ritual. A few were pulled in while dreaming like you." She stared at the names. Some were smudged. One name at the bottom was crossed out entirely, the ink charred black. "What happened to them?" she asked. He shut the book. "Most are part of the forest now. Some walk without faces. Some sing with no mouths. A few linger near the old paths, whispering to passers-by, hoping someone will say their name and bring them back." Hannah swallowed hard. "And the others?" He hesitated. "A few escape, but they didn't leave whole. This place, it remembers what it lets go." Lightning flashed distantly, white light stuttering through the thin cracks in the yurt ceiling. Thunder followed, muffled and delayed, like it had traveled a great distance to find them. "What's the price?" she asked again, more firmly this time. The man met her eyes. His own were gray, not the soft gray of overcast skies, but the sharp silver of cut stone. Eyes that had seen too many things, eyes that had once belonged to a boy who hadn't meant to wander so far. "Something you don't want to lose," he said. "A name, a memory, a face. The hollow doesn't care what, as long as it's precious." Hannah felt her stomach twist. She thought of her mother's voice, distant now. Of her dog, Bear, asleep on her pillow the morning she left for the trip. Of the photograph tucked in her wallet, a beach, her father, both of them smiling. "Once you give it," he said, "you won't know what you gave. You'll feel the absence like a missing tooth, a hole in your thoughts, but you'll never know what used to be there." She looked down at her hands. Mud-caked, scratched. She couldn't tell if the blood on her knuckles was hers or someone else's anymore. "Do you remember what you gave?" she asked. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I used to have a sister." The candle between them hissed suddenly. The flame bent sideways as if drawn by some unseen wind. The man's eyes snapped to the flap of the shelter. "They found the path," he said. "We need to move. Now." He reached into his coat again and pulled out a small vial, glass, filled with a milky white fluid that shimmered in the candlelight. "Drink this," he said, offering it. She recoiled. "What is it?" "It'll hide your scent, your warmth, just for a little while." She stared at it. It looked like liquid bone, but the sound outside was changing. The clinking of the bone chimes had stopped. Silence pressed in. Then, tap, tap. Something outside was touching the yurt, slowly, delicately. Tap, tap, tap. She took the vial and drank. It was bitter, cold. Her throat burned as it slid down, and then a numbness spread across her chest, down her arms, into her fingers. Her breath fogged in front of her, only briefly, before stopping completely. No breath, no heartbeat. Her body was still, not dead, hidden. The man pulled back the flap and crawled out, gesturing for her to follow. She did, sluggishly, her limbs heavy, her head light. Outside, the world had changed. The forest glowed faintly now, not with light, but with movement. Pale shapes drifted between the trees. Limbs that floated, disjointed. Mouths that smiled with no bodies. Some hovered upside down. Some crawled along the undersides of branches like spiders. All were watching, but none turned to her. They sniffed the air, confused, frustrated. One of them, tall and skeletal, with antlers woven from bramble, let out a guttural shriek that made the trees lean away. It didn't see them. Not yet. The man pressed his finger to his lips and led her toward the far edge of the clearing, away from the shelter. "The breach is close," he whispered, "but we'll have to pass through her garden to reach it." "Her?" Hannah asked, barely able to speak. He nodded. "The one who keeps the gate. Is she part of the forest?" His answer came without hesitation. "No," he said. "The forest is part of her." They moved in silence as the dead do. The pale fluid Hannah drank still numbed her every step. It had settled behind her eyes like fogged glass, dulling sensation, muting the fear that pounded underneath like muffled drumbeats behind a wall. Her heart didn't feel like it beat anymore, not exactly. It fluttered, slow and irregular, like the dying wings of something once alive inside her. But it kept her hidden, and that was enough. The man led her along a trail that barely existed. It wasn't carved by feet or worn by time. It was felt more than seen, a sense of direction born from instinct or perhaps madness. The forest no longer had a fixed shape here. Trees stood at impossible angles. Roots formed archways and doorways that led nowhere, or worse, somewhere. The air smelled sweet and rotten at once, like blossoms left to decay in wet burlap. They reached a gate. Not a real gate. There was no wood, no iron, no hinges, but a natural arch formed of massive tree limbs, twisted together like the arms of drowned giants. Vines coiled through the structure, heavy with clusters of black blossoms, each petal covered in a fine dust that shimmered faintly in the air. The soil beneath it was dark and soft, as though freshly tilled. The man stopped. "This is the edge of the garden," he said, lowering his voice to a whisper that barely touched the leaves. "Beyond this, she watches directly. If you speak, she'll hear you. If you remember who you were, she'll see you. If you run, she won't chase. She'll let you run until you stop being you. And then she'll take whatever's left." Hannah swallowed thickly. The taste of the fluid still lingered in her throat, chalky, bitter, with a strange sweetness beneath it. She nodded once. Words felt dangerous now, even inside her head. The man stepped forward and they passed beneath the arch. Immediately the forest changed. The air became warm, almost humid. The trees were spread wider here, and the canopy thinned enough to allow a gray glow to seep through, neither moonlight nor daylight, but something in between, like the dying breath of twilight. Flowers bloomed on every surface. Massive things, purple, black, silver. Some as large as her head. Some pulsing gently, opening and closing like lungs. They moved deeper. The path curved into a spiral. Each step brought them past impossible flora, stalks that dripped with oil, petals made of fine feathers, flowers that blinked open with eye like irises. At one point, Hannah passed a tree with bark that writhed. Faces pressed outward beneath it, their mouths stretched in silent screams. Then she saw the statues, dozens of them, scattered along the spiral path. At first, she thought they were carvings, delicate human forms made of stone. But the longer she looked, the more wrong they seemed. Each one was caught in a pose of fear. Hands raised, backs arched, mouths open as if to shout a warning that never left their lips. And they weren't made of stone. The skin was too smooth, the poses too natural. One statue's eyes were still wet. She nearly stopped. Her feet faltered. The man didn't turn around, but his voice came low and sharp. Don't look at them. Don't remember their faces. If they think you still know them, they might follow. She kept moving. The spiral deepened, the path drawing them into a sunken glade at its heart. Trees circled it in a perfect ring, each equidistant from the other, their branches bowed inward, touching at the top like the ribs of a cage. In the center was a single stone platform, worn smooth with time. It was surrounded by a garden of pale lilies, each taller than a man, their petals veined with crimson. And on the platform stood her. Hannah didn't see her at first. Not because she was hidden, but because her mind refused to see her. It skipped over the shape like a camera glitching over corrupted footage. Her eyes passed left and right, unable to focus until suddenly they did. And there she was. The woman, if she had ever been one, was draped in a gown of woven petals and moth wings. Her hair was long and black, trailing like smoke, her arms thin and too long, ending in fingers that curled around a bundle of roots and bone. Her face was veiled, not by cloth, but by something living. A shroud of tiny insects, fluttering in unison, forming the shape of a face but never still. She held a trowel in one hand, and in the other, a heart, still beating. She turned her head slowly toward them. Not her face, just the veil. The insects parted slightly to reveal a smile. Too wide, human but not. The man lowered himself to one knee beside the lilies. Hannah followed suit, trying not to tremble. She is the warden, he said under his breath. She does not speak. She shows. And if she shows you something, you must not look away. The creature moved down the steps. Her movements were fluid, like a reed swaying underwater. She stopped before them, tilting her head. Her veil shimmered. A single insect flew from it and hovered before Hannah's face, pulsing like a tiny lantern. Then her arm extended. She offered the trowel to Hannah. The man beside her tensed. She's asking you to bury something, he whispered. You must choose what? Hannah stared at the trowel. It was old, covered in rust and root hairs. The handle pulsed with warmth where her fingers had held it. The garden waited. All around them, the lilies swayed without wind. What do I give? Hannah whispered. The man didn't answer, because he couldn't, because the hollow wouldn't let someone else choose. She closed her eyes. A memory came. A birthday, her 8th. A cake with tiny candles. Her mother behind her, singing in a tired voice. Her father wasn't there. He hadn't been for years. But the memory was warm, complete, real. She could give that. The memory shifted. Her dog, Bear, curled at her side during a thunderstorm, shaking, trusting. She had whispered to him that the rain would stop soon. She could give that. Another memory. A name. A girl she once loved. Sophie. The last letter she wrote before they parted ways. A secret never spoken aloud. She could give that. But which one? Hannah reached forward, took the trowel, and began to dig. The earth parted easily, soft as breath. She closed her eyes, felt something slip from her chest. Not pain, not grief, but absence. Like a door gently closing somewhere deep inside her. She buried it. The trowel sank once, twice, and the earth swallowed the memory. She stood. The veiled woman stepped forward and reached out. Her hand pressed lightly to Hannah's forehead. And for a moment all sound ceased. The garden, the insects, the breath of the trees. Everything stopped. And then it was gone. The memory, the warmth, the detail. She couldn't even remember what she had buried. Only that it mattered. The man exhaled beside her. She's accepted it, he said. We can go now. The woman turned, walked back to her stone platform. As she did, the lilies closed behind her, one by one, folding in on themselves like eyes in sleep. And the spiral path opened ahead, clear and straight. The breach was near, but something had changed in Hannah. Something inside her had closed, and the hollow had begun to root itself deeper. They walked in silence. Behind them, her garden closed, utterly, completely, like it had never been there at all. No gate, no spiral, no lilies, no veiled figure holding hearts like fruit. Just trees, just dirt, just the sound of wet leaves whispering against one another, too quiet to be wind. Hannah tried not to think about what she had left behind, but that was the trick. She couldn't. The memory was gone, utterly erased. Not just forgotten, but wiped. No shape remained, no sense of emotional outline. It was like trying to remember a dream that was never hers. And yet the hole it left behind ached. Like something had been scooped out of her with an elegant, invisible spoon. She looked to the man walking ahead of her. His oilskin coat dragged along the forest floor, leaving no trace. Every few steps he would touch a tree or murmur something to the soil, as if the path needed reminding who he was. "Is it always like this?" she asked. "The forgetting?" He didn't turn. "No," he said. "Sometimes it's worse." She didn't ask what that meant. They passed beneath a crooked tree, its trunk twisted into a spiral, its branches reaching downward as if yearning to root themselves. Beneath it, small bones littered the earth, hundreds, maybe thousands. Some of them arranged in patterns that her mind refused to recognize. Circles within circles. Spirals within eyes. Words without vowels. Beyond the tree the air changed. Not warmer. Not colder. Just thinner. Breath took effort now. Like there wasn't enough air to fill the lungs completely. Sound grew distant. Even her own footsteps dulled, as though she were walking through a dream of someone else's memory. The man stopped. "This is the boundary," he said, pointing ahead. The forest had begun to fold. That was the only way Hannah could describe it. The trees ahead didn't grow vertically. They bent, sideways, upward, inward, bending into a dome of roots and branches that formed a kind of tunnel. Not made by man. Not carved by creature. Formed by pressure. Compulsion. The way hair might swirl around a drain. She felt it in her chest before she saw it. A pull. Like something was calling, not her name, not out loud, but through her. As though her bones remembered a song they'd never heard. Her skin tingled. Her eyes watered. And her stomach clenched with the creeping, rising certainty that she was walking towards something ancient. The breach. It wasn't a door. It was a place that shouldn't be. "Is it safe?" she whispered. "No," the man said. "But it's the only way." She nodded. Her throat was dry. Together they stepped forward into the tunnel. Inside the air changed again. The light here had no source. No sun. No fire. The space was dim, gray, not black, but flat like a photograph with no depth. Their shadows didn't behave correctly. The tunnel curved and curved, always turning slightly to the left, but somehow never returning to itself. As they moved deeper, things began to appear. Fragments. Small pieces of other lives. A rocking horse broken in half. A rusted tricycle. A child's shoe soaked in moss. A rotary phone with the receiver ripped free and its cord knotted like a noose. Every 20 feet more appeared. A photo album, its pages blank but wet. A toothbrush with hair braided through the bristles. A blood-stained wedding ring resting on a folded receipt. Memories left behind. Forgotten. "I've seen this before," Hannah whispered. The man nodded. "They're breadcrumbs. From others who passed through. Most don't know what they're leaving. Some leave everything." She slowed. "What happens if you do?" He looked at her, for once allowing a flicker of emotion. Pity, maybe. Regret. Then there's nothing left to walk back with. The path opened into a chamber. Not large. Not grand. But hollow. It was a sphere of forest, inward curved, with roots weaving across every surface like veins. At the center hovered a seam, a vertical slit in the air, flickering with faint, shifting light. It wasn't wide. Just tall enough for a person to pass through. The breach. Hannah took a step toward it, and the air shivered. A sound, high, slow, sharp, slid across her skin like a cold razor. Her ears ached. Her nose bled. The slit rippled, and through it, for a second, she saw herself on the other side. But wrong. Her hair shorter. Her arms thinner. A scar on her lip that didn't exist. The other Hannah stared back. Didn't blink. Didn't breathe. Then smiled with her teeth. The image vanished. She gasped and stumbled backward. "It's testing you," the man said. The hollow remembers everyone who's passed through. It wears your skin, your thoughts like old coats. Is that what I become if I fail? She asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped around her and reached into a hollow knot in the tree wall. From it, he pulled a pouch, small leather bound with twine. This is yours, he said. I never left anything. You did, he said. When you entered. Everyone does. The gate took it without asking. What it returns now is up to it. She took the pouch. It felt heavier than it should have. Inside, something shifted, soft but dense, like packed sand or dried leaves. What do I do with it? Carry it through, he said. But don't open it. Not here. She looked toward the breach again. It pulsed now, slowly, like something breathing. She took a breath, stepped forward. The man reached out one final time and touched her shoulder. You might see things, he said. Hear voices. Your mother, your father, your dog, your own voice calling back. You must not answer, no matter what you hear. If you answer, it follows. She nodded and stepped through. Everything turned inside out. There was no floor, no sky, no body, only pressure. She fell forward and backward at once, her limbs numb, her thoughts spilling out of her head like ink in water. Time stuttered. She felt old. She felt new. She felt like she was being born and dying all at once. She heard music, a lullaby, her mother's voice. She saw a birthday candle, just one, flickering in a dark room. She saw Bear, her dog, whimpering beside a bathtub. She heard her own voice, screaming, Hannah, don't leave me. It wasn't a trick. It was her. Another her. Some version. Some memory. Some trapped thing that sounded like her begging for help. She clenched her teeth, shut her eyes, moved forward. The pouch burned in her hands, heavy, pulling downward. Then, white. She collapsed onto cold stone. Hard, solid. The tunnel was gone. The forest behind her vanished like smoke drawn backward through a keyhole. She lay there, gasping, her chest heaving. Air filled her lungs again. Real air. Cold and clean and filled with distant wind. The man stood beside her. On this side of the breach, he looked older. His coat hung heavier. His face lined with years she hadn't seen before. He extended a hand. You made it, he said. She took it. They stood at the edge of a new forest. Not the same. Still dark. Still old. But this one had birdsong. The trees didn't lean inward. The soil didn't pulse. She turned and looked back. The breach was gone. In its place stood only a single tree, tall and split down the center, dripping sap that smelled faintly of honey and rot. She reached into the pouch, opened it. Inside was a tiny bell, silver, delicate, and a folded piece of paper. No ink, just pressure marks, written into the parchment without pigment. She held it to the light and read the faint indentation. Don't forget what you gave. The sky was gray, not storm gray, but the heavy, muted kind that made the world feel as if it were holding its breath. Wisps of cloud drifted above the trees in slow, ceaseless spirals. Somewhere in the distance, a crow called out. A normal sound. Natural. Earthly. But Hannah knew better than to feel safe. She stood on a bluff now, the breach long vanished behind her. The tree that marked it, a gnarled, split thing with sap that gleamed like wet honey, stood utterly still, though the wind in this new forest teased the grass all around it. That tree did not sway. She stared at it for a long time. There's no going back, the man said. He had changed. Not visibly. He still wore the same oilskin coat, still bore the staff made of bone, but something in him had settled. Or faded. He moved slower now. His voice carried weight. No more riddles. No more delays. She looked down at the pouch in her hand. The tiny silver bell inside it remained cold, its shape too perfect, too deliberate. And the slip of paper with the wordless imprint. Don't forget what you gave. But she had forgotten. That was the whole point. And yet, somehow, its absence clawed at her from the inside. The hollow where the memory had been was raw, like a burn. Every time she tried to place what was missing, it felt like falling down a stair she didn't know was there. The bell chimed once, softly. She hadn't moved. She looked at it again. It hadn't struck anything. No breeze had touched it. The man turned his head slightly. It knows you left, he said. What does? He gestured vaguely. The hollow. The part of it that watches, that waits, that feeds. It doesn't like when something escapes. Not cleanly. She looked behind her again. The forest, this forest, was different. Lusher. Brighter. But the longer she stared, the more she noticed the places that weren't quite right. A patch of grass that bent in spirals rather than leaning toward the sun. A fox track that led into the base of a tree, as though it had simply vanished. A shadow flickered between the trunks far below the bluff. Not a person. Not quite an animal. Just a shape. One that didn't move when the light did. Hannah stepped back from the edge. "How far is the nearest road?" she asked. He didn't answer. She turned to look at him. "How far?" "There's no road," he said. "Not in the way you mean. You said I could get out. You did. You left the hollow." He paused. "But the hollow doesn't stop at a border. It seeps. It finds cracks." She stared at him. Her voice dropped low. "You tricked me." "No," he said gently. "I guided you. But not everything that escapes goes alone." The wind picked up. The tree behind them moaned, just once, a deep, guttural creak. Sap ran down its center now, faster than before. And from the trunk, a small hand pressed outward, just beneath the bark. Fingers, thin and gray, pushing against the inside of the tree, like a fetus reaching toward the light. Then they were gone. The bark reabsorbed them. The man turned and began walking down a narrow path that descended the bluff. She hesitated, then followed, her legs unsteady. The grass felt too soft beneath her feet, like stepping on cotton that sighed with every footfall. They reached the tree line and passed beneath branches that still held moisture from the earlier rain. Though it wasn't storming now, droplets fell in slow rhythm, as if the forest itself was weeping. She looked up once, just once, and saw that the clouds above the canopy were not moving. They hung frozen in the sky like ash. "There's a place," the man said, "where you'll need to wait. Until you remember." "Remember what?" He didn't answer. They came to a cabin. Old, sagging, nestled between two hills that leaned against each other like conspirators. Its roof was made from warped tin, streaked with rust. The front steps had caved in and ferns had grown up through the porch slats. Smoke curled lazily from a chimney, too thin to suggest recent fire. The door stood slightly ajar. Inside the air was dry. Dust hung in shafts of light. There were no modern amenities. A stove, a single bed, a rocking chair with a blanket draped over it, moth-eaten and gray. On the wall hung a map, not of the state or the region, but of the hollow. The same spiraled terrain. But this one was more complete. At the center, where before there had been only blankness, now there was a name. Just a single word. Mother. Hannah stepped closer. "What is that?" The man looked at the name, then at her. "That," he said, "is what you left behind." She frowned. "What do you mean?" But he only stepped back toward the door. "Rest tonight," he said. "I'll leave at dusk. You won't see me again after dark." She turned toward him in surprise. "Wait, why?" "Because this is where I stop," he said. "This place doesn't allow two survivors. One left. One stayed. That's how the hollow maintains its weight." He stepped outside before she could answer. She followed him to the porch. He walked to the edge of the clearing and stood beneath a tall pine tree that bent slightly toward the earth. He turned once more. "Lock the door after I go. And if anything knocks before sunrise, don't open it. Not for me. Not for anyone." Then he walked into the trees and was gone. That night, Hannah sat beside the window, wrapped in a blanket that smelled of moss and dust and something older. The bell still sat in her hand. It hadn't rung again, but she kept thinking about the word on the map. Mother. It clung to her thoughts, not in shape or memory, but in emotion. Her throat ached. Her eyes burned. She couldn't remember the sound of her mother's voice, couldn't picture her face, and yet, somewhere in her bones, she felt her. What had she given? What had she buried in the garden? Her memory? No, her name for the one who raised her. And now, she had no anchor. The hollow had taken the most sacred part of her identity, and in return, it had let something follow her home. The bell rang, loud, clear, once, then silence. She froze. Wind rattled the loose window panes. Then came the knock, soft, 3 taps, and then a voice, her own, whispering from the porch. "Let me in, Hannah, please. I'm cold." The knock didn't come again. Not yet. Just the 3, gentle, almost polite. And then her own voice, muffled by the cabin's thin walls. "Let me in, Hannah. I'm cold." She hadn't moved, not even to breathe. The bell in her palm vibrated softly, as if echoing a sound only it could hear. Not ringing, not truly, but tensing like a warning muscle tightening beneath the skin. Hannah's mouth was dry. Her spine pressed tight against the wooden frame of the window where she sat wrapped in that old, dead-smelling blanket. The fire she'd lit in the stove had long since guttered into dim embers. The shadows in the corners of the room had grown darker, not thicker but deeper, like peeled-back fabric revealing what the walls had tried to hide. She swallowed. "It's not me," she whispered. The voice outside spoke again, still gentle. "You're scared. I know. I would be too." It sounded tired. Not malevolent. Not demanding. Just patient. "I'm not here to hurt you." It was still her voice. Perfectly matched. Not a mimic. Not close. Exact. Every lilt. Every break. Every little hesitation, as if the thing on the other side of the door wasn't pretending to be her, but was her. A version of her. One that never made it through the breach. The man's warning rang in her ears. "If anything knocks before sunrise, don't open it. Not for me. Not for anyone." Her fingers tightened around the bell. Its weight hadn't changed, but it suddenly felt denser, like it was drawing something into itself. Hannah rose quietly and stepped away from the window. The room around her creaked as she moved, not from her own weight, but from the boards themselves, as if they were shifting their positions subtly around her. She glanced at the door. No shadow beneath it. No sound now. She waited. 1 minute. Then 2. Then a soft scrape against the wood. Like fingernails. Just one. And then silence again. She backed toward the far wall and sat beside the cold stove, its ash-gray mouth open and hollow. The light from the coals had died entirely, but she didn't dare light it again. No fire felt safe in a place like this. Fire attracted watchers. Fire showed who was still alive. Her hands trembled. The bell was now warm against her skin. She turned it over. No seams. No clapper visible. It didn't even feel hollow. But it rung. She reached into the pouch again, now dry, the strange smell of roots and iron having faded since earlier that night. Inside it, beneath the cloth lining, her fingers touched something she hadn't noticed before. A tooth. Human. And another, longer, thinner. Not human. She dropped them back in with a shiver. A sound behind her. Not outside. Inside the cabin. From the far corner. Behind the old rocking chair. A single breath. Not hers. She turned slowly, heart hammering. The rocking chair hadn't moved. The blanket still draped, limp and forgotten. But the shadows behind it were wrong. Moving. Not shifting with the wind or flickering like smoke. Just breathing. Soft. Measured. Something stood in that corner. No shape visible. But space had bent around it. As though whatever waited there couldn't be seen. Only sensed. And then the voice spoke again. "Let me in, Hannah." But this time, it came from behind the chair. Inside the cabin. She clamped a hand over her mouth. The front door still hung closed. Had never opened. Had she imagined the earlier voice being outside? Had it ever been outside? She stood slowly, not taking her eyes off the chair. The blanket on it moved. Lifted just an inch. Then dropped. Not from a breeze. From pressure. As if someone had brushed against it. Or passed behind it. She backed toward the kitchen, if it could be called that. Just a sink, a cracked counter, a dusty cabinet that hung half open. Beneath the sink sat a long drawer. She opened it silently. Inside were jars. Old yellowed glass. Filled with what looked like roots. Twine. Salt. And blades. A paring knife. Dull but still with weight. She took it. And the bell. And turned back toward the chair. Still nothing moved. But the room was tightening around her. Like the walls were breathing with the thing that now shared her air. She tried to think. What had she brought back? The man said the hollow never let someone leave cleanly. That it followed. That it remembered what passed through. The tooth in the pouch hadn't been hers. And the voice, it was hers. What if something had taken the piece of her she gave to the hollow and built itself from it? Not just a memory, not just a trick, but a seed. A version of her that had been cut out, planted, and watered with everything else she lost in that forest. The breath behind the chair grew deeper, more insistent. Like lungs filling with the same air she needed. "I'm still you," the voice whispered. "You left me. I had no choice but to find you." And now the chair moved. Just slightly. Forward. Then backward. A slow rhythmic rock. Hannah gripped the knife tighter. She spoke for the first time in what felt like hours. "You're not me." The voice replied softly. "Aren't I?" The chair stopped. And the thing behind it stepped forward. She saw herself. Or almost herself. Same height, same face, but her skin was wrong. Yeah. Too pale, almost waxy, like a mannequin's that had been left in a river. Her eyes were all pupil, wide, hungry. Hair clung to her scalp in wet curls. She wore Hannah's shirt from 3 days ago, still stained with blood and soil. But worse, she moved like a memory. Not fluid, not coordinated, jerked, as though being remembered by someone whose mind was fading. She smiled. It was Hannah's smile. Almost. "I gave up everything to find you," the creature said, then tilted her head. "You owe me." Hannah backed up. The bell trembled. The thing's eyes snapped to it. It hissed, not loudly, not like an animal, like steam escaping a wound. It stepped forward. "I remember what you forgot," it said. "Do you want it back?" Hannah raised the bell. "You can't come back with me." The creature laughed. A dry, humorless sound. "You're already back. But you brought me. When you broke the boundary. When you stepped through." She stepped forward again, her reflection still wearing her face. "But it's fine. We can share. One face, one skin, one memory." She reached out, her fingers extended, identical to Hannah's, until they split at the tips. Long, thin bones sliding free of the nail beds like twigs pushing through skin. Hannah didn't scream. She rang the bell. Once, twice, 3 times. The air cracked. Sound warped, like a string snapping. The creature stumbled backward. Her features unraveled, face blurring like a smeared painting. Her eyes bled into her cheeks. Her mouth tore sideways. The bell screamed now, a high, shrieking tone that felt like it was coming from inside Hannah's bones. She dropped it. It hit the floor and shattered into ash. And when she looked up, the cabin was empty. No chair, no blanket, no reflection, just dust and silence, and her alone. But in the pouch, tucked beneath the roots and bone, the tooth still waited. It wasn't cracked, wasn't dry. It was fresh, still warm. The sun rose thin and pale over the horizon, like a bruise pressing softly against the sky. Hannah sat on the creaking porch of the cabin, her knees drawn up to her chest, eyes tracing the shifting patterns of dew on the grass below. The forest beyond stretched endlessly, a wall of dark green and shadows that seemed to lean closer than the day before, as if it had grown overnight. The night had passed without further knocks. No voice, no breath behind the chair. Just silence. But silence itself had grown heavy, like a weight pressing down from all directions, filling the cabin's empty corners with a stillness that hummed beneath her skin. She wondered if the quiet was waiting. The bell was gone. She knew that. Yet something within her fingers still tingled, a phantom vibration that teased at the edges of her nerves. Her hands trembled. She ran them through her hair, tugging slightly to feel something tangible. A line of sensation, a tether to the world that felt more real than any memory. She didn't know how long she had been in the cabin. Time here wasn't measured by clocks or sunlight, but by the slow decay of hope. The pouch sat on the small table beside her, a wound of dried roots, bone shards, and that single fresh tooth. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat muffled beneath layers of earth. She hadn't eaten, couldn't bring herself to. The forest seemed to press closer with every breath, and the memories she'd buried, the ones she'd lost, whispered faintly at the edges of her mind, teasing like half-remembered dreams. Her fingers itched for the pouch again. The tooth inside called to her with a voice she couldn't hear, but felt, like a needle tracing patterns beneath her skin. Hannah's thoughts fractured and spiraled. What had the hollow taken? Her name? Her memory? Or something darker? Had it left a hole in her soul? Or had it planted something inside her? A sudden snap from the woods made her flinch. The trees swayed, not from wind, but from something moving just beyond sight. She stood, peering through the mist that clung to the grass. At first there was nothing. Then a figure emerged. Not the man who guided her. Not the faceless watchers or the veiled warden. A child. A boy. Wet hair plastered to his forehead, clothes torn and soaked with mud. His eyes were wide, too wide, with a flickering light that wasn't quite human. He stepped forward with cautious, unsteady steps. "Who are you?" Hannah whispered. He didn't answer. Instead, he knelt and plucked a wildflower from the earth, one of those black blossoms from her garden, and held it out to her. "Do you remember me?" he asked. His voice was soft but sharp, like broken glass. She shook her head. The boy smiled. "That's okay," he said. "I don't remember you either." He led her into the trees. The forest seemed to breathe around them, branches curling closer, leaves murmuring secrets just out of hearing. The sky faded into the canopy, a dim ceiling woven from shadows. They walked through thick underbrush until they reached a shallow pond. Its surface was mirror smooth and black, reflecting a sky that was no longer pale but impossibly deep and dark, dotted with unfamiliar stars. The boy knelt and dipped his hand into the water. "Look," he said. The surface rippled and images appeared. Hannah saw herself, standing in the garden, holding the trowel, burying what she'd lost. She saw the veiled woman, the warden, smiling as petals closed behind her. She saw the breach open like a wound in the world. And then she saw the creature in the cabin, the thing that wore her face. But this time the creature was not alone. Shadows gathered behind it. Shapes coiling and writhing like smoke. Faces that never blinked, hands that stretched too far, eyes that glowed faintly red. The boy's voice was cold. "They come with you." Hannah's breath caught. "Why?" "Because you opened the door." She stared into the pond's surface. The reflection rippled again. Her own face stared back, but this one was fractured. Cracks spiderwebbed across her skin like broken glass. Then, slowly, one of the cracks widened. And from it, a dark tendril snaked out. Hannah pulled back. The boy smiled sadly. "You carry the hollow inside you now." Her hands clenched. The forest around them shivered. "Can I fight it?" she asked. The boy shook his head. "It doesn't fight. It waits. It grows. And when it's ready, it will take everything." Hannah swallowed hard. "Then what do I do?" The boy stood and turned toward the dark woods beyond the pond. "Come," he said. "Where?" "To the edge of the world. To the place where the hollow began. Maybe there you'll find your answer." Hannah hesitated, but the weight inside her chest pulled her forward. Together they stepped into the forest depths, leaving the cabin, the pouch, and the fragile piece behind. The forest grew thicker as Hannah followed the boy through winding paths tangled with thorny briars and gnarled roots. The sky above faded from the pale bruise of dawn into an unyielding twilight, the sun swallowed whole by heavy clouds that never broke. Here the air was damp and thick, carrying the scent of rot and wet earth so pungent it clawed at her nostrils. Every step felt heavier, like the forest itself was anchoring her feet, trying to slow her escape. The boy moved effortlessly, weaving through the thorns, his bare feet silent on the soft moss, his eyes always scanning the darkness beyond. He spoke little, only pausing once to look back at her with eyes that flickered like candlelight. "Do you feel it?" he asked softly. "The pull beneath the ground?" She nodded, though the sensation was impossible to describe. A vibration, a heartbeat emanating from the earth itself, faint yet relentless, like a pulse beneath her skin. "That's the hollow's root," he said. "It spreads far and wide. It's the heart of the hunger." Hannah swallowed hard and wiped a cold sweat from her brow. The memories she'd lost, the shadow that had followed her, the creature that mimicked her voice, all felt like threads leading here, to this place where the earth seemed alive and watching. They came to a clearing surrounded by towering trees so ancient their bark was cracked and deep as canyon walls. At the center lay a vast pit, a jagged wound in the earth that pulsed with a dark, viscous substance. It looked like black tar or blood but moved as though it breathed. The boy knelt at the edge, tracing symbols in the dirt with a finger. Strange sigils, half root, half bone, curling like serpents. "This is where it all began," he said, "where the first memory was swallowed." Hannah peered over the edge, her reflection fractured and flickering in the tar's surface. It showed not one but countless faces, fragments of souls pulled down, tangled in the dark ooze beneath. "Is this the hollow?" she whispered. The boy nodded. "Its hunger made flesh and earth. It feeds on memories, on names, on the pieces of ourselves we think are lost. Every time someone crosses through the breach, it grows stronger." Hannah's heart pounded. "So what can I do? How do I stop it?" He smiled sadly. "You don't. Not alone." A sudden rustle came from the woods. Shapes emerged, twisted forms with limbs too long, faces half-formed, eyes black and empty. They stepped silently, surrounding the clearing, pressing close. "They are the lost," the boy said. "Those consumed by the hollow, now its guardians. They keep the roots safe." Hannah gripped the hilt of the dull knife from the cabin and stared down the encroaching shadows. Despite their grotesque forms, there was a sadness in their silent eyes, a desperate hunger for release. The boy stepped beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The hollow will never let go willingly. But you carry a seed it cannot swallow completely." She looked at him, confused. "Inside you, the memory you buried, the part you forgot, it still lives. It can fight back. But only if you find it." The shadows closed in. Her breath caught. And somewhere deep within her, a whisper stirred, a faint echo of something lost, waiting to be found. The night clung to the clearing like a suffocating shroud, the sky above smeared with dense ink-black clouds that pressed down, leaving no stars to witness what was about to unfold. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of decay and something far more ancient, a metallic tang that prickled at Hannah's tongue. Around the edge of the pit, the lost gathered like twisted reflections of humanity. Their forms lurched forward with unnatural grace, limbs elongating and contracting like shadows given substance, eyes hollow yet glimmering with something that was once hope. Hannah's breath came in ragged gasps, the dull knife she carried trembling in her grip. The boy beside her, silent and steady, pressed a hand against her back. "They hunger," he whispered, "but they're not cruel, only trapped. Remember that." Her gaze flicked toward the black tar, its surface undulating with slow, deliberate waves, as though the hollow itself was breathing. From within its depths, faint tendrils reached upward, black fingers stretching like smoke toward the sky, desperate for release. They brushed against the faces in the pit's reflection, faces she recognized, fragments of 1,000 lost souls, including her own, fractured and torn. Hannah's eyes blurred as something deep inside her stirred, a memory half buried beneath layers of forgetfulness and despair, itching to be reclaimed. A voice whispered, not from outside, but from within. "Remember?" She closed her eyes, clutching the bell's broken shards in her palm, its phantom warmth still lingering like a pulse. When she opened them, the boy knelt and placed his hands on the ground. "You must touch it," he said. "Touch the hollow?" He nodded solemnly. "To fight it, you have to meet it where it breathes. It feeds on the forgotten. But you carry the seed of remembrance. Let it root." Hannah hesitated, her fingers curling tighter around the knife's handle. She stepped to the pit's edge and lowered a trembling hand toward the viscous surface. The black tar rippled, cold and slick, and as her skin met the edge, a shock raced up her arm, a sensation both electric and suffocating. Visions exploded behind her eyelids. A garden blooming with black lilies, her mother's face there, veiled and distant, petals closing over a secret. The warden's smile, sharp as shattered glass, echoing a lullaby that had never been hers. A hollow breach, a doorway bleeding shadow. Her own scream, fractured and repeated, bouncing through the corridors of her mind. She gasped and pulled back, her skin burning where the tar had touched. The lost stirred, creeping closer, their whispers rising into a dissonant chorus, a dirge of broken promises and forgotten names. "Fight it with what you remember," the boy urged. "Remember your name. Remember you." Hannah forced herself to steady her breath, summoning the fragment of memory clawing its way to the surface. She saw a flash, a sunlit morning, her mother's laughter ringing through a wooden cabin, the scent of fresh earth and lavender. She pressed both hands to the ground, the broken bell shards glowing faintly blue beneath her fingers. The pit's blackness recoiled, tendrils withdrawing as a pulse of light spread outward, fragile but resolute. The lost screamed, not in malice but in anguish, as they dissolved into motes of shadow that drifted upward like dying embers. The hollow's breath slowed, but the fight was not over. From the darkness beyond the clearing, a figure emerged, taller than any tree, wreathed in roots and bone, eyes burning like molten gold. The warden. Her smile stretched wide, unfurling like a blade. "Remember," she whispered, voice like 1,000 dead leaves, "or be lost forever." Hannah tightened her grip on the knife, standing firm as the forest held its breath. The battle for her soul had only just begun. The moment the warden stepped into the clearing, the very air seemed to pulse with a dark heartbeat. She moved like the forest itself had taken shape and breath, an unnatural grace that twisted the shadows around her. Her towering form was draped in layers of woven roots and brittle bones, blackened and gleaming as though soaked in ancient sap. Her eyes, molten gold, flickering with inner fire, pierced through the dimness like twin suns burning in a void. Hannah's breath hitched, the dull knife in her hand suddenly feeling weightless, a fragile token against something primal and vast. The warden smiled, a slow, deliberate curl of lips that revealed teeth sharp and gleaming like shattered glass. It was a smile that spoke of secrets buried deep and the terrible patience of a predator waiting for its prey to tire. "You hold the memory, child," the warden said, her voice a whisper that carried like thunder. "But memories are fragile, like threads pulled taut against the dark." Hannah clenched her jaw, trying to summon the courage burning faintly inside. The boy from the pond stood silent behind her, eyes wide but unwavering. "What do you want from me?" Hannah asked, voice steady despite the cold dread squeezing her chest. The warden stepped closer. Roots shifted and creaked as if the earth itself was responding to her presence. "To remember. To become part of the hollow song, she replied. To surrender what you cannot reclaim. To be remade. Her hand extended, fingers elongated and tipped with thorns that glistened with sap like poison blades. The air thickened, and the shadows rippled as tendrils of dark energy wove around her. Hannah raised the knife defensively, but the weapon seemed to falter, its edge dulling as if the forest's darkness reached into her very bones. The warden smiled wider, tilting her head. You fought to cross the breach. But to live here, you must surrender. A sudden howl tore through the forest, piercing, guttural, and filled with despair. The lost stirred, rising from the shadows like smoke given form. They circled the clearing once more, their fractured faces and hollow eyes fixed on Hannah. She felt the pull again, deeper and more insistent. A tug at the corners of her mind, threatening to unravel the thread she had so desperately clung to. You carry the seed of defiance, the warden whispered, stepping forward with a grace that belied her monstrous form. But defiance is no match for inevitability. Hannah took a step back, heart pounding wildly. Memories flickered behind her eyes, a laughter she couldn't place, a voice she almost recognized. The fragment she had touched at the tar pit, her mother's face in the garden, the warmth of a hand she'd long forgotten. She shook her head fiercely. I remember enough, she said. Enough to fight. The warden's eyes narrowed, and with a sudden movement, the ground beneath Hannah shuddered. Roots burst from the soil like serpents, writhing and twisting toward her feet, threatening to bind her where she stood. The boy from the pond moved swiftly, reaching into the earth and tearing the roots away with surprising strength. You're stronger than you know, he said urgently. But she'll never stop. Hannah nodded, feeling the surge of defiance swell in her chest. She gripped the knife tighter, its edge catching a glimmer of light despite the oppressive gloom. The lost howled again, a sound that echoed through the trees like a mournful dirge. The warden's smile faded, replaced by a cold determination. Then fight, she hissed, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. But remember, the hollow wins in the end. With that, she lunged. The battle tore through the clearing like a storm. Roots and shadows collided with desperate strength and will. Hannah dodged the warden's thorned claws, slashing with her knife where she could. The boy fought beside her, tearing at the dark tendrils that writhed to ensnare her. Pain lanced through Hannah's side as a root slashed across her ribs, but she bit back a scream and pressed on, each breath a fierce promise not to yield. Memories flickered wildly, faces, voices, places, blurring together as the forest itself seemed to pulse with a terrible hunger. But Hannah held on. Because deep inside, beneath the fear and pain, a small flame still burned. A seed of remembrance. A hope that the hollow might be beaten. The clearing had become a battlefield suspended between worlds. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath as shadows clashed with light, roots writhed like serpents coiling to choke, and the air cracked with the sound of strained earth and desperate wills. Hannah's breath came ragged and sharp, a constant reminder of the thin thread between survival and surrender. The knife in her hand, dulled by the strange darkness that clung to the warden, was nevertheless her anchor, the only thing tangible in the swirling nightmare. The warden's towering form twisted with unnatural grace, each movement a shadow made flesh, claws slicing through the air with sharpness that whispered promises of oblivion. Her eyes, molten gold burning like dying stars, never left Hannah, who dodged and parried, every step heavy with pain and resolve. Roots erupted from the ground beneath Hannah's feet, thick and curling like giant snakes seeking to bind and drown her in earth and decay. She stumbled but did not fall. From the depths of her mind, a memory flared, the warmth of a sunlit morning, the laughter of her mother, a faint touch on her hand. It was fleeting, but it lent her strength. Beside her, the boy from the pond moved like a shadow in tandem, tearing at the writhing roots, his small hands filled with surprising power. Hold on, he urged. The hollow wants you to forget. Don't let it win. Hannah gritted her teeth and slashed with the knife, catching a root and cutting through thick bark like skin. A sudden surge of pain shot through her side. The roots had slashed her ribs. She ignored it, pushing back against the choking grip of the forest's darkness. The warden snarled, advancing with renewed fury. You are nothing but a fragment, a broken echo, she hissed, voice like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. Give in, and you will find peace in the endless embrace of the hollow. But Hannah shook her head fiercely. I am not broken. Not yet. The world around them seemed to pulse. The pit of tar at the center of the clearing rippled like a wound opening wider, shadows pouring forth like a tide of despair. The lost rose once more, spectral and desperate, their hollow eyes burning with yearning and sorrow. Their whispers rose into a haunting choir, filling the air with mournful songs of forgotten names. In that moment, Hannah felt it, a fracture deep inside her mind, a sliver of something long buried breaking free. A glimpse of herself, whole and unafraid, shining through the darkness. She closed her eyes, clutching the knife tighter. The warmth of the broken bell's memory pulsed faintly within her palm, and a spark of light blossomed beneath her skin. With a guttural cry, she drove the knife into the tar pit's edge. The blackness hissed, recoiling as light bloomed outward like the first fragile dawn. The lost screamed, faces twisting with anguish as the shadows around them shattered and dissolved into drifting motes of ash. The warden staggered, her golden eyes flickering uncertainly. But the price was high. Hannah gasped, pain blooming from her side through every fiber of her being. Her vision blurred, and the memory she'd just reclaimed threatened to slip away again, a fragile thread caught in the storm. The boy knelt beside her, his voice a steady anchor. "You hold the seed of defiance, but it needs time to grow." She nodded weakly, knowing the fight was far from over. The warden's form dissolved into the forest shadows, her voice a fading echo. "Remember, child, the hollow always waits." And then silence fell. Hannah lay on the cold earth, the dawn light filtering weakly through the trees, carrying with it a fragile hope, and the heavy truth that the hollow's hunger had only deepened. The pale light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, a fragile promise leaking into the heavy shadows that still clung to the forest floor. Hannah lay on the cold earth, her breath shallow and uneven, the dull ache in her side throbbing with every heartbeat. The taste of dirt and bitter sap lingered on her tongue, and sweat clung cold to her skin. Around her, the clearing was silent, the restless chorus of lost now reduced to faint echoes drifting like fading ghosts. The tar pit pulsed softly, no longer a raging wound but a smoldering scar, waiting patiently to bleed once more. Hannah's fingers curled around the grass beneath her, nails digging into the earth, grounding her to this fragile moment between despair and hope. The boy knelt beside her, eyes wide and watchful. "You did well. The warden will recover, but for now, she's bound to the shadows. You have time." She tried to sit up, but pain lanced through her ribs and she groaned softly. "Rest," he said firmly. "You need strength. This fight is just beginning." Hannah closed her eyes, willing the pain to ebb, but even in the quiet, the weight of memory pressed down on her. The hollow had taken so much, her name, her past, the warmth of her mother's laughter, and yet, within the broken pieces, a seed of defiance remained, fragile and flickering like a candle flame in a storm. She thought about the bell, shattered into ash but still pulsing faintly inside her mind, a symbol of loss and hope intertwined. "Why me?" she whispered, voice raw. "Why was I the one to cross?" The boy's gaze softened. "Because you carry what others cannot. A memory forgotten but not lost. A name that still sings beneath the silence." He stood, brushing dirt from his knees. "Come. There's a place I want to show you." With effort, Hannah rose, wincing as her body protested. She followed him through the thinning trees, the forest around them alive with the subtle rustle of leaves and distant calls of unseen creatures. After a long walk, they arrived at a small glade bathed in gentle light. At its center stood a circle of ancient stones, weathered and moss-covered, etched with symbols that seemed to pulse faintly. "This is a place of remembering," the boy explained, "where the lost find their voice." Hannah stepped into the circle, feeling a strange warmth seep into her bones. The air hummed softly, carrying whispers she couldn't quite grasp, fragments of songs, laughter, and tears woven together. She closed her eyes and reached deep into herself, searching for the memory the hollow had tried to steal. A flash, her mother's hands, weathered but strong, planting seeds in a garden bathed in sunlight. A breath, a lullaby sung softly in the dark, a promise of protection. A name, Hannah, whispered by the wind, carried in the rustle of leaves. Tears slipped down her cheeks as the memories flooded back, fragile but alive. The boy smiled gently. "You remember? And as long as you do, the hollow cannot consume you entirely." Hannah nodded, feeling the weight inside her shift, not gone, but balanced by the strength of what she had reclaimed. But even as hope stirred, a shadow flickered at the edge of the glade, a reminder that the hollow's hunger was never truly satisfied. The glade's quiet warmth wrapped around Hannah like a fragile shield, but even in the heart of this sacred circle, the forest held its secrets close, its shadows deep and watchful. She lingered there, breathing in the tangled scents of moss and earth, the faint echo of forgotten voices weaving through the stones like ghosts beneath the skin of the world. Beside her, the boy remained silent, his eyes fixed on the rim of the clearing, where the shadows seemed to ripple unnaturally, as if something was stirring just beyond the veil of light. "Who are you really?" Hannah asked softly, breaking the stillness. He hesitated, then answered with a voice that was both distant and tender. "I am the whisper you forgot, a fragment left behind when you crossed the breach. I am memory and I am warning." Her brow furrowed. "You're part of me?" He nodded. "A piece you lost, but one that watches and waits." The wind stirred suddenly, carrying with it a faint, eerie melody, a song woven from sorrow and promise, threading through the leaves like silk and barbed wire. Hannah's skin prickled. "Listen," the boy whispered. The song grew clearer, its notes fragile yet relentless, tugging at something buried deep within her. It was a voice she couldn't place, neither fully human nor entirely other. It sang of ancient roots and broken promises, of names erased and reclaimed in the endless twilight. "Who sings that?" she asked, voice trembling. "The Hollow's whisperer," the boy replied. "A voice that calls to the lost, the broken, and the forgotten. It tries to pull them back into the darkness." A chill ran down Hannah's spine. The bell's phantom warmth flickered like a dying flame in her mind. The boy's gaze sharpened. "You must be careful. The whisperer listens for the heartbeat of those who remember. It knows your fears. It waits for the moment you falter." Suddenly, from the edge of the glade, a figure emerged, cloaked in tattered shadows, face obscured beneath a hood woven from twigs and leaves. The song faltered, then stopped. The whisperer. Hannah's heart slammed against her ribs as the figure stepped forward, its movements fluid and unsettlingly calm. "You remember," it said, voice smooth as silk and cold as stone. "But memory is a double-edged blade, Hannah. It can save you or destroy you." Hannah stood her ground, the knife in her hand a pale echo of protection. "What do you want?" she demanded. The whisperer smiled, a slow, twisting curl of lips that revealed nothing but shadow. "To show you the cost of remembrance," it replied. "To offer a choice, surrender your past and find peace, or hold on to your memories and be consumed." The boy stepped forward, eyes blazing. "Don't listen to it. The Hollow's hunger is endless. It offers only despair." The whisperer's gaze flicked between them, a flicker of something ancient and terrible gleaming beneath the shadowed hood. "But there is one path few dare to walk," it said, voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to echo inside Hannah's mind. "The path of the Briar Gate, a door hidden in the forest's heart, where memory and shadow entwine. There you might find what you seek, or lose yourself forever." Hannah's breath caught. The boy's hand tightened on her arm. "The Briar Gate is the final boundary. Few return once they cross." A silence fell over the glade, heavy and expectant. Hannah looked at the whisperer, then at the boy, then at the ancient stones beneath her feet. Her journey had led her here, to the edge of memory, to the cusp of shadow. And beyond lay the unknown. The forest outside the glade had shifted. The once familiar trail had dissolved into a labyrinth of twisting branches and thorny brambles that seemed to pulse with a sinister life of their own. Every step Hannah took felt like wading through a waking nightmare. Each thorn prick a whispered warning, each shadow a lurking promise of pain. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something more elusive, the faint, coppery tang of blood. Beside her, the boy, the whisper of her own fractured memory, moved with uncanny certainty, his bare feet silent on the soft moss. Yet even his presence couldn't dispel the creeping dread that gripped her heart. "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice barely more than a breath. "To the Briar Gate," he replied softly. "The final boundary. The place where memory and shadow bleed together." The path narrowed, branches arching overhead like skeletal fingers, closing in until the sky was little more than a sliver of dull gray. Thorny vines curled and twisted, reaching out as if to snag her, drawing blood on her arms despite her careful movements. Hannah's fingers trembled, her grip tightening on the dull knife. Each scratch stung, each breath seemed to draw the forest deeper into her lungs. The boy glanced back at her, eyes flickering with a strange urgency. "The Briar Gate isn't just a place, it's a test. A passage where you face what you've lost, what you fear, and what you might never reclaim." She swallowed hard. The memory of the warden's towering form and the whisperer's chilling offer churned in her mind. Surrender or be consumed. The choice echoed, but her heart refused to yield. The path led them to a sudden clearing, a stark contrast to the suffocating thorns. In the center stood a massive archway, twisted briars woven tightly into a gate, thorns sharp as needles glinting faintly in the dim light. Vines hung like curtains, swaying gently despite the still air. "This is it," the boy said quietly. "The Briar Gate. Beyond this lies what you seek, or your end. Hannah stepped closer, the hairs on her arms rising. The gate seemed alive, pulsing faintly as if breathing. She could almost hear whispered voices tangled in the thorns, echoes of memories she couldn't quite grasp. The boy placed a hand on the gate. To pass, you must face the fragments of your lost self. The memories the hollow tried to devour. Only by accepting them can you move forward. Her throat tightened. Images flashed through her mind. Faces half remembered, moments swallowed by shadow, the cold absence where her past should have been. She closed her eyes, heart pounding. The dull knife felt impossibly small, a fragile beacon in the oppressive darkness. A voice whispered, barely audible, carried on the wind, her own voice but fractured and distant. Remember. Hannah took a deep breath and stepped through the briar gate. The world twisted. The forest faded into swirling mist, shadows folding around her like a shroud. Time lost meaning as she was pulled into a realm between worlds, a shifting landscape of fragmented memories and broken reflections. She saw herself standing in a sunlit garden, hands dirty with soil, planting seeds that glowed faintly. Then the image fractured, splintering into shards that floated like broken glass. A child's laughter echoed, her mother's? A distant lullaby half forgotten. The warden's smile flickered, sharp and cruel, a shadow lurking beneath the surface. And then, darkness, cold and absolute. But beneath the black, a faint pulse, steady and sure. The seed of memory. Hannah's breath caught as the mist parted, revealing a figure waiting in the distance. Familiar and yet changed, the echo of herself, whole and unafraid. Welcome, the figure said softly. You have come far. The boy's voice echoed from behind her. This is the last step. Hannah faced the reflection, the self she had lost, the peace she needed to reclaim. With a trembling hand, she reached out. The mist curled around Hannah like a living thing, cold and damp, yet strangely intoxicating. The figure before her, her reflection, stood bathed in a light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was the self she had been before the hollow began to unravel her world, steady, whole, and unbroken. Yet, as she stared, she saw the faintest cracks on that face, fractures that hinted at secrets buried deep beneath a polished surface. The reflected Hannah's eyes met hers, calm and piercing. You've come a long way, she said softly, voice echoing like a song half remembered. But this is where the truth waits. 1,000 emotions swirled in Hannah's chest. Hope, fear, grief, defiance. The weight of the memories she'd reclaimed and those still slipping away pressed heavy against her heart. This was the moment she had been drawn toward, the final reckoning within the briar gate. Who are you? Hannah asked, voice trembling despite herself. I am you, the reflection replied, stepping closer. And yet I am what you have lost. The part the hollow tried to consume. The memory you buried to survive. Hannah took a breath and looked inward, feeling the pulse of the broken bell shards still echoing in her mind. The hollow's hunger had taken so much, but the pieces she'd reclaimed flickered like embers beneath the darkness. I remember, Hannah whispered, but it's fragmented, broken. The reflection smiled, a soft curve tinged with sadness. Memory is never perfect. It is a mosaic of light and shadow. You must piece it together, accept the fractures, the pain, and the love entwined. Images began to flow around them, flashes of a garden blooming in sunlight, a woman's laughter ringing through wooden halls, shadows slipping beneath a veil, the warden's cruel smile, the tar pit breathing beneath the earth. Each shard shimmered with emotion, joy and sorrow, fear and hope. Hannah reached out, touching the nearest shard. It rippled beneath her fingers, warm and alive. You are stronger than the hollow, the reflection said, because you remember, and memory is a shield. A sudden gust swept through the mist, scattering the shards into the air. They swirled like fallen leaves caught in a storm, then began to gather, weaving themselves into a glowing tapestry, a map of her life, her pain, and her fight. But to reclaim yourself, the reflection warned, you must face what lies deepest within, the part you fear most. Hannah's breath caught. The hollow's voice echoed faintly in the back of her mind, the whispers of surrender, the promise of peace through forgetting. I am afraid, she admitted, voice breaking. Fear is natural, the reflection said gently, but do not let it chain you. Face it and you will be whole again. The mist thickened, shadows coalescing into a dark figure looming behind her reflection. The warden's silhouette, jagged and cruel. Hannah turned, heart pounding. The warden stepped forward, voice like a blade. You think memory is your shield? It is your prison. Hannah squared her shoulders, the knife in her hand glowing faintly with the light of reclaimed memory. "No," she said firmly. "It's my salvation." The reflection smiled one last time, then faded into the swirling mist. Hannah faced the warden alone, standing on the edge of light and shadow, ready to confront the darkest part of herself. The clearing inside the briar gate seemed to pulse with a darkness deeper than the blackest night. The air was thick, suffused with a chilling stillness that pressed on Hannah's chest, each breath a labor against an invisible weight. Before her, the warden emerged fully from shadow, a towering figure woven from roots and bone, eyes blazing with a molten gold fire that seemed to burn not just the night but the very essence of hope. The knife in Hannah's trembling hand glowed faintly, its light a fragile beacon amidst the choking gloom. She could feel the pulse of the hollow beneath her feet, a slow, rhythmic heartbeat like the pulse of some slumbering beast waiting to devour what little light remained. The warden's voice was a rasping whisper, yet it carried the weight of centuries. "You think yourself whole because you remember? But the hollow is more than memory, it is oblivion, a void where all things end. You cannot fight what does not exist." Hannah's heart hammered in her chest. She swallowed her fear and stepped forward, pain radiating from the wound in her side, but her resolve burning brighter than the ache. "I am more than your void," she said, voice shaking but resolute, "because I hold the pieces you can never take." Roots erupted from the ground, writhing and twisting like serpents to ensnare her. She dodged and slashed with the knife, the edge glowing brighter with each strike. The hollow screamed, an unearthly wail that echoed through the forest, shaking leaves from ancient trees. The warden advanced, claws extended, each step cracking the earth. "You are a fragment, a ghost. You cannot stand against the whole." Hannah's breath hitched as the roots tightened, binding her wrists and ankles. Panic flared, but she forced it down, focusing on the shards of memory glowing within her. The warmth of a mother's hand, a garden blooming, the laughter and light she had reclaimed. She closed her eyes, summoning every flicker of hope, every shard of defiance. The knife pulsed, its glow growing until it blazed like a star. With a roar, she drove the blade into the roots binding her. They hissed and writhed, recoiling as light spread in waves from the knife, burning through shadow. The warden snarled, stepping back as the roots burned away, her golden eyes flashing with fury. "You will never be free." "I already am," Hannah said, voice steady. The battle tore through the clearing in a storm of shadow and light, roots snapping, claws slashing, the air thick with the scent of earth and smoke. Hannah moved with desperate fury, each strike a promise to herself to survive, to reclaim the self the hollow tried to erase. The boy from the pond appeared beside her, tearing at the shadows, his eyes fierce. "Hold on. The hollow weakens when memories unite." Hannah nodded, drawing strength from the boy's presence. Together they pushed the darkness back, the hollow's breath growing ragged. But then, from the depths of the tar pit, a new horror rose. A monstrous shape, formed from the amalgamation of forgotten faces and twisted roots, its eyes empty voids that swallowed light. The warden roared in rage and retreat, vanishing into the shadows with a promise. "This is not the end, Hannah. The hollow waits." Hannah staggered, exhausted but standing amid the fading shadows. The hollow's heartbeat slowed, the night less oppressive. She looked to the boy. "We still have a long way to go." He nodded. "But the path is yours." The oppressive silence that followed the battle was heavier than any scream. Hannah's chest heaved, the ache in her ribs sharp and relentless, but her spirit burned brighter with the fierce flame of survival. The forest around her seemed to breathe a sigh, a reluctant, cautious reprieve from the hollow's relentless hunger. The boy from the pond knelt beside her, brushing dirt and leaves from her bloodied hands. His eyes, reflecting the dim light of dawn, held a quiet resolve. The hollow's strength waned today, but it is far from defeated. The tar pit's creature is a fragment, an echo of those lost. It will return stronger each time. Hannah swallowed, feeling the weight of the forest shadows press inward. Then we need to learn more. About the hollow. About the briar gate. About why it feeds on memories. The boy nodded, standing and beckoning her to follow. They moved deeper into the woods, where the trees grew ancient and towering, their roots tangled in secrets as old as the earth itself. The air grew cooler, and the scent of moss and decayed leaves filled Hannah's lungs. After a long, winding trek, they reached a clearing unlike any other, a circle of stones inscribed with strange runes that pulsed faintly with a silver light. In the center lay a weathered tome, bound in bark and stitched with sinew, resting atop a pedestal carved from twisted roots. "This is the Codex of Whispers," the boy said, voice reverent. "It holds the forest's memory, the truths the hollow once buried." Hannah's fingers trembled as she reached out and opened the tome. The pages were brittle but alive, inscribed with words that shifted like living shadows. As she read, fragments of forgotten history poured into her mind. Long ago, before the Hollow's hunger began, the forest was a sanctuary, a place where memories and dreams grew like wildflowers. But a darkness crept in, born of forgotten pain and sorrow, twisting the roots and corrupting the earth. The Hollow was born from this darkness, feeding on the memories that sustained life itself. The Warden was once the forest's guardian, a spirit of protection and growth. But the corruption consumed her, turning her into the Hollow's cruel enforcer, bound to trap and consume the lost. The Briar Gate was created as a last defense, a threshold where souls could confront their own shadows and reclaim their memories. But few ever passed through unchanged. Hannah's heart pounded as she absorbed the weight of these revelations. The Hollow was not just a force of destruction. It was a reflection of loss, grief, and the desperate desire to forget pain. She closed the tome, determination settling like steel in her bones. We have to find a way to restore the forest, to free the Warden. The boy smiled faintly, shadows flickering in his eyes. That path is dangerous, but it is the only hope. As they prepared to leave the clearing, a rustle in the underbrush caught Hannah's attention. From the shadows emerged a figure, a woman cloaked in leaves and twilight, eyes bright with fierce intelligence. "I am Eloan," the stranger said, voice like the wind through the trees. "I've been waiting for one who remembers." Hannah exchanged a glance with the boy. "Can we trust her?" Eloan smiled, a hint of sadness in her gaze. "Trust must be earned. But if you are to face the Hollow's heart, you will need allies." The forest seemed to lean closer, the air thick with unspoken promises and unseen dangers. The journey ahead was uncertain, but Hannah knew one thing with clarity: she could no longer walk it alone. The fading light of the forest seemed to bend and twist around Eloan, the newcomer, as she stepped closer. Her eyes shimmered with a deep, ancient knowledge that made Hannah's skin prickle with cautious curiosity. The boy from the pond nodded at Eloan with a mix of respect and relief, silently acknowledging her presence as a crucial turning point. Eloan's voice was soft but carried an undeniable weight. "I was once like you, an outsider drawn to the forest's secret heart. I came seeking answers, only to find the roots of its corruption tangled deep within my own past." Hannah felt a chill. The forest itself seemed to lean in, eager to hear the story. Eloan continued, "Long ago, before the Hollow twisted the woods, I was a guardian of the old ways, a keeper of memory and protector of those who passed through the gate. The Warden and I were close once, sisters in purpose, bound by a shared vow to preserve the balance between light and shadow." The boy's gaze darkened as he listened, and Hannah's heart quickened. But as the corruption grew, Eloan's voice faltered. The Warden became lost. She was consumed by the darkness she sought to contain. "I tried to save her, to fight the spreading Hollow, but I was forced to retreat, watching helplessly as she became the forest's greatest predator." A gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying whispers from the trees, soft, mournful sighs that seemed to echo Eloan's words. Hannah stepped forward, voice steady despite the storm of emotion swirling inside her. "How can we save her? How do we stop the Hollow from consuming everything?" Eloan's eyes met hers, glowing with fierce determination. "The answer lies in the deepest part of the forest, where the roots of the Hollow converge. There is a place called the Heartwood, an ancient tree, the source of the forest's life and memory. If we can reach it, we may be able to restore what has been lost." The boy nodded in agreement. "But the path to the Heartwood is perilous. The Hollow's influence grows stronger as we approach. We will face shadows born from our darkest fears." Hannah's mind raced with questions, but one thing was clear: the fight was far from over. Eloan reached into her cloak and produced a small, glowing seed, pale and radiant, pulsing with a light that seemed to breathe. "This is a gift from the Heartwood," she said. "It will guide us and protect us from the Hollow's grasp, but only if we stay true to ourselves." The three of them stood together, the weight of the forest pressing in from all sides, as a distant howl echoed through the trees, a reminder of the Warden's relentless pursuit. Hannah looked at Eloan and the boy, feeling the fragile strength of their alliance. "Then we have no time to waste." As they prepared to step into the deeper shadows of the forest, Hannah felt the steady pulse of the seed in her palm, a beacon of hope amid the darkness. The journey to the Heartwood had begun, and with it, the chance to reclaim not just the forest, but herself. The forest closed around them like a living tomb as Hannah, Eloan, and the boy pressed deeper into the darkness beyond the Briar Gate. Every step felt heavier, the air thickening into a suffocating weight that seemed to press on their very souls. Above, twisted branches clawed at the dim sky, blotting out what little light dared to seep through. The seed in Eloan's hand pulsed softly, casting a pale glow that barely kept the encroaching shadows at bay. Hannah's skin prickled constantly, as if unseen eyes watched their every move from the blackened underbrush. The distant howl of the warden echoed like a dirge, growing closer and more mournful with each heartbeat. "We're not alone," the boy whispered, voice taut with tension. "The hollow twists everything here. It creates monsters born from fear, despair, and forgotten sorrow." Eloan nodded, stepping carefully over tangled roots slick with dampness. "The hollow feeds on the mind's darkest shadows, weaving them into traps. We must stay vigilant and trust in the light within us." The forest floor suddenly shifted beneath Hannah's feet, and she stumbled into a shallow pit concealed by rotten leaves and moss. A sharp pain blossomed in her ankle, but she bit back a cry and forced herself upright. From the mist ahead, figures began to emerge, pale, gaunt shapes with eyes like hollowed wells, skin stretched tight over brittle bones. Lost, their faces twisted with anguish, reaching out with trembling hands as if begging for release. Hannah's breath caught in her throat. Memories surged, faces she had once glimpsed in the tar pit, voices of the forgotten calling her name. "Remember who you are," Eloan urged, raising the glowing seed higher. Its light pushed back the creeping shadows, illuminating the wretched forms that stumbled toward them. The lost wailed in despair, their moans a chorus of sorrow and regret. "Free us," they whispered. "Remember us." Hannah closed her eyes, feeling the seed's warmth pulse through her veins. She reached out with her mind, summoning every shard of memory and defiance. The fragments of her past, her mother's laughter, the garden blooming in sunlight, the lullaby whispered in darkness, all rose to the surface, shimmering like stars in the night sky. A surge of light burst from her chest, spilling forth in waves that washed over the lost. Their anguished cries softened, and one by one, their forms dissolved into motes of light that drifted upward like fireflies. The forest seemed to exhale, the oppressive weight lifting ever so slightly. But the path was far from safe. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled through the trees, and the shadows coalesced into a hulking beast, a grotesque fusion of gnarled roots and rotting flesh, eyes glowing with malicious hunger. The warden's voice hissed in the wind, chilling and triumphant. "You cannot outrun the hollow's reach." Eloan readied herself, her voice steady. "Hold fast. This is but the hollow's shadow." Hannah gripped her knife, the blade shimmering with the light of memory. The boy stood firm beside her, ready to fight. The creature lunged. The battle was fierce and desperate, the forest itself seeming to writhe in pain as roots tore and shadows flared. Hannah fought with every ounce of strength, the knife cutting through the tangled flesh and thorny limbs, each strike fueled by the hope pulsing in her veins. Eloan's seed cast a protective glow, pushing back the darkness, while the boy's swift hands found the creature's weak points. Finally, with a shuddering roar, the beast collapsed into a heap of broken branches and leaves, its snarls fading into the stillness. Breathless, Hannah sank to her knees, the forest around them silent but watchful. The path ahead remained shrouded in shadow, but the light within them had grown stronger. Together they pressed onward, toward the heartwood, toward hope. As the battered remains of the twisted beast smoldered into the earth, a silence heavier than before fell over the forest. Hannah's knees trembled beneath her, muscles burning, breath ragged and shallow. Around her, the ancient trees stood like silent sentinels, their gnarled limbs entwined with shadows, listening. The boy and Eloan exchanged a glance heavy with unspoken understanding. This battle was but a prelude. High above, where the dark canopy broke, a pale moon cast its cold light over the tangled woods. But deep beneath that canopy, in a place untouched by even the faintest glow, the warden moved alone. She was a figure carved from roots and bone, her once luminous golden eyes now dimmed with sorrow and torment. The weight of centuries pressed upon her like chains of bark and thorn. Though she had become the Hollow's enforcer, a predator born of corruption, a fragment of the guardian she once was still flickered somewhere beneath the layers of darkness. In the black heart of the forest, she knelt before an ancient altar, a twisted knot of roots that pulsed faintly with a dim green light, the last breath of the forest's true power. She placed her cracked hands upon it, and a low whisper escaped her lips, carried on the cold wind. "Forgive me." The forest trembled as if aching in response. Her voice broke the silence. The hollow was never meant to consume. It was meant to protect, to hide the pain from those who cannot bear it. But I failed. She pressed her forehead to the altar, the brittle bones of her fingers sinking into the moss. Memories flooded her mind, the faces she had lost, the promises broken, the endless hunger that clawed at her soul. The guardian turned executioner, cursed to trap the lost while longing for release. A shadow stirred behind her. From the depths of the forest emerged a figure cloaked in twilight, a wraith-like presence with eyes like deep wells of despair. The whisperer, the voice of the hollow's insidious will. "You cannot undo what is done," it hissed, voice like ice and silk. "Your chains are forged from your own sorrow." The warden lifted her head, golden eyes blazing with desperate defiance. "Then I will bear this burden alone, if it means protecting what little remains." The whisperer's smile was cruel and endless. "You carry the curse, but the hollow spreads. Soon, none will be left to remember." A distant sound echoed, faint but unmistakable, the clash of steel and shadow, the heartbeat of a defiant soul pressing onward. The warden's gaze turned toward the distant clearing where Hannah and her allies fought for light in the ever-darkening forest. "Perhaps there is still hope," she murmured, "if the seed of memory survives." Back among the ancient trees, Hannah sat beside a small fire, the glowing seed cradled gently in her palm. The boy and Eloan tended to their wounds, silence heavy but comfortable between them. Hannah's thoughts drifted to the warden, to the burden she bore and the thin line between guardian and monster. Somewhere beneath the corruption was a soul trapped, aching for redemption. Eloan broke the silence. "The forest's magic is old, older than the hollow itself. If we can reach the heartwood, we might find a way to heal not just the trees, but the warden's soul." The boy nodded. "But the closer we get, the stronger the hollow's hunger will become. We will be tested in ways we cannot yet imagine." Hannah looked at the glowing seed, feeling its pulse steady and strong against the chill of the night. "We have to try," she said quietly. "For the forest, for the lost, for all of us." The forest whispered around them, alive with secrets and shadows, waiting for the next step in their journey. The forest grew older here, older than time itself. The air thickened with the scent of ancient earth and resin, a deep pulse vibrating beneath the ground as if the very heart of the world beat slow and steady beneath their feet. Hannah, Eloan, and the boy moved carefully, their footsteps muffled by moss so thick it seemed to breathe beneath them. The glowing seed in Eloan's palm pulsed softly like a heartbeat, casting a faint, soothing light that kept the creeping shadows at bay. They entered a vast glade, crowned by a colossal tree whose gnarled limbs stretched skyward like the twisted arms of forgotten gods. The heartwood. Its bark was the color of aged bronze, etched with symbols that shimmered faintly, runes older than the oldest song, humming with a magic that felt both ancient and alive. Beneath its roots, the ground pulsed rhythmically as if the tree itself was breathing. "This is the source," Eloan whispered, reverence coating her voice. "The wellspring of the forest's memory and life." Hannah reached out tentatively to touch the rough bark, feeling a surge of warmth pulse from the tree through her fingertips, as if the heartwood recognized her touch. But beneath the awe and wonder, an undercurrent of tension rippled through the clearing. The shadows gathered at the edges, restless and watchful. Suddenly, the ground trembled, a deep, rumbling growl vibrating through the roots. From the darkness beneath the heartwood, a mass of twisting tendrils erupted, thick vines intertwined with writhing shadows, eyes glowing red like embers trapped in the dark. The hollow was not done. The tendrils writhed and lunged toward the tree, seeking to choke the source of light and life itself. Eloan stepped forward, raising the glowing seed high. "We must protect the heartwood. Its magic is our only hope." The boy drew a dagger forged from the silvered bark of elder trees, its blade gleaming with runes of power. "I will hold the shadows back." Hannah gripped her knife, its blade alive with the energy of reclaimed memories. "Then I'll stand with you both." The battle erupted beneath the ancient branches, a clash of light and darkness that shook the very soul of the forest. Tendrils lashed and twisted, trying to ensnare the heartwood, but Eloan's seed blazed like a beacon, burning away the shadowy vines. The boy's dagger cut through creeping darkness with practiced precision, while Hannah slashed and stabbed, fueled by the fierce determination to save what remained of the forest and herself. Amid the chaos, Hannah felt a presence, familiar and terrifying. The warden's silhouette appeared beyond the veil of shadow, her golden eyes blazing with conflicted fury. She moved like a storm of roots and bark, powerful and relentless, but her gaze flickered with doubt as she watched the trio fight to protect the heartwood. "You trespass," the warden's voice rumbled, low and thunderous. "This sacred place is bound to the hollow's will." Hannah met her eyes steadily. "It's bound to life too, and we will fight to reclaim it." The warden hesitated, the ancient pain beneath her ferocity briefly visible. The battle raged around them, light and shadow, memory and oblivion clashing beneath the heartwood's sprawling canopy. In that moment, Hannah understood. The forest, the hollow, the warden, all were bound together by the fragile thread of memory and loss. To save any one of them, she would have to confront the darkness within herself as fiercely as the darkness outside. The air trembled with raw power as Hannah faced the warden beneath the colossal heartwood, the ancient tree's great branches stretching like an altar to the storm-racked sky. The forest held its breath, shadows folding and unfolding like restless waves around them, as if the very soul of the woods was watching this fragile moment. The warden's golden eyes blazed with a tempest of fury and sorrow. She was both monster and guardian, a broken reflection of what once was. Her voice, when she spoke, was a ragged echo, layered with anguish. You defy the hollow's will, child. Yet you are but a fragment, scattered and incomplete. Hannah tightened her grip on the knife, the cold steel humming with the light of every memory reclaimed and every shard of hope forged in the darkest moments of her journey. I am whole because I remember, she said, voice steady despite the pounding in her chest. You were once the same, and that is why you can be saved. The warden's lips twitched, almost a smile but twisted with pain. You speak of salvation, yet do not see the price. Suddenly the forest shuddered. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, spilling thick black tar that hissed and writhed like a living thing. From the tar, twisted forms clawed their way upward, shadows of the lost, faces half forgotten, their eyes burning with silent despair. Hannah's heart lurched. The hollow's hunger had birthed these wretched echoes, souls trapped between worlds, consumed by pain and erasure. The warden extended her hands and vines erupted from the earth, weaving a cage of roots and darkness to contain the rising tide. They are bound to me as I am bound to the hollow. Hannah looked to the boy in Eloan, who stood ready with weapons gleaming in the dim light. We fight not just for ourselves, Eloan said, voice fierce, but for every soul trapped in the shadows. The boy's dagger glowed brighter, his eyes fierce. Together we can break the chains. The battle erupted with a thunderous roar, the lost clawing at their captors, the warden fighting to keep the darkness contained, and Hannah at the heart of it all, the knife's light cutting through shadow, every strike a promise to reclaim what was stolen. Amid the chaos, Hannah felt a tug deep within her chest, the bell's fragile pulse, echoing against the weight of the hollow's hunger. She closed her eyes, reaching inward, confronting the darkest corners of her memory, the moments of fear, loss, and isolation, but also the warmth and love that had survived. A radiant light blossomed from her, a wave of pure memory and defiance that swept through the clearing. The twisted forms faltered, their anguished faces softening as the light touched them, releasing the trapped souls one by one into the night air where they faded into shimmering motes of freedom. The warden staggered, golden eyes flickering as the bond with the hollow strained and cracked. No, she whispered. I cannot lose them. Hannah stepped forward, extending her hand, not with a weapon, but with understanding. You don't have to. The forest remembers. And so do I. For a heartbeat, the world held still. Then, with a shuddering sigh, the warden's form wavered, roots unraveling, bark peeling back like broken armor. Beneath, a woman's face appeared, worn but luminous, freed from the chains of shadow. The forest exhaled, the heartwood glowing with renewed life as the darkness receded. Hannah sank to her knees, exhaustion and relief washing over her. Eloan smiled softly. The forest heals with the courage to remember. The boy nodded, eyes bright. But the journey is not over. The hollow's hunger fades, but it will never truly disappear. Hannah looked up at the vast canopy, light spilling like dawn through the leaves. We will protect this place, she said quietly, and we will remember. Always. The first pale light of dawn filtered through the branches of the heartwood, spilling soft golden hues onto the forest floor like a gentle benediction. The oppressive weight that had smothered the woods for so long began to lift, replaced by a fragile, breathing hope. The air smelled of fresh earth and new beginnings, a scent so pure and alive it stirred something deep within Hannah's soul. She sat quietly beneath the vast canopy of the heartwood, feeling the rhythmic pulse of life coursing through the ancient tree's roots. The boy and Eloan were nearby, tending to the scattered remnants of the battle, gathering broken branches, clearing shadowed debris, and whispering to the forest as if it could hear their gratitude. For a moment, the forest was still. The lost had been freed, the warden redeemed, and the hollow's dark hunger diminished. It felt as though the world was exhaling after holding its breath for centuries. But beneath this fragile peace, subtle threads of darkness lingered, tiny ripples in the otherwise calm surface. Shadows stirred at the edges of vision, and whispers echoed faintly through the leaves, barely perceptible but unmistakably present. Hannah's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where the forest thinned and the sky stretched open. She understood that this victory, though profound, was but one chapter in an ongoing struggle. Eloan approached, her eyes reflecting the golden light of dawn and a shadow of quiet caution. The forest heals, yes, but the wounds run deep. The hollow's mark is not easily erased. The boy nodded in agreement. Its hunger lies dormant, waiting for the moment to awaken again. We must be vigilant. Hannah stood, brushing the dirt from her clothes, feeling the strength that came from facing her fears and embracing her memories. Then we keep watch. We protect this place, this life, and the memories it holds. The forest is a part of us, as we are a part of it. Eloan smiled, a soft, hopeful curve that spoke of renewed purpose. And together we can nurture the roots of hope, so they grow strong enough to resist the shadows. The boy's gaze flickered toward the trees as if sensing something beyond sight. But the hollow is clever. It takes many forms. We must prepare, for the unknown, for the return. Hannah met their eyes, determination anchoring her voice. Whatever comes, we will face it, because to forget is to lose ourselves. And we will never let that happen. The forest around them stirred anew, alive with whispered promises of growth and renewal. Birds sang cautiously from the branches, and delicate shoots of green pushed through the softened earth, tiny heralds of life emerging from the long night. As the sun rose higher, casting warm light through the leaves, Hannah felt a deep peace settle over her, a peace earned through trials, loss, and courage. The journey had changed her irrevocably, but it had also given her a gift, the unbreakable strength of memory, and the knowledge that even in the darkest places, light could be found. The forest had been saved, for now. But its story, like hers, was still unfolding. The days that followed the Heartwood's awakening were filled with a quiet kind of magic, a slow, steady pulse of renewal that spread through the forest like a gentle tide. Soft moss unfurled over shattered branches, bright green shoots pierced the rich soil, and the once withered leaves glistened with fresh dew. It was as though the very earth remembered what it meant to breathe, to live again. Hannah walked beneath the towering trees, the filtered sunlight warming her face and lighting the gold in her hair. Each step felt lighter, the heavy fog of dread and despair lifting a little more with every breath. Beside her, Eloan moved gracefully, her hands brushing reverently over the tender new growth, while the boy from the pond, whose name Hannah had learned was Leor, kept a wary watch, eyes sharp for any sign of lingering darkness. But even in this blossoming peace, there was an undercurrent of tension. The forest, alive and vibrant though it was, still held its secrets close. The hollow's shadow was faint but real, slipping like a whisper beneath the canopy. One evening, as twilight deepened and the cicadas sang their ancient song, Hannah, Eloan, and Leor gathered around a small fire. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows over their faces, weaving light and dark in a quiet dance that mirrored the forest itself. Eloan broke the silence. We've tended the roots of this place, but the forest's true healing comes from the hearts of its people, those who remember and protect. Hannah nodded. We should find others, those who have survived the hollow's reach, who can help us rebuild what was lost. Leor's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. There are scattered enclaves beyond these woods, forgotten villages, wanderers who still carry the old stories. We must seek them out. The fire crackled, sending sparks swirling into the cool night air. Hannah stared into the flames, her thoughts drifting to the faces of the lost, the souls they had freed, now scattered like stars in the night sky. Each had a story, a life interrupted but not forgotten. We need to gather these stories, she said softly, to weave them back into the forest's memory. As if in answer, a gentle rustling stirred the leaves nearby. From the shadows stepped a figure wrapped in a cloak of woven ivy and moonlight, eyes bright with cautious hope. I heard your fire, the newcomer said, voice soft but clear. My name is Arlen. I have walked the forgotten paths, carrying tales of the hollow and those who fight it. Hannah smiled, a surge of hope blooming within her. Then you are welcome here. Together we can strengthen the roots of this forest, and our own. The night deepened around them, a blanket of stars watching silently overhead. In that quiet moment, the first threads of a new community began to weave themselves, a tapestry of memory, courage, and resilience. Yet, as the fire flickered and shadows danced, a faint, chilling whisper drifted through the trees, a reminder that the hollow's hunger had not vanished. It was patient, biding its time, waiting for the moment to creep once more beneath the briar gate. The forest's newfound peace was fragile. like the delicate wings of a moth fluttering too close to a candle's flame. Days bled into nights in a slow rhythm of growth and vigilance, but beneath the surface, something dark was stirring. Hannah sat beneath the boughs of the heartwood, now the living heart of the forest's rebirth. Around her, the small circle of survivors and allies, Eloan, Leor, Arlen, and a handful of other wanderers drawn by whispered tales, were busy tending the forest's wounds. They planted seedlings infused with the forest's magic, sang songs old as time to coax life from the soil, and shared stories to weave a tapestry of shared memory and hope. Yet the weight of unseen eyes and whispered shadows clung to the air. Leor was the first to voice the growing unease. "I've seen signs, footprints not quite human, shadows that move with purpose. The hollow's reach hasn't ended. It shifts, hunts in the dark, waiting." Eloan's expression tightened, her hands clenching. "The hollow learns. It adapts. The light we've rekindled weakens its grasp, but it won't surrender so easily." Arlen, who had spent years walking the forgotten paths, nodded grimly. "There are stories, old warnings whispered by those who remember. The hollow is patient. It hides in cracks, in silence, in forgotten grief. It will seep back slowly until it is strong again." Hannah felt the knot of fear tighten in her chest, but she forced it down. "Then we prepare. We will not let it claim this forest, or our memories, again." That night, as the camp settled beneath a sky studded with stars, Hannah stood watch alone. The glow of the heartwood seed in her hand pulsed softly, a beacon of light in the creeping dark. A cold wind whispered through the trees, carrying voices, soft, unintelligible, but filled with longing and menace. Shadows shifted at the edge of her vision, twisting and bending as if alive. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the gloom, a tall woman draped in midnight robes, her eyes like twin moons reflecting sorrow and fierce purpose. "I am Ceres," she said, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "I have come because the hollow stirs once more." Hannah's breath caught. "How much time do we have?" Ceres's gaze was unwavering. "Not long. The hollow's hunger grows, and it will seek to undo all you fought for." Eloan stepped forward, her voice steady despite the chill. "Then we must strengthen the bonds between us, the forest, and the memories we protect." Ceres nodded, her eyes scanning the dark horizon. "There are others, watchers, guardians scattered across the land. We must gather them, unite the fractured lights before the hollow's shadow falls again." The forest around them seemed to pulse in agreement, the whispering leaves carrying a warning and a call to arms. Hannah looked at her companions, feeling the fierce determination of a community forged in shadow and light. "We will stand," she vowed, "together." As the first pale light of dawn brushed the treetops, the forest held its breath, poised between renewal and the gathering storm. The morning mist clung thickly to the undergrowth, curling between the trunks of ancient trees like spectral fingers as Hannah, Eloan, Leor, and Ceres prepared to depart from the Heartwood clearing. The weight of their mission settled heavily on their shoulders, a quest not only to defend the forest they had reclaimed but to unite the scattered lights of resistance before the hollow's creeping darkness could consume them whole once again. The camp was quiet, the flicker of dying embers from the previous night's fire casting long shadows over the gathering of survivors and newly arrived allies. Many had come from distant places, drawn by whispered legends of the Heartwood's revival and the fragile hope blossoming amidst the ruins of despair. Ceres stepped forward, her eyes sharp and keen, glinting beneath the hood of her midnight robes. "The guardians are scattered, remnants of ancient orders, survivors of forgotten battles. Each holds a piece of the puzzle, a shard of the forest's magic. Alone they are vulnerable. Together they may turn the tide." Eloan nodded, voice calm but urgent. "We will follow the old paths, the hidden trails spoken of only in stories. They wind through shadowed valleys, over forgotten mountains and across silent rivers." Leor's gaze flickered toward the east, where dark clouds gathered on the horizon, a sign of the brewing storm. "Time is short. The hollow's reach will grow with each passing day." Hannah swallowed the knot of fear rising in her throat. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers both seen and unseen, but the fire of purpose burned within her. "We must begin," she said firmly. "For the forest, for those who cannot fight, and for the memories we carry." Their journey took them first to the village of Thistledown, a place forgotten by maps but alive in the whispers of those who remembered. The streets were narrow and winding, lined with homes built from twisted wood and stone, draped in vines and blooming wildflowers. But beneath the beauty lurked a fragile tension, as if the villagers held their breath against an unseen threat. At the edge of the village they found their first guardian, a woman named Maris whose eyes shone with a fierce wisdom. She was a healer and keeper of ancient lore, her hands gentle but strong. "You come with the seed of the heartwood," Maris said, touching the glowing symbol embroidered on Eloan's cloak. "We have felt the forest's heartbeat quicken, but the hollow stalks these lands still." She led them to a hidden sanctuary beneath the roots of an enormous oak, a place where the air shimmered with protective enchantments. Here the first seeds of an alliance took root. As they gathered, marshaling their strength and sharing stories of loss, hope, and battle, news arrived of shadowed figures seen near the border of the forest. Creatures born of the hollow, their forms shifting and twisting with malevolent purpose. Night fell, and with it came a storm of whispers, a gathering darkness that threatened to undo the fragile peace. Hannah stood at the center of the circle, the knife still warm in her hand, the glowing seed pulsing steadily. Around her, the faces of new allies, guardians, survivors, and dreamers, reflected the flickering firelight. "We are more than memories," she declared. "We are the light that refuses to be extinguished." The wind howled outside, carrying with it the promise of battle to come. But inside the sanctuary, the spark of unity blazed fiercely, a beacon against the gathering storm. The night had fallen heavy and unyielding, draping the village of Thistledown in a suffocating shroud of darkness. Beneath the sprawling roots of the ancient oak where the Alliance had taken refuge, flickering torchlight cast long, quivering shadows across the gathered faces of guardians and survivors alike. The air was thick with tension, every breath a fragile thread stretched taut with anticipation. Hannah stood near the center, her grip firm around the knife that thrummed with the echo of reclaimed memories. Around her, Maris whispered last-minute prayers, while Leor and Eloan sharpened blades and checked the wards that guarded the sanctuary's hidden entrance. Saris paced quietly, eyes scanning the dim corners, sensing the encroaching dread that slithered beyond the walls. The wind howled outside, carrying with it an unnatural chill. Somewhere in the distance, the hollow moan of the forest's twisted creatures echoed, growing steadily nearer. Suddenly, a sharp clatter broke the fragile silence. The sound of stones shifted by unseen feet, a whisper of movement in the shadows. "The hollow has found us," Leor murmured, his voice low but steady. The first wave struck like a living nightmare. Dark figures erupted from the forest's edge, grotesque shapes woven from tangled branches and blackened flesh, eyes burning with savage hunger. They moved with unnatural speed, their limbs contorted and grasping, mouths agape with snarls that chilled the blood. The guardians sprang into action. Maris called forth a shimmering shield of light, the ancient magic of healing and protection glowing like a pulse of dawn against the consuming dark. Eloan's seed blazed fiercely, its radiant light slicing through the twisted forms as she chanted words older than memory. Hannah lunged forward, knife flashing in the torchlight. Each strike was precise and fierce, cutting through the creeping shadows with the strength of her resolve. Beside her, Saris moved like a shadow herself, silent, deadly, weaving through the battle with blades kissed by moonlight. The clash was brutal and relentless. The Hollow's creatures fought with a ferocity born of desperation, their forms shifting and reforming as they sought to overwhelm the defenders. Yet, the Guardians held their ground, bound by the promise to protect the forest and the memories it guarded. Amid the chaos, Hannah's thoughts were a whirlwind of clarity and fear. Faces flashed in her mind, the lost freed, the warden redeemed, the fragile hope blossoming in this hidden sanctuary. Each memory was a beacon, a lifeline she clung to as the darkness pressed in. A sudden roar split the night. The warden herself appeared at the forest's edge, her form a terrifying blend of root and rage, golden eyes blazing with a fierce determination to protect the forest, even if it meant tearing down those who threatened its fragile balance. "Hannah!" Eloan shouted, urgency in her voice. "The warden comes, but she is not our enemy, yet." The battle surged toward a critical breaking point. Hannah knew that this night would mark a turning point, not just in the fight for the forest, but in the battle for souls caught between shadow and light. The alliance they had forged was tested in fire, and only the strongest bonds would survive. With a fierce cry, she met the warden's gaze across the battlefield, an unspoken promise passing between them, that the struggle was far from over, but that together they would face whatever darkness came. The battle's fury churned around them like a violent storm, leaves and shattered branches caught in the maelstrom of clashing wills. Hannah's heart pounded fiercely as the warden stepped closer, her towering figure both monstrous and tragic, an embodiment of the forest's pain and fury. Her golden eyes, fierce yet flickering with shadows of doubt, locked onto Hannah's, a silent plea tangled in their depths. The warden's voice broke through the roar of combat, low and trembling, edged with both command and desperation. You seek to undo what I have become. But the hollow's hunger courses through my veins, I am bound to it. Hannah took a breath, steadying herself amid the chaos, feeling the pulse of the glowing seed warm against her palm. You are more than the hollow's hunger. I know the warden you once were, the guardian who protected life and memory. That part of you still lives. The warden's face twisted in anguish. I am its vessel, its shield and its blade. If I fall, the forest will crumble. Eloan stepped beside Hannah, her voice firm yet gentle. But the forest cannot thrive in chains of pain and fear. The hollow's hunger must be broken, not fed. Around them the battle raged fiercely. Lior's dagger flashed in the torchlight as he fought back the endless tide of shadowed creatures, while Maris called forth waves of healing light to bolster their allies' strength. Hannah felt a stirring deep within the warden, something fragile, a flicker of the woman she once was. The glow from the heartwood seed seemed to reach her, weaving threads of warmth through the cold tendrils of darkness entwined around her soul. Help me remember, the warden whispered, voice breaking, before the hollow devours all. Closing the distance between them, Hannah extended her hand, the knife gleaming with radiant light. As their fingers brushed, a flood of memories surged through the warden's mind. The laughter of children beneath the canopy, the whispering wind through ancient leaves, the sacred oath to protect the forest's heart. The monstrous form before her shuddered, roots unraveling like broken chains, the darkness receding slowly. But the hollow's grip was fierce and unrelenting. From the shadows, a dark presence stirred, the whisperer, slithering into the warden's ear with poisonous promises, attempting to reclaim her. With a roar born of desperate will, the warden shook free, her form shifting back toward the guardian beneath. She raised her hand, and from the heartwood above, glowing tendrils of light cascaded down, sweeping away the remaining shadows and healing the wounded earth. The battlefield fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the exhausted defenders. The hollow's creatures had retreated, broken and beaten, for now. Hannah looked up at the warden, seeing the woman reborn, a protector renewed, standing at the heart of the forest's fragile dawn. Eloan, the warden said softly, voice steady, we must bind our strength. The hollow's hunger is a wound in the forest's soul. Together we can heal it. Eloan smiled, hope blossoming in her eyes. Together we will. The night's battle had been won, but the war for the forest's soul raged on. As the dawn bled soft light through the trees, the alliance stood stronger, bound by shared purpose and the fragile hope of renewal. While the dawn's gentle light filtered through the branches of the heartwood, casting soft golden hues over the battered alliance, a sinister shadow stirred far beyond the circle of flickering campfires and whispered prayers. The warden's renewed presence had driven the hollow's creatures into retreat, but victory's glow was dimmed by an invisible, creeping threat, one that moved silently, weaving its way through the forest like a poisonous thread. In the deepest, most forgotten roots of the woods, beneath twisted soil and tangled vines, the whisperer waited. Clad in a cloak woven from midnight and mist, the whisperer was the hollow's dark voice, the insidious force that preyed on memory, fear, and despair. Where the warden had been the forest's shield and sword, the whisperer was its venomous breath, its relentless whispering torment. She slithered through the underbrush, her form shifting between shadow and mist, slipping past wards and barriers with uncanny ease. Her eyes, cold and merciless, glimmered with cruel amusement as she observed the alliance's fragile unity glowing like a flickering candle in the vast darkness. They think the warden's redemption will save them, she hissed, her voice like dead leaves scraping against stone. But the hollow is patient and I am its voice. It will feast again, on their fears, their doubts, their fractured souls. Her gaze fell on the heartwood's glowing trunk, the source of the forest's renewed life and the seed of hope they all clung to. The heart beats, but the wound festers beneath. To truly consume, I must unravel the roots of their strength. Whispering ancient words long lost to time, she summoned tendrils of shadow that crept like black smoke through the forest floor. These threads slithered toward the scattered villages and enclaves, toward the homes of the guardians and survivors who had answered the call. Back in the sanctuary beneath the ancient oak, the alliance stirred, sensing the change in the wind. Maris's healing light flickered uncertainly. Eloan's seed pulsed erratically as if battling a distant poison. Lior's eyes narrowed, scanning the horizon with a hunter's vigilance. Hannah stood beside the warden, now restored but wary, feeling the first chill of the whisperer's influence brush against the edges of their sanctuary. The hollow's hunger is clever, she said softly. It hides in silence and doubt. We must not let it seep inside. The warden nodded grimly. The whisperer seeks to fracture our unity, to turn our fears against us. Eloan stepped forward, voice steady. Then we must bind our will tighter, fortify the bonds that connect us. The forest's strength lies not just in its roots, but in the memories and trust we share. Together, the alliance gathered around the heartwood, joining hands as the glow from the seed spread warmth and light. Their voices rose in song, an ancient hymn of healing and protection, woven with the magic of remembrance. The forest responded. Leaves shimmered with dew, and the ground hummed with vibrant energy as the wounds beneath began to close. Though the whisperer's shadows recoiled, they whispered dark promises of return. Outside, in the shadows beyond the reach of light, the whisperer vanished with a cruel smile. "This is only the beginning," she whispered. "The Hollow's feast will come again, and next time, it will be hungrier than ever." As the alliance stood united beneath the heartwood's boughs, the battle for the forest's soul entered a new, darker phase. The whisperer's schemes would test their courage and their bond, threatening to unravel the fragile hope they had fought so hard to kindle. The days after the whisperer's sinister departure weighed heavily on the alliance. Beneath the heartwood's vast branches, the glow of the seed pulsed steadily, but the air was thick with unease. The forest's vibrant renewal masked a quiet desperation, an urgency to prepare for the darkness that now slithered unseen through their lands. Hannah paced the sanctuary's edge, the soft rustle of leaves beneath her boots the only sound accompanying her restless thoughts. The faces of her companions were etched with determination, but even the strongest among them carried the invisible scars of the recent assault. The whisperer's poisonous shadow lingered like a chill that would not dissipate. "We need knowledge," Hannah finally spoke, breaking the heavy silence. "The whisperer's power comes from old magics, ancient curses and forgotten rituals. We must find the lost tomes, the histories buried in places long abandoned. Only then can we hope to understand her and stop the Hollow for good." Eloan nodded solemnly. "There are legends, tales of a hidden library deep within the Valewood, where the oldest forest secrets are kept. But no one has returned from there in generations. The place is said to be cursed, haunted by spirits and traps." Leor's hand tightened around his dagger. "If the Hollow hunts us through shadows, then we must seek its root in knowledge." "I will go with you." Maris approached, her voice soft but firm. "I will come too. The healing arts and protective spells I carry may aid us in that dark place." The warden, standing tall and resolute, added, "And I will guard the heartwood and those who remain here. The forest's heart must never be left unprotected." Thus, a small group formed, united by hope and a desperate need for answers. They gathered supplies, spoke prayers, and bid farewell to the sanctuary that had become a symbol of their fragile alliance. As they ventured beyond the familiar paths, the forest shifted around them, thickening and twisting into unfamiliar shapes, the light dimming beneath dense boughs that blocked the sun like a living roof. The Valewood was a place of whispered legends, an ancient woodland where time seemed to fray, where the veil between worlds thinned, and where forgotten magic pulsed beneath the roots. The air grew colder with each step, shadows lengthening unnaturally. Strange murmurs echoed through the trees, half-remembered voices caught in the wind. Every crack of a twig or flutter of wings set nerves on edge. After days of travel, they reached the edge of a glade bathed in eerie silver light. At its center stood a towering structure, a library grown from living wood and stone, its walls entwined with thorn and ivy, its windows dark and watching. The entrance yawned like the mouth of a beast, inviting and foreboding. Inside, the air was thick with dust and ancient power. Shelves carved from oak and yew groaned beneath the weight of countless volumes. Books bound in leather and bark, scrolls sealed with forgotten runes, and artifacts humming with latent magic. But the library was not empty. As they delved deeper, shadows stirred. Whispered warnings slid through the corridors, and the temperature dropped sharply. A presence watched, a guardian of knowledge twisted by sorrow and time, bound to protect secrets at any cost. Hannah felt the weight of eyes on her back as the air thickened with unseen menace. "We must be cautious," Eloan warned, her voice barely above a whisper. "The knowledge we seek is guarded not only by traps but by spirits who have forgotten the light." The group pressed on, their footsteps echoing through the vaulted halls. With every page turned and every secret uncovered, the truth of the Hollow and the Whisperer's origins began to unravel, but so too did the fabric of their own resolve. Outside, the forest waited, its fate entwined with the fragile hope they carried into the darkness. The air inside the ancient library was heavy with dust and the scent of decayed parchment, a palpable silence pressing in from every direction. Shelves towered like living sentinels, their crooked branches intertwined with brittle pages and bindings that bore the weight of countless forgotten stories. Hannah's footsteps echoed in the vast chamber, a hollow sound swallowed quickly by the cavernous shadows. Eloan's fingers traced a line of faintly glowing runes carved into the spine of a tome bound in twisted bark. These marks, they speak of a time when the forest was whole, before the hollow's hunger took root. Leor, scanning the dim recesses with a wary gaze, shifted his grip on his dagger. We're not alone. I feel eyes on us. Maris murmured an incantation, weaving a soft protective barrier that shimmered like morning mist. The faint glow revealed movement flickering between the shadows, ghostly shapes and whispering forms, remnants of spirits bound to the library's ancient magic. Suddenly, a low, mournful wail filled the air, rising and falling like the breath of the forest itself. From the depths emerged a figure, pale and translucent, draped in robes that shimmered with ethereal light. Her eyes were deep pools of sorrow, her voice a fragile echo. "I am Solara, keeper of the lost knowledge," she whispered. "You seek answers, but knowledge demands a price." Hannah stepped forward, meeting the spirit's gaze with steady resolve. "We seek to stop the hollow's hunger, to protect the forest and all who dwell within it." Solara's eyes flickered with ancient pain. The hollow is a wound in the world's memory, born from betrayal and forgotten grief. The whisperer feeds on that sorrow, twisting it into darkness. Eloan unrolled a brittle scroll, its edges cracked and brittle. These texts speak of a ritual, one that can sever the hollow's root and bind the whisperer's voice. "But the ritual is incomplete," Solara warned. "Pieces are scattered, lost to time and shadow. To succeed, you must gather them, and face the truths the hollow hides." As the group delved deeper into the labyrinthine stacks, the library seemed to pulse with the weight of its secrets. Doors creaked open to reveal rooms frozen in time, chambers filled with relics of ancient guardians, faded portraits watching silently, and shattered mirrors reflecting fractured memories. In one shadowed alcove, Hannah uncovered a journal, its pages yellowed and fragile. The script was barely legible, but the words cut through the silence like a knife. "The Whisperer was once a guardian like us, twisted by grief and betrayal. She seeks to reclaim what was lost by unmaking all that remains. To stop her, we must remember what was forgotten, and forgive what cannot be changed." A chill ran down Hannah's spine as she looked up, the weight of the forest's history settling heavily in her chest. The library was not just a vault of knowledge, it was a crucible of memory and pain. To wield its power, they would have to confront the darkest corners of their own souls. Outside, the wind whispered through the branches of the heartwood, carrying a silent warning. The hollow's hunger was patient, and the next steps would demand courage beyond all that had come before. The fragile glow of Maris's protective light flickered weakly against the oppressive darkness that clung to the endless rows of books and relics in the ancient library. Each step deeper into the maze-like halls seemed to thicken the air, making it harder to breathe, heaviness pressing down not just on their bodies, but on their very spirits. Hannah led the small group cautiously, clutching the brittle journal tightly, the weight of its revelation settling deep into her bones. "We must find the remaining pieces of the ritual," she whispered, "before the Whisperer's darkness reaches them first." Leor's sharp eyes darted from shadow to shadow, muscles tense like a predator. "I don't like this place. The Whisperer's minions could be lurking anywhere." Eloan nodded, her voice steady but low. "This library is as much a trap as it is a sanctuary. The spirits here protect the knowledge, but they are tormented, twisted by centuries of sorrow and neglect." Maris's lips moved silently, weaving soft spells of protection, her hands glowing faintly as she prepared to shield them against unseen forces. Suddenly, a cold breath swept through the chamber, a ripple in the air that set every nerve on edge. From the shadows, grotesque shapes materialized, their forms half seen and shifting. Wraith-like figures with hollow eyes and grasping hands, remnants of those consumed by the hollow's hunger, bound now to serve the Whisperer. "Guard yourselves," Hannah hissed, raising the glowing knife. The blade sang as she swung, slicing through one of the advancing shadows, which dissipated with a low, agonized shriek. The minions surged forward, swirling like a dark storm. Leor darted between them, blades flashing with precision, cutting down each shadow with practiced skill. Eloan's seed flared with radiant light, burning away the creeping darkness with waves of pure energy. Maris chanted, sending pulses of healing and protection through the group. Despite their efforts, the shadows pressed in relentlessly, their cold touch draining warmth and hope. Hannah's breath came in sharp gasps as she parried a clawed strike, feeling the knife hum with a fierce power born of memory and defiance. She focused on the journal, recalling the ritual's fragments, a promise of binding darkness and restoring light. "We have to find the Chamber of Echoes," she shouted over the battle noise. "It's where the final piece is said to be hidden." With a surge of strength, the group pushed through the swarm, moving toward a distant door etched with glowing runes. The shadows lunged after them, but the protective spells held firm, pushing the darkness back inch by inch. They burst through the doorway into a vast hall lined with mirrors, each one reflecting fractured images of themselves, memories half remembered and forgotten fears made manifest. The air vibrated with a low hum as if the hall itself was alive and watching. Hannah approached the largest mirror at the end, its surface swirling like liquid glass. On its frame, an inscription glowed faintly. "To reclaim what is lost, one must face the reflection of truth." Her hand trembled as she reached out, touching the cool surface. The mirror rippled, pulling her forward into a vision, a haunting glimpse of the past where the Whisperer's sorrow had taken root. Eloan, Leor, and Maris followed, their reflections melting into the shared vision as the chamber enveloped them in the hollow's deepest secrets. Together, they stood at the edge of a memory long buried, the key to breaking the Whisperer's hold and healing the forest's wound. But the deeper they ventured, the more the hollow fought to keep its secrets, whispering lies and threats meant to fracture their unity and consume their courage. The chamber's mirrored walls seemed to breathe, the silvered surfaces shifting and swirling as if alive. Hannah's heart hammered fiercely in her chest, the cold, slick touch of the glass rippling beneath her fingers as she and her companions were pulled deeper into the vision held within. As the world blurred, they found themselves standing in a twisted forest of shadow and memory, where the air was thick with sorrow and forgotten grief. The trees bent unnaturally, their branches like clawed hands reaching out to snatch at the passing light. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, like walking on fractured glass. A voice, soft, desperate, and layered with centuries of pain, echoed through the air. "I was once the guardian of this land," it whispered, "bound to protect, yet betrayed by those I loved. My sorrow became my prison, and the hollow's hunger was born." The voice belonged to the Whisperer, but here she was something more, once a woman of light, twisted by loss and shadow. Images flashed like shards of broken glass. A sister lost to an ancient betrayal, a sacred vow shattered by fear and misunderstanding, a heart poisoned by grief that festered into the darkness now threatening the forest. Hannah felt the weight of it pressing into her mind, the temptation to surrender, to let the pain swallow her whole. The mirrors around them reflected not only the Whisperer's tragedy but the deepest fears and regrets of each of them. Leor's haunting memories of failure, Eloan's quiet doubts, Maris's lingering guilt for those she could not save. The forest of memory was a labyrinth designed to trap and break intruders. Shadows twisted and whispered cruel lies, trying to unravel their bonds, to isolate and consume them one by one. Hannah gripped the glowing knife tightly, its light pulsing in defiance. "We must hold on to each other. Remember who we are. Our strength is not in forgetting the past, but in facing it, together." Eloan stepped forward, her voice steady despite the swirling darkness. "The ritual calls for forgiveness, not just of the Whisperer but of ourselves. Only then can we sever the hollow's root." Leor's gaze hardened, his dagger flashing as a shadow lunged. "Then we fight, not just the hollow but the despair it feeds on." Maris lifted her hands, weaving a spell of light and warmth that cut through the chilling mists. "We carry the light of those we've lost, and those we protect. We will not be broken." As they moved through the vision's shifting landscape, confronting the painful echoes of the past, the mirrored chamber pulsed with growing energy. Each truth they embraced weakened the hollow's grip, unraveling the threads of shadow that bound the Whisperer. Finally, at the heart of the labyrinth, they found an ancient altar carved from stone and root. Upon it lay the final piece of the ritual, a crystal pendant glowing with pure, clear light. Hannah reached out, feeling the pendant's warmth seep into her skin, a promise of healing and redemption. But as she lifted it, a last, desperate shadow surged forward, the Whisperer's essence, twisted and furious, striving to reclaim what was slipping beyond her grasp. The battle was fierce, not just of blades and magic but of wills and hearts. The group stood firm, united by the memories they cherished and the hope they refused to abandon. With a final surge of light, Hannah plunged the pendant into the heart of the glowing seed she carried. A brilliant radiance exploded, washing through the vision and spilling back into the library. The mirrored walls shattered, releasing them from the hollow's grasp. Breathing heavily, the group found themselves once again beneath the ancient oak, the ritual's power pulsing through the forest like a heartbeat renewed. Outside, the wind whispered gently through the leaves, a promise that while the hollow's hunger was vast, the light of memory and courage was stronger. The heavy weight of the library's silence lifted as the shattered mirrors dissolved into drifting motes of light, slowly fading into the breath of the forest beyond. Hannah blinked against the sudden brightness that filled the chamber, a warmth seeping into her bones as the crystal pendant's radiance spread through the glowing seed she held. The heartwood pulsed in harmony, its ancient power rekindled with a fierce, steady heartbeat. Around her, Eloan, Leor, and Maris breathed heavily, their faces etched with relief and exhaustion. The dark fog of despair and shadow that had clung to the Valewood's depths began to dissipate, replaced by a clear, invigorating light that spread outward like the dawn chasing away night. The warden stood at the threshold of the sanctuary, her golden eyes gleaming with renewed strength. The heavy burden of the hollow's hunger, once a weight that threatened to crush her spirit, now seemed tempered by the ritual's power. "The forest feels alive again," she murmured, stepping forward with cautious grace. "The roots are healing and the whispers of shadow grow faint." Hannah nodded, a quiet smile touching her lips. "The whisper's hold is broken, but we cannot let our guard down. The hollow's hunger is ancient, it will seek new ways to return." Maris moved among the gathered alliance, her hands glowing with soothing light as she tended wounds both physical and unseen. "This ritual has given the forest a second chance, but its true strength lies in the unity we have forged." Leor scanned the horizon, the muscles in his jaw clenched tight. "The hollow may retreat, but it will not disappear. We must remain vigilant." Eloan placed a hand on Hannah's shoulder, her eyes shining with quiet resolve. "And together we will protect this land, for those who have fallen and those yet to come." As the alliance gathered beneath the sprawling boughs of the heartwood, a chorus of voices rose in song, an ancient hymn woven with threads of memory, hope, and courage. The forest responded, its vibrant energy flowing through every leaf and root, weaving a tapestry of life renewed. Yet beneath the celebration, a subtle shift stirred in the darker corners of the woods. The hollow's hunger may have been weakened, but its patience was eternal. In the shadows, a new presence watched. The whisperer's silence was not surrender but a gathering of will, a scheming in the deep places beyond sight. The forest had been given a reprieve, but the war for its soul was far from over. The morning light spilled gently through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in golden patches that danced with the soft breeze. Beneath the heartwood, the alliance moved with renewed purpose, the pulse of the ritual's light still vibrant in the air. Seedlings unfurled tender leaves and birdsong returned to the branches, a fragile symphony of rebirth. Hannah watched as the survivors worked tirelessly, rebuilding shelters, reinforcing wards, and weaving new enchantments into the earth. Their faces, though marked with exhaustion, glowed with hope, the hard-won kind forged in shared struggle and quiet resilience. Yet amid the bustle, a subtle unease lingered like a shadow at the edge of vision. The forest's whispering voices seemed quieter now, as if holding their breath. Even the warden, who had once been a storm of wrath and rage, moved with an almost watchful stillness. Late in the afternoon, Hannah met with Eloan and Saris beneath an ancient birch tree whose bark shimmered with faint silver runes. "We have time to strengthen our defenses," Eloan said, her voice steady but serious. "The ritual has healed the wound, but the hollow's darkness is a patient predator. It will look for cracks to slip through." Saris nodded, her gaze piercing. "I have sensed a new force stirring. It is not the whisperer but something older. The hollow's hunger wears many faces. This one hides beneath calm waters and slow poison." Hannah frowned, her thoughts racing. "What do you mean? What is it?" "A watcher of the old world, a shadow forgotten by most but remembered by the forest," Saris replied. "It feeds not on fear or sorrow, but on control and silence. It waits for us to falter." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the alliance gathered again beneath the heartwood's glowing branches. Plans were laid for patrols beyond the known paths, for stronger wards, and for reaching out to distant allies who might yet heed the call. Maris tended the wounded quietly, offering gentle words and soft smiles that masked her own wariness. Leor trained tirelessly with his blades, his movements precise and sharp, a sentinel against any who might breach their fragile peace. Hannah stood at the heart of it all, the glowing seed warm in her hands, a beacon of hope against the gathering shadows. As twilight deepened into night, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Somewhere in the dark, the new presence watched and waited, a silent storm gathering strength. The quiet before the storm stretched endlessly, fragile and tense, while the alliance prepared for the trials yet to come. Night fell over the forest like a velvet curtain, swallowing the last traces of daylight and cloaking the trees in a deep, impenetrable blackness. The camp beneath the heartwood was quiet but alert, the flickering fires casting long shadows that danced nervously against the gnarled trunks. The Alliance was restless, sensing the tension in the air even as they strove to rebuild and strengthen their defenses. Hannah stood at the edge of the clearing, the glowing seed cradled carefully in her palms. Its light was softer now, pulsing like a heartbeat in the stillness. She breathed deeply, trying to ground herself amid the lingering unease. From the far reaches of the forest, a cold breeze stirred, soft at first, barely a whisper against the leaves, but growing steadily in presence. The air shifted, an intangible weight settled over the woods, as if an unseen eye had begun to watch. Saris emerged silently from the shadows, her cloak blending seamlessly with the night. "It is here," she whispered, voice barely audible. "The watcher you feared. The quiet one." Hannah's brow furrowed. "What is it? What does it want?" Saris's eyes glinted with a mixture of fear and understanding. "It is an ancient spirit, older than the hollow itself. It thrives on silence and obedience, feeding on control rather than chaos. It seeks to bind the forest not by force, but through submission." Eloan joined them, her face pale in the firelight. "It is a predator of the mind and will, a master of secrets and whispers. It does not need to attack openly, it corrupts from within, twisting trust into suspicion, unity into division." Lear stepped forward, muscles coiled and ready. "How do we fight something that hides in silence?" Maris, nearby, lifted her hands, weaving a faint glow of protective magic. "With light and truth. We must keep our bond strong, our voices loud. Only by standing together can we resist the quiet one's pull." As they spoke, the forest itself seemed to respond, the leaves rustling in warning, the animals silent as if listening to a distant call. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the trees. Hannah spun, heart pounding, as a dark figure slipped through the shadows, moving like liquid night. It paused at the edge of the clearing, its form shifting, sometimes solid, sometimes mist. The quiet one. It spoke without words, its presence pressing into their minds like a cold hand. Fear, doubt, and whispers of betrayal slithered through their thoughts. "Who among you will break the circle? Who carries secrets they dare not share?" The silence between its words was deafening, a void that sucked at their resolve. Hannah tightened her grip on the seed, its warmth a beacon against the rising cold. "We are bound by memory and trust. Your silence will not unravel us." The quiet one's form flickered, and it vanished like smoke drifting on the wind, leaving behind a chill that lingered deep in their bones. The Alliance gathered close, voices raised in song and prayer, their strength renewed by shared purpose. They knew the battle ahead would not be fought only with steel or magic, but with unbreakable unity and clarity of heart. The forest held its breath once more. The Watcher was patient, but the Alliance was vigilant. The dawn broke slow and gray over the forest, muted by a heavy mist that clung to the trees like a shroud. Beneath the heartwood's sprawling branches, the Alliance gathered in tense silence. The encounter with the Quiet One had shaken them deeply, not just with fear, but with a creeping uncertainty that slithered beneath their skin. Hannah stood before the circle, the glowing seed cradled carefully in her palms. Its light was steady but faint, as though struggling to pierce the dense fog of doubt that had begun to settle over their hearts. "We cannot wait for the Quiet One to spread its poison unchecked," Hannah said firmly, voice cutting through the silence. "We must find where its corruption takes root, the source of its influence, and sever it before it fractures us." Eloan nodded, her eyes steady despite the weight of the task ahead. "The corruption spreads like tangled vines. It seeps into the minds and hearts of those it touches, turning friendship into suspicion, courage into fear." Leor's fingers curled around the hilt of his dagger. "Then we hunt it down, find its source, and cut it out." Maris placed a hand on Hannah's arm, her gaze warm but worried. "But be cautious. The Quiet One's power is subtle. It strikes not with brute force but with whispers and shadows. We must guard our own hearts as fiercely as the forest itself." Together, they prepared for the mission ahead, gathering charms of protection and potions of clarity, weaving spells that would shield their minds from the creeping corruption. Their unity was their greatest weapon, forged through shared trials and tempered by unyielding trust. As they ventured beyond the sanctuary's light, the forest closed around them like a living maze. The mist thickened, swallowing familiar landmarks and twisting the paths beneath their feet. The air was heavy with silence, the kind that pressed on the soul and whispered doubts in the stillness. Hours passed as they navigated the tangled woods, until they came upon a hollow deep beneath an ancient willow. Its roots writhed like serpents, and a faint blackness seeped from the earth, the pulse of corruption spreading unseen. Hannah felt the seed's warmth dim as shadows pressed in, the Quiet One's presence thick and suffocating. The group formed a circle, their hands linked, voices rising in a chant of protection and truth, weaving a tapestry of light against the encroaching dark. But the Quiet One was relentless. From the shadows emerged twisted forms, figures warped by the corruption, their faces masked in sorrow and rage. They lunged with desperate fury, claws raking the air, eyes hollow and pleading. The battle was brutal, not just against the creatures without, but against the creeping doubts within. Whispers slithered into their minds, sowing seeds of mistrust, fracturing thoughts, and testing the bonds that held them together. Hannah's knife glowed fiercely, cutting through the shadows as her voice rang clear. Hold fast. Remember who you fight for. Our strength is in our unity. Eloan's light flared bright, washing over their attackers and burning away the twisted shadows. Leor fought with precision, defending their backs and striking down any who broke through. Maris chanted words of healing and clarity, her magic a shield against the poison of doubt. Step by step, they pushed deeper into the hollow, until at its center lay a pulsating black heart, the source of the Quiet One's corruption, feeding on fear and silence. Hannah stepped forward, holding the glowing seed high. As its light washed over the dark heart, tendrils of shadow writhed and recoiled, screaming in silent agony. With a final, shattering burst, the corruption shattered, dissolving into mist and whispering winds that scattered through the forest. Exhausted but triumphant, the group stood together beneath the ancient willow's branches, the air clearing and the forest breathing freely once more. They knew the battle was far from over, the hollow's hunger was patient and cunning, but their bonds had been tested and proven unbreakable. Together they would face whatever darkness came next. The journey back to the Heartwood Sanctuary was heavy with the silence of exhaustion and cautious relief. The forest seemed to breathe with them, its ancient roots exhaling fresh life where the corruption had once taken hold. Yet beneath the soft rustling of leaves and distant bird calls, an undercurrent of tension rippled, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the air that set nerves on edge. Hannah led the group along the worn path, the glowing seed still warm in her hands, a beacon of their recent triumph. Eloan walked beside her, eyes scanning the shadows as if expecting the darkness to spring forth once more. Leor and Maris brought up the rear, alert and steady despite the weariness that tugged at their limbs. As the sanctuary's familiar outline emerged through the trees, a sense of homecoming settled briefly over the group. The Heartwood's massive branches stretched wide, the trunk glowing softly with the light of the ritual, casting long, protective shadows across the forest floor. Yet not all who awaited them wore the relief they had hoped for. Sarah stood near the gathering, her usually composed features drawn tight with concern. Her gaze followed the returning group as they approached. "We must speak," she said quietly as they reached her side. Hannah's brow furrowed. "What troubles you?" Sarah hesitated, then lowered her voice. "While you battled the corruption, I uncovered troubling signs within the sanctuary itself. Whispers, subtle manipulations, as if someone seeks to weaken us from within." Eloan's eyes widened. "A threat inside our walls?" Leor's hand instinctively moved to his dagger. "Who would betray us now? After all we've endured." Maris's face paled. "We cannot afford division, not now." Hannah's mind raced. The idea of betrayal was a blade twisting deep in her heart. "Show me," she said firmly. Saris led them to a secluded grove near the sanctuary's edge, where the soft glow of magical wards flickered uncertainly. There, woven into the earth itself, were faint traces of a dark influence, subtle but persistent threads of shadow and deception. Hannah knelt, reaching out with her senses to unravel the tangled weave. As she probed deeper, a sudden jolt of cold swept through her, a whisper in her mind, a voice almost familiar but twisted with malice. "Trust no one," it hissed. "The Hollow's hunger is hunger within." She jerked back, heart pounding, as the presence fled into the shadows. Eloan placed a steadying hand on Hannah's shoulder. "We must root out this poison before it spreads." The Alliance gathered urgently, their voices low but fierce as they vowed to uncover the traitor before more damage could be done. Suspicion began to weave its own dangerous web, threatening to unravel the trust they had fought so hard to build. Hannah's gaze hardened with resolve. "We stand united no matter what. The Hollow may hunger for our forest, but it will not consume our hearts." As the moon rose high and silvered the ancient trees, the Alliance prepared to face the most insidious battle yet, the shadows within. The sanctuary felt different now, quieter, heavier, as if the very air was burdened by unspoken fears. The glow of the heartwood flickered uncertainly beneath the moon's pale light, casting long, wavering shadows across the worn stone paths. The alliance gathered in a tense circle, faces drawn and eyes sharp, each aware that the greatest threat they faced was no longer the creeping darkness without, but the creeping doubt within. Hannah stood at the center, the glowing seed cradled carefully in her hands. Her gaze swept over the faces around her, searching for cracks in their resolve, searching for the source of the poison that had wormed its way into their midst. "We've faced monsters and darkness before," she said quietly, voice steady despite the weight of suspicion hanging thick in the air. "Now we face a different kind of enemy, one who wears the mask of a friend." Eloan's fingers tightened around her staff, her usual calm replaced by fierce determination. "We must uncover the truth before it's too late. This betrayal could undo everything we fought for." Lior paced the perimeter, ever vigilant. "I will watch every shadow, every corner. No one will slip by unnoticed." Maris sat with a heavy sigh, her hands folded in her lap. "But how do we know who to trust, when every whisper could be a lie?" Saris, silent until now, stepped forward, her eyes sharp and unblinking. "We look for what doesn't fit, patterns in the chaos. Subtle shifts in behavior, contradictions in words and deeds. The quiet one's corruption is cunning. It uses doubt as a blade." The group spread out, each member beginning their search for the traitor hidden among them. They questioned each other with careful words, probing for inconsistencies, testing loyalties and watching reactions. Days passed with little to show but growing tension. Every glance held suspicion, every silence carried weight. The bonds forged in fire began to fray, stretched thin by the invisible hand of betrayal. Hannah found herself alone beneath the heartwood one night, the glowing seed's light dim but steady. She traced her fingers along the rough bark, seeking comfort in the ancient tree's strength. Suddenly, a soft footstep echoed behind her. "May I join you?" a voice asked softly. She turned to see Saris, her expression unreadable. "I feel it too," Saris said, stepping close. "The poison runs deep, but I believe the traitor fears discovery." Hannah nodded slowly. "We must be careful. The hollow's hunger twists hearts, but it also sows fear. We cannot let it consume us." Together they devised a plan, a way to draw the traitor into the open by planting a carefully crafted secret, a false weakness whispered among trusted allies. The trap was set. Days later, under the shroud of night, a shadow slipped through the sanctuary, moving with practiced stealth. But it was not unnoticed. Lior's dagger flashed in the moonlight as he intercepted the intruder near the heartwood's roots. The figure stumbled, revealing a familiar face twisted by desperation and fear, a trusted member of the alliance, eyes wild and pleading. I had no choice," the traitor whispered, voice cracking. "The hollow promised salvation, promised to end the pain. I only wanted to protect us." Hannah stepped forward, the glowing seed casting light on the broken soul before her. "We fight to protect each other," she said softly. "Even in darkness there is hope. But betrayal threatens to shatter that hope." The alliance gathered as the truth spilled forth, secrets, fears, and lies woven by the quiet one's influence. But even as the traitor's shadow lifted, the scars remained, reminders that the battle was far from over. The Hollow's hunger had found cracks in their armor, but the alliance had faced the darkness within and held fast. Together they vowed to heal and to stand stronger, bound by trust renewed in the crucible of betrayal. The dawn filtered softly through the dense canopy, casting muted golden shafts onto the forest floor that seemed heavier than before, burdened with the weight of fractured trust and lingering shadows. The alliance gathered once more beneath the heartwood, their faces lined with exhaustion but marked also by a cautious determination, the kind forged not only in battle but in the painful forge of betrayal and forgiveness. The traitor, who once walked among them as a trusted guardian, now sat apart in a circle of wary eyes, hands trembling yet free of bonds. Hannah approached slowly, the glowing seed cradled gently in her palms, its soft light a reminder of the hope they still carried. Her gaze held no accusation, only the solemn gravity of understanding. "You did what you thought was right," Hannah said quietly, voice steady despite the knot tightening in her chest. "The Hollow's hunger is a cunning foe, twisting desperation into darkness. But the path to redemption is not beyond reach." The traitor, a figure named Kalen, whose once bright eyes now flickered with shame and sorrow, lowered his gaze. "I wanted to protect us. I thought, if I could bargain with the darkness, control it, I could end the suffering. but it only fed the hollow's hunger deeper. I became the very thing I feared. Eloan stepped forward, her voice soft but resolute. We all carry wounds. The question is whether we let those wounds define us or whether we rise above them. Maris reached out, placing a hand lightly on Kaelin's shoulder. Healing is not instant, but it is possible. You must walk the path with us, not away from us. Lior's eyes never left Kaelin, but the steel in his voice softened. You betrayed our trust, yes. But now you have a choice, to help us mend what's broken or be lost to the shadows forever. The Alliance murmured among themselves, weighing the fragile hope against the deep scars of betrayal. Slowly, the walls of suspicion began to shift, cracks forming that might one day become bridges. In the days that followed, Kaelin worked quietly to regain their trust, sharing knowledge he had withheld and aiding in strengthening the sanctuary's wards. His insights proved valuable, revealing hidden vulnerabilities that had been exploited by the Quiet One. But redemption was not without cost. Whispers lingered in the shadows, and some eyes never fully forgave. The Alliance moved forward carefully, aware that healing was a process as delicate and demanding as the ritual that had rekindled the Heartwood's light. Meanwhile, far beyond the sanctuary's borders, the forest's edge stirred with a different kind of threat. The Hollow's hunger, wounded but not defeated, began to send tendrils outward, darkness seeping into forgotten places where old powers slept. The Alliance's recent turmoil had left cracks, and something ancient and malevolent sensed the opportunity. Hannah stood beneath the glowing branches one evening, staring into the twilight that bled like ink across the sky. We have won a battle, she whispered to the wind, but the war is far from over. The forest listened, holding its breath for the trials yet to come. The sanctuary hummed with a cautious vitality, but far beyond its protective glow, the forest darkened once more. Twilight descended like a curtain over the dense woods, swallowing the familiar paths and leaving only shadows and the distant howls of unseen creatures. Hannah stood atop a knoll overlooking the forest's edge, the glowing seed pulsing gently against her chest like a heartbeat of hope. Yet even its warmth struggled to dispel the creeping chill that gnawed at her resolve. Something stirs, she murmured, voice barely above the whispering wind. Beside her, Eloan nodded gravely. The Hollow's hunger was wounded, but not defeated. Its tendrils reached far, probing for weaknesses. Maris stepped closer, her eyes scanning the shifting darkness. There are places even the Alliance has not dared to tread, ruins older than memory, and shadows that cling to the bones of the earth. Lior's grip tightened around his dagger, the steel catching what little light remained. If the Hollow's hunger seeks to exploit our wounds, we must strike before it grows strong. That night, beneath the silver wash of moonlight, the Alliance gathered once more within the Heartwood's protective embrace. The glowing seed's light cast shifting patterns across their faces, faces marked by fatigue but sharpened with resolve. Plans were drawn to send scouting parties into the outer dark, the mysterious forest beyond the sanctuary's reach, where ancient magic and forgotten terrors were said to dwell. Hannah volunteered to lead one such group. If there is a source to this new threat, we will find it, she vowed. And if it threatens the forest, we will face it, together. The following days were a flurry of preparation, gathering supplies, crafting wards, and bolstering each other's spirits against the unknown. When the day came, Hannah, Eloan, Lior, Maris, and Kaelin set out under the gray dawn, stepping beyond the sanctuary's light into the tangled wilderness of the outer dark. The forest here was different, older, colder. Vines thick as arms curled over ancient stones, and the air was heavy with a scent like rot and lost dreams. The canopy above was so dense that only slivers of sky broke through, casting eerie patterns on the moss-covered ground. As they moved deeper, an unnatural silence fell, the kind that screamed in the absence of life. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. From the shadows emerged twisted shapes, creatures born of decay and shadow, their eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. The battle was fierce. Eloan's magic flared in brilliant arcs, cutting through the creatures with searing light. Lior's blade sang as he danced among the shadows, precise and unyielding. Maris's healing spells shielded the group from wounds both seen and unseen. Kaelin's knowledge of shadowcraft helped anticipate the enemy's movements. But the deeper they pressed, the more the forest itself seemed to resist, as if awakening from a long slumber. At last, they reached a clearing dominated by a gnarled tree unlike any Hannah had seen, a twisted monument to ancient pain and dark power. Its bark was blackened, veins pulsing with an eerie, sickly glow. At its roots lay a stone altar inscribed with runes that hummed with a cold, malignant energy. "This is the source," Hannah whispered, feeling the oppressive weight of the darkness pressing against her mind. Eloan's voice was fierce. We must destroy it before its corruption spreads. But as they prepared to act, a voice echoed from the shadows, a deep, resonant tone filled with ancient authority and bitter hunger. You cannot undo what has been sown, it intoned. The forest remembers, it mourns, and it will reclaim. From the darkness stepped a figure cloaked in shadows, eyes like burning embers, a crown of thorns woven from blackened branches atop its head. The new enemy had arrived. The air grew thick with a suffocating silence as the figure stepped fully into the clearing's pale, flickering light. Cloaked in shadows woven from ancient despair, the Thorn Sovereign's presence pressed down like a storm cloud ready to break. His eyes, glowing like embers smoldering beneath ash, bore into the alliance with a cold, unyielding fury. A crown of gnarled black thorns twisted around his brow, an ancient relic that pulsed with dark power, dripping with the weight of forgotten pain. Hannah's grip tightened on the glowing seed. Every fiber of her being screamed to defend the forest, to shield her friends from this monstrous embodiment of shadow and sorrow. Yet beneath the instinct for battle stirred a deeper, aching question. Who was this creature, and why did he claim such authority over the darkness that sought to consume them? The Thorn Sovereign spoke, his voice low and resonant, rolling over them like a tide of mourning. I am the last of the old kings, bound to this land since before the Hollow's hunger. The forest weeps, poisoned by your defiance. I am its sorrow, its vengeance, and its final reckoning. Eloan stepped forward, her staff glowing with radiant energy, the calm strength of the Alliance's hope shining through. The forest mourns because it has been betrayed and twisted. But we are here to heal it, to give it a chance beyond your vengeance. The Sovereign's crown of thorns gleamed as he raised a skeletal hand, and the twisted tree behind him seemed to pulse, its veins glowing brighter, feeding the dark energy that radiated from the altar. You wield light as if it can undo the ages of grief and wrath. But the past does not fade, it festers, it consumes. His voice grew colder, more biting. I am the forest's true memory, and you, intruders, will answer for your insolence. With a gesture, thorned vines erupted from the ground, snaking toward the Alliance like living weapons. Hannah raised the glowing seed high, the light bursting forth in a searing wave that sliced through the grasping darkness, forcing the vines to recoil with a sound like tearing flesh. Leor lunged forward, blades flashing in deadly arcs, cutting through the creeping shadows that spilled from the Sovereign's form. Marish chanted swiftly, weaving barriers of shimmering light that flickered like a fragile shield, deflecting the relentless assault. The battle was not merely one of physical force, but of wills, ancient sorrow clashing with stubborn hope, despair fighting against unity. Amid the chaos, Hannah's mind reached out to the glowing seed, feeling the pulse of the heartwood in resonance. The seed's light throbbed urgently, a call to remember, not just the pain but the strength born from survival and love. The Thorn Sovereign faltered, the crown of thorns crackling as light pierced deeper into his shadowed form. His voice rose in a bitter cry that echoed through the clearing. You deny the forest its mourning, but sorrow cannot be silenced. Eloan pressed her staff forward, voice rising in an ancient hymn of renewal. Sorrow is not silence. It is the soil from which new life grows. The forest's pain will not break us, it will bind us. Slowly, the thorn vines withdrew, the twisted tree's glow fading as the Sovereign's form began to dissolve into mist and shadow. Before disappearing completely, he left behind a whisper, haunting and chilling. The forest's reckoning is not done. The deepest darkness yet waits, beneath the roots in the hollow's deepest heart. As the mist cleared, the Alliance stood breathless but unbroken, the glowing seed pulsing steady in Hannah's hand, a beacon against the gathering night. The forest around the sanctuary hummed with an uneasy energy, the night thick and heavy as if weighed down by centuries of secrets. The Thorn Sovereign's haunting words echoed through Hannah's mind, the deepest darkness yet waits, beneath the roots in the hollow's deepest heart. The phrase clawed at her thoughts, stirring a mixture of dread and determination. As the Alliance gathered beneath the ancient branches of the Heartwood, Hannah knew that before they could descend into the hollow's core, they needed to understand the history that had birthed such sorrow and shadow. The past held the key, and only by facing it could they hope to break the cycle of pain. Eloan stepped forward, her voice steady and filled with quiet reverence. The old kings were once guardians of balance, rulers who bridged the world of the living and the spirits of the forest. Their reigns were marked by harmony, but also by betrayal. Maris unfurled an ancient scroll, its fragile parchment inscribed with faded runes and faded sketches of thorned crowns and twisted trees. This tells the story of the first fracture, when the greed of man and the pride of the old kings shattered the sacred covenant. The forest's sorrow began then, deep and endless. Kalen, still bearing the weight of his own redemption, traced the runes with reverent fingers. The hollow was born from that betrayal, a wound in the land's soul, fed by grief and regret, growing with every broken promise. Lior's eyes narrowed. If the old kings once ruled to keep balance, is there hope that their legacy might be reclaimed? Or is it forever lost to shadow? Hannah lifted the glowing seed, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. We must become the new guardians, not rulers but keepers of the fragile peace. To do that, we need to see beyond the hollow's hunger and understand the forest's true heart. The group settled around a small fire, its flickering flames casting dancing shadows on their faces. Eloan began to chant softly in an ancient tongue, weaving a spell of memory and vision. The air shimmered as the forest's past began to unfurl before them. Visions bloomed like spectral flowers, towering kings draped in crowns of living wood and thorns, presiding over verdant realms where spirits and mortals walked side by side. Scenes of joy and reverence gave way to strife, whispers of betrayal in shadowed halls, blood spilled beneath sacred trees, and the fracturing of ancient bonds. Hannah watched as the final devastating moment unfolded. The old king's downfall, a cataclysmic rupture that tore the forest's heart open and birthed the hollow's insatiable hunger. The visions faded, leaving the group silent beneath the stars. We are heirs to their mistakes, Hannah said softly, but we are not doomed to repeat them. Maris nodded. Their pain lingers, but so does their hope. We carry both. Eloan's voice was resolute. The hollow's deepest heart lies beneath the roots, but so does the seed of renewal. We must journey there, not as conquerors but as healers. Lior sheathed his blades with a newfound resolve. Then let us prepare. Whatever waits beneath will test everything we are. The alliance rose together, bound by shared purpose and the light of the glowing seed. The path ahead was dark and uncertain, but for the first time they walked it with clarity, bearing the weight of the past and the promise of the future. The morning air was thick with a damp chill as the alliance prepared to leave the sanctuary behind. The heartwood's glowing branches stretched overhead like a guardian's arms, their soft light fading gently with the dawn. Despite the warmth of the ritual's remnants, an undercurrent of apprehension pulsed through the group. They were about to journey into the hollow's deepest heart, a place no light had touched for centuries, where shadows festered like wounds forgotten. Hannah moved quietly among her companions, observing the worn faces etched with determination and the subtle tremor of unease. Eloan meticulously packed her satchel with enchanted herbs and talismans, murmuring prayers to the spirits of protection. Lior checked his blades with sharp precision, every movement mechanical yet purposeful. Maris moved among them offering soft words of reassurance, while Kalen's gaze flickered between past regret and present resolve. We may not all return from this, Kalen whispered to Hannah as they stood near the sanctuary's edge. The hollow's heart is not just darkness. It is despair made flesh, and it will seek to break us. Hannah met his gaze with quiet strength. We carry the light within us, the hope of the forest and the strength of our unity. That is what will guide us home. With a collective breath, the group stepped into the shadowed woods beyond the sanctuary's reach. The familiar scent of pine and earth gave way to something older and colder. The heavy tang of rot, the faintest hint of sulfur mingled with decay. The forest closed around them like a living thing, the canopy thickening until only slivers of gray sky remained. Roots tangled beneath their feet, twisting like serpents through the mossy soil. The path was uncertain, an ancient trail marked only by broken stones and faint sigils carved into bark. As they moved deeper, a suffocating silence enveloped them. Even the birdsong had vanished, replaced by the distant drip of water and the soft scrape of unseen creatures skittering through the underbrush. At times, the ground trembled beneath their steps, and faint whispers brushed at their minds, fleeting words that vanished before they could grasp them, fully voices woven from sorrow and malice. Eloan's voice broke the silence. The hollow's heart warps not just the land, but the mind. Stay close. Trust only your light. Hours stretched on as they descended through gnarled roots and shadowed hollows. Their path spiraled downward, deeper into the earth where the air grew thick and cold. The glowing seed pulsed faintly, a fragile pulse against the oppressive gloom. Suddenly, the path opened into a cavernous chamber where ancient stone pillars rose like silent sentinels from the floor. The walls were etched with faded glyphs and twisted thorns, and at the center, a great hollow gaped, an abyssal maw that seemed to breathe with a slow, ominous rhythm. From the depths, A low, resonant growl echoed, vibrating through the stone and seeping into their bones. Lear tightened his grip on his dagger. This is it. The Hollow's heart. Maris's eyes shone with quiet fear. We must be careful. Whatever dwells here will test us in ways we cannot yet imagine. Hannah stepped forward, the glowing seed held high. Its light reached into the darkness, faint but unwavering, a beacon against the consuming black. As they prepared to descend into the abyss, the shadows shifted. Eyes gleamed from the darkness, and a chilling voice whispered on the cold air. Welcome, guardians. Your journey has only just begun. The cavern yawned before them like the mouth of some ancient beast, its vastness swallowing their torchlight and the faint pulse of the glowing seed's light. The air was heavy and thick, saturated with centuries of silence and sorrow, and every breath they took tasted cold and stale, as if the cave itself exhaled the weight of forgotten nightmares. Hannah stepped carefully to the edge of the abyss, peering into the blackness below. The walls of the chamber glistened with moisture, veins of minerals catching the faintest glimmers of their light like the glint of distant stars trapped underground. Yet the oppressive gloom seemed alive, shifting and breathing, waiting. Behind her, the others gathered close, their faces pale but resolute. Eloan whispered an invocation to the forest spirits, her voice steady though the tremor in her hands betrayed her own unease. Maris held a small charm of protection, its gentle glow a fragile shield against the encroaching dark. Leor's gaze never wavered, blades drawn and ready. Kalen stood with a quiet solemnity, as if preparing to face not only the cavern's dangers but his own demons. We descend into the Hollow's heart, Hannah said softly, voice carrying the weight of all they had endured. Here we confront the roots of the darkness. Stay close, keep your light bright, and trust in each other. They began their descent, moving carefully along a narrow, winding staircase carved from ancient stone. The steps were slick with dampness, and the shadows deepened with every footfall. The glowing seed in Hannah's hand pulsed faintly as if urging them onward. As they descended, a subtle change came over the cavern. The air grew colder, the silence heavier. Strange echoes whispered just beyond hearing, voices that seemed to call their names, weaving between memories and fears. Suddenly, the path opened into a smaller chamber where walls were inscribed with cryptic runes glowing faintly in an eerie blue light. At the center, a pedestal bore a crystalline shard pulsing with an otherworldly energy, the first of the trials. Eloan stepped forward, tracing the runes with reverence. These are tests of mind and spirit. The Hollow seeks to break us from within. Kalen nodded. We must face what lies hidden, fears, regrets, and the shadows we carry. One by one, the Alliance approached the pedestal. As they touched the shard, the cavern dissolved around them, replaced by visions that wrapped tightly around their minds like a web. Hannah found herself in a forest on fire, flames licking at ancient trees, screams echoing in the crackling air. Faces of lost friends flickered through the smoke, voices pleading, accusing. A voice whispered in her ear, cold and accusing, "You failed them. You led them into darkness." Her heart pounded. The glowing seed pulsed wildly in her hand, reminding her of the truth, that they fought for survival, for hope, even amid loss. With effort, she shattered the vision, the flames dying to ash as the cavern returned. Next came Eloan, whose trial was a labyrinth of mirrors reflecting endless versions of herself, each a whisper of doubt, fear, and suppressed anger. She struggled through, confronting her own shadows and emerging stronger. Leor faced his trial beneath the waves of an endless stormy sea, battling his fear of helplessness and loss. Maris endured a silence so profound it threatened to erase her very voice. Kalen faced a mirror that reflected not his guilt, but the possibility of forgiveness. When the visions faded, they regrouped, breathless but unbroken. We are stronger than the Hollow's lies, Hannah said firmly. Each trial tears away the darkness until only the light remains. But as they prepared to move deeper into the cavern, the air shifted, a cold, malignant presence closing in. From the shadows emerged a creature woven from root and bone, its eyes glowing with ancient hunger. The Hollow's guardian. The final test had begun. The chamber trembled beneath their feet, the very stone echoing with a growl that seemed to rise from the bowels of the earth itself. The creature that emerged from the shadows was unlike any they had faced before, an immense colossus of twisted roots, cracked bones, and bark woven into jagged armor. Its eyes burned with a fierce amber fire, reflecting the centuries of rage and sorrow that had given it life. It moved with slow, deliberate menace, each step shaking the cavern and stirring clouds of dust and decay. Hannah's breath caught in her throat, but she stood firm, the glowing seed clutched tightly in her palm. "This is the Hollow's last defense," she said, voice low but resolute. "We cannot falter." Eloan's staff flared with radiant light, casting long shadows as she stepped forward. "Protect each other. This guardian feeds on fear and despair. Our unity is its weakness." The creature roared, a sound like the cracking of ancient timber, and lunged toward them. Lear was quick to respond, blades flashing in precise, deadly arcs aimed at the monster's exposed joints, knots of blackened bark and brittle bone. Each strike drew a low, guttural hiss but failed to halt its advance. Maris wove protective wards, shimmering shields of light surrounding the group, absorbing the impact of the Guardian's crushing blows. Kalen, his knowledge of shadow and forest craft deepened by his redemption, whispered counterspells that sapped the creature's strength, sending shards of dark energy scattering into the cavern's depths. But the Guardian was relentless. Its massive arms swung like trees uprooted, crashing toward the Alliance with devastating force. The ground shattered beneath them, sending rocks and splinters flying in every direction. The air filled with the acrid scent of burning bark and earth torn open. Hannah darted beneath a crashing blow, rolling swiftly and planting the glowing seed against the creature's chest, its pulse matching the beat of her heart. A blinding light burst forth, searing through the twisted form, forcing it back with a howl of fury. But the Guardian recoiled only momentarily before surging again, more furious and desperate than before. Eloan called forth a torrent of cleansing flame from her staff, swirling it around the creature in a ring of searing heat, yet even fire seemed to slow only, not stop, the raging force. The cavern walls echoed with the clash of wills and strength, the battle dragging on like a storm unleashed. Exhaustion began to gnaw at the Alliance's limbs and spirits. Suddenly Maris faltered, a searing pain cutting through her shield as a thorned limb lashed out, catching her unprepared. She cried out, collapsing to her knees as the light around her flickered dangerously. "Maris!" Hannah cried, rushing to her side. Leor moved with lethal precision, cutting through the Guardian's defenses, but the creature adapted swiftly, twisting its form into grotesque shapes, becoming more shadow than substance. Kalen's voice rose above the chaos, chanting fiercely. "The Guardian's strength comes from the Hollow's heart itself. We must sever its link to the darkness." Hannah understood immediately. She raised the glowing seed high, channeling every ounce of her will into it. "Eloan, help me focus the light. Leor, protect us." Together, Hannah and Eloan wove their magic, light and flame entwined, sending a focused beam into the seed, which flared with brilliant intensity. The Guardian shrieked, the crown of blackened roots cracking and splintering as the dark energy binding it unraveled. With a final, echoing roar, the creature collapsed, disintegrating into a cascade of brittle leaves and ash. Silence fell over the cavern, heavy and profound. The Alliance stood battered but victorious, the glowing seed now pulsing with steady warmth, a sign that the Hollow's deepest darkness had been broken, at least for now. Maris, though weak, smiled faintly. "We did it, together." Hannah nodded, the weight of the battle pressing down but tempered by hope. "The Hollow's heart is still wounded, but our light shines brighter." The cavern's oppressive gloom began to lift, replaced by a soft, golden glow emanating from the seed, an invitation to healing and renewal. They knew their journey was far from over, but in this moment they had turned the tide. The cavern, once an oppressive maw of shadow and despair, now breathed with a tentative light. The glowing seed pulsed steadily in Hannah's hands, its warm radiance spilling like liquid gold across the cracked stone floor. Around them, the echoes of battle faded into silence, replaced by a profound stillness, a moment suspended between the end of darkness and the birth of hope. The Alliance gathered close, their bodies bruised and weary, but their spirits unbroken. Maris leaned heavily on Eloan, her breath shallow but steady. Leor wiped the grime and blood from his blade, eyes scanning the walls as if expecting the shadows to rise again. Kalen, once burdened by guilt and betrayal, now stood tall with quiet dignity, his redemption forged in the fires of their trials. Hannah's gaze lifted toward the cavern's ceiling, where faint glimmers of light filtered through cracks and fissures, the first tentative stars piercing the darkness from above. "We've faced the Hollow's heart," she said softly, voice thick with emotion. "We've fought its wrath and survived its trials. But this is only the beginning. The forest's healing will take time and vigilance." Eloan nodded, the glow of her staff steadying in the quiet. "The Heartwood's light will guide us. The Alliance is stronger now, bound not just by duty but by trust and hope." Maris smiled faintly, pain still evident but overshadowed by relief. "Together we've sown the first seeds of renewal. The forest will remember that." Kalen added quietly, "And we will stand watch, guardians of the fragile peace, the keepers of the light born from darkness." Slowly, the cavern itself seemed to respond, the shadows retreating as if acknowledging the Alliance's victory. Roots once twisted with decay now pulsed faintly with new life, vines unfurling like tentative fingers reaching toward the dawn. As they began the long ascent back toward the sanctuary, the glowing seeds' light brightened, illuminating their path and weaving a tapestry of hope through the forest's ancient veins. Hours later, they emerged beneath the heartwood's sprawling branches, where the sanctuary awaited with open arms. The tree's glow had grown stronger, pulsing in time with the seed, a living testament to the forest's rebirth. The Alliance stood together beneath the stars, their faces illuminated by the gentle light and bound by the knowledge that though the hollow's hunger had been quelled, the forest's story was far from over. In the distance, the wind carried a whisper, soft, almost like a sigh of gratitude or perhaps a warning. The shadows may have receded, but they would always linger at the edges, waiting. Hannah closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the heartwood and the seed's warmth. "We will be ready." And as the forest settled into a fragile peace, the Alliance knew that their journey, and their watch, would continue beneath the briar gate beyond the sleep of shadows. The end.